driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you, driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
Good morning, everyone. Well, barely. Either way, good morning, Saturday morning. Hope everyone had a good night's sleep. Ian, I hope you're still alive, mate, after last night on Savva's show. That bollocking you got, mate. I got the same bollocking when I went to bed for being too loud as well, mate. So, yeah. If you didn't get kicked out, I'm lucky I didn't get kicked out. But seriously, mate, I hope you're all right. And I hope everyone else on that Savage show last night is all right. Because that was a hectic show. Good show. Right. To the morning and a few points. This Spurs community, it just gets better and better and better, doesn't it? I said that we go and win this cup. It's going to be the best thing that's ever happened at Spurs in God knows how long and in most of our lives. And some of us lived it a bit later, whatever. But after a couple of days, it is going to split this community down the middle even more than it has been all season. Lo and behold, what has happened? We are divided on this decision for fair reasons. For fair reasons. Both sets of people, I feel, have a fair shout on this. Whether it's Ange in or whether it's Ange out, there is definitely fair sides on both, and this is a big problem. I mean, from what I've been reading in a lot of places as well, it's meant to be saying that Levy is very divided in his decision as well on whether he's going to keep him. He's going to make that decision in the next couple of weeks. And I suppose only time will tell. Is this man going to stay or is it going to go? Was it a truly sensational season? Yes, it was for what we won in the end of it. There is no complaining about that. But then can people just turn a blind eye to the 21, possibly 22 defeats, over 25 defeats altogether over the season? It's all good. Some people just saying, just enjoy the moment and that. I enjoyed the moment. I was on recovery for about 2 days after. I won't deny that. That's what a bottle of Southern Comfort does, Joe, which I don't do very often, and definitely felt the repercussions of it. But it was well worth it. And, well, here we go, basically. Do we keep this man or does he go? Is Levy going to keep him or let him go? Is Levy going to go with the morals here? Is he going to go with the money? Is he going to go with the business? We do not know what is coming next. There's all the other news. Son is definitely going to stay from what I read. Spurs looking to spend a fair bit of money in the transfer window. But, and it's a big but, again, I can only go by what I read, are going to still be specifically looking for the gems out there because they had such a great season this season. Well, if we go on that side, in my opinion, we are in serious trouble, but we will get to that one. But it says in quite a few places, again, I can only go by what I read, that we are definitely going to be still looking for the younger players. For me, this one does not go down well, and I'm sure it won't go down well for a lot of other people. I mean, the players themselves, again, from the news I read this morning, are very, very split down the middle as well with Ange. Some want to see the back of him. Others want to see him go. Sorry about that. My phone always seems to go in the bloody morning when I do a flipping show. Without fail, someone always seems to call me then. It's like they almost do it on bloody purpose. But anyway, it's meant to be a split community down the side of the players as well, not just the supporters. So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks for sure. So I'm going to say hello to a few people. Got a guest with me in the background who's definitely got an opinion on things. So Corey, big up lad, big up to you, mate. Hope you've recovered from yesterday as you went to Tottenham. I hope you had a good time there, mate. And Scott, big up to all. Come on, you Spurs champions. Yes, we are. Tony, big up Dan, guess, and the chat. Ange out. We know that one, mate. Big up to you. And Nicola, Ange, I'll leave you with this. All the best TV series, season 3 is always better than season 2. Ange thinking he's winning the Champions League or the Premier League with Tottenham. Well, we know that one won't happen. And also saying Angie's getting carried away because we won the Europa League. And Marius, big up Dan. How are you? Yes, I'm okay. Apart from getting my bollocking last night when I went to bed. I'm all right. Managed to get a decent night's sleep in there. Big up to you. And Nicola, big up everyone. And also Chris, an old mate of mine from college, an Arsenal fan at that. Afternoon, Dan. Not quite, mate. It is still 11 minutes in the morning, if my clock is right. But big up to you, mate. And Matt, Romero, and Betts. Let me start again. Sorry, I bite my fucking tongue off. Romero and Betts, big links to Atletico. For me, mate, he's gone. Romero is gone. I think that is one thing we are going to have to accept, that Romero is definitely on his way. For me, not going to be the biggest loss we ever lose. People know my opinion on him. I think he's an extremely overrated player. But on his day, I do believe Romero is one of the best defenders out there. But you just can't have just one good day out of 10 or one good game out of 10 if you are supposedly a world-class player, in my opinion. I know others will see it different, and he has been brilliant for us in the past couple of games in the Europa Cup. No two ways about it. But I need to see more consistency. And BVB Sports, Nicola, may well predict Borussia Dortmund to win the Champions League next season, and then I'd predict quarterfinals. Okay, and also saying on that AFTV thing. And anyway, mate, big up to you, BVB Sports. I mean, one thing I can say, I've been to Dortmund a couple of times, and what a place! What an atmosphere! Signal and a Park, if I remember the right name. What an atmosphere you go to that stadium. Needs a bit of rebuilding, I would say, from last time I went there. But, mate, that is a stadium and an atmosphere and a half that I have never, ever been to when I've been to other places, Munich, Barcelona, and a few others. Cracking stadium and atmosphere you got there. Three-Leg Dog. Hi, Dan. Greetings from Australia. Greetings to you, mate. I am a huge Ange fan. But saying that of all the Ange, I give you some credence because you do try to find some balance in your opinions. Cheers. Much appreciated, mate. That is all I try and do. Even if I don't agree with the other person, I try to get or understand the other person's opinion. At least try and get it. At least try and get why they have this attitude or opinion, whatever you want to call it. It's one thing I do try to do. It doesn't mean I have to agree. It doesn't mean I will agree. It doesn't mean I won't counter it. But I will try and understand or at least get the other person's point, because sometimes you're just never going to understand it. And Nick also saying BVB Sports, he's going to look stupid when we don't either. And then I've got the Boomverse. Big up to you, mate. Big up Dan and all. Champion. Ole. Champion. Yes, we are. Red Devils United. Big up Dan. Thank Ange for the trophy and move him on. Do not do what we did with obviously Ten Hag. And Red Devil Richard, big up to you, mate. I'm going to make contact with you very soon so we can do a show together if you're up for it on obviously the game. He was the person I did the show with before the game. Good at what he does. If you want to hear anything about Man United, I'm sure most of you don't, but if you do, Red Devil United is definitely a good page to go and have a look at. And Corey Boy also saying, my boy Dan, how are you? Yes, I'm okay, mate. Had half decent sleep after my bollocking last night. I don't know whether it was bad as one Ian got last night, but it was still a bollocking. And Marios, do you think Angie's staying 100% or not sure yet? For me, mate, it's a 50-50 at this moment in time. So, going to do now is bring on a guest that I had the other day. Ben, how we doing, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. You look a bit more rough and ragged this morning, like the rest of us.
I feel a little bit delicate, mate. Yeah, just a little bit.
Was it one of those nights? Did you get a bollocking as well?
Well, during the game, my missus kept coming into me and shouting's an understatement. Like, me and my son, bless his heart, he was 14. I let him stay out for the night, and we were screaming the whole game. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it was a shocking game. Shocking game. You could tell it was 16th and 17th, but mate, that final whistle, boy, I've never had a feeling like it. Have you?
Can't say I have as a Spurs supporter. I mean, I was alive when we won the last Euros game, but I was only about 3 years old when that happened, sort of thing. And I've been around for other games that we've won, but I must admit, the thing is, with the end of that game, I don't know at the end of it whether the passion that came out of me was either the glory that we've won something or just the fucking relief that the whistle had been blown at the same time, sort of thing. It was a bit of a catch-22 with me. I sort of fell off my chair in we finally done it, and also thank God that whistle has been blown, because that was a hard game to watch.
Yeah, you're not wrong. To be fair, I had a delayed reaction. So I got Mrs. my boy screaming, and I was silent. I didn't know. I was kind of in the point of, is this real? And I just literally on my knees and was like that for about 20 minutes. And to be honest, it still didn't kick in till probably the parade that I watched yesterday. And can I just say, that was absolutely clean.
Mm-hmm.
That parade was beautiful yesterday. But yeah, it didn't really set in until that. Champions of Europe, mate. Yeah, I know it's not the Champions League, all that bollocks, but
it's still a Europa Cup that we're champions in. I know
absolutely.
Arsenal have tried making excuses. Do you know one team that has not made excuses that I have seen about us?
Go on.
Chelsea. I haven't seen many Chelsea fans out there saying it's only a Europa Cup. It's all the Arsenal fans that do that.
It's no, do you know what? It's funny you should say that. It's funny you should say that, because I've got to be honest with you. Hats off to, I mean, just the majority. I'm not talking about a few. I would honestly say Arsenal, Chelsea, even United fans, I think they've been fantastic. I think, and this is, call me crazy here, I think the majority, as nuts as this is going to sound, are actually kind of happy for us, because, I mean, it's been a long time and we've never been able to get it over the line. 17 years, 41 since the last European Cup. I just, I think for the most part, everyone's been pretty good. And I also want to say, on the other side, Spurs fans and the club, I think, have carried ourselves quite well. I've not seen, too much craziness, too much arrogance. I've just seen a bunch of relieved fans, So I think we've done pretty well. I think other clubs.
I think it is relief more than anything that we actually managed to rescue something out of this season, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, so I know you was a very much Ange in person, and then by the time we had the last chat just the other day, you was definitely going more on the Ange outside. Where are you now?
I'm Ange in, baby. I'm back in. I'm back in. I'm back in. Do you know what, right? So if we go way back, so when I first saw Ange, and I see him play,
you got a problem with your mic. It's a bit jumpy.
Okay. Bit jumpy.
It's a bit clicky. There's something clicking on it. If you come off and then come back on, it hopefully should kick it. So jump off and I'll bring you straight back on.
Yeah, we'll do.
No problem. Let's just hope that fixes it. If it don't, then we'll just get along with it. Corey Boy, I wish we could find the 4 others that was with me yesterday that helped protect a disabled lad from being hurt. You three lads and the Blast was solid with me, so huge props to them as well. Well, if they're listening, fair play to them, mate. Jimmy Hotspur, big up guys in the chat. Good morning. Well, yep, still good morning to you too, mate. It is just about the morning. And Jimmy also saying, can't believe so many have flip-flopped in just one game. I can't forget the 25 we lost that easily. I'm with you on this one, mate. That is where I am with you on that one. Right, go on. So you are Ange now. If your mic is still clicking, whatever, we just go along with it.
I'm nervous now. Is it any good?
That's much better. That's much better.
Okay.
That's much better. Much better.
Right. So if we go way back to when Ange first turned up, so we had them 10 unbelievable games. When we hit that third game, I stood and said to my brother, this will be unsustainable, as beautiful as it is to watch. Because listen, I think people forget we had to endure Conte and Mourinho. And again, world-class managers. I love Conte for what he said in that final press conference. But their football, every single week, you tune in and you knew exactly what you were going to get. There was never any of that Spurs magic, that up and down.
Wasn't that the same with Ange all season as well?
No, yeah, I suppose from an attacking sense, I guess it was. But regardless,
it was just from one end to the other. Is it more exciting?
Yeah. Listen. Let's not forget how bad.
Go with it. Go on.
I'm just like I'm saying. So Conte and Mourinho, that was boring football, right? No matter what you say, it was horrendous. There was no expectation of something exciting happening. It was just sit back, counter, which is fine.
That's how I prefer football.
Yeah, which is fine. No, I understand that. 100%, I understand that. But with Ange, like I said, he came in the third game. I said this football will be unsustainable. The squad that we've got, it's not good enough. It's not deep enough. And when I say deep enough, I mean in terms of quality, it was never deep enough. And we did start to buckle a bit, admittedly. And then the second season rolled around, and look, listen, it was poor. I mean, we were 5th before the injuries kicked in. And I do think, so look, you see a lot of this media come out and say, oh, this is what's happening, players are not happy, blah, blah. It's bollocks. It's complete bollocks, right? I don't believe any of it. I think the injuries happened and it got to a point in the season where I was like, right, we're not going up and we're not winning the league. We're not going to get relegated. Let's just concentrate on the Europa League. And I think, and this is what Aaron just said. So
that is what he said afterwards, wasn't it?
I'm inclined to believe the guy. You know why? Because he said he always won
agree.
the trophy in his second season, and he did.
Right. Let me stop you there for a second, yeah?
Oh.
And I just want to say big up to Mashing the Joe, if I got your name right. New member, much appreciated, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Right. So I get what you're saying there in the aspect of this. I mean, this is why for me we should have got rid of him in December, because I still feel we could have rescued some of the season as such and finished a good 15 points higher than we did, maybe in 8th place. So still wouldn't have been a great season, but it wouldn't have been as a total embarrassment as this league has been.
Mm-hmm.
And I had, for me, the fact that we kept him, the rest of the season was pretty much irrelevant. Why? Because I knew exactly how we were going to play 9 times out of 10 and could have put a house on it every time and had at least another 15 houses to my name, or bungalows, whatever you want to call. That's what I live in. And Ange always preached and even turned on the fans when we were very 50-50 with do we win that game or lose that game so Arsenal don't win the league, and turns on the fans for it. And then basically makes this statement at the end of the season. I won't go word for word on it. I'll just translate it into my way, as in, yeah, basically, I knew the season was Futbol, like round about before December, so a good like 4 or 5 months ago, even, yeah. And I focused on the cups. Isn't that contradicting everything he switched on the fan base about and preaching about? Yeah, this is a big problem I have with this man. You know what? If he'd have turned around in January, December, whatever you want, let's just over the Christmas period and turn around. Look, people, I think I've got something wrong here. Yeah, I'm going to give it my all in the league, but we've definitely screwed it to an extent. But one way or another, come hell or high water, I am going for those cups and they are going to be my priority. Do you know what? I could sit back and say, okay, let's see where you go, mate. Okay.
But you can't come out and say that. You can't come out and say that as a professional manager. Because you just can't. Because
why not?
You are paid to win every game. You are paid to do your best in every game. And
I didn't say not do the best in every game. I said to admit, basically, that he has already screwed the season up and he's going to do the best he can with it, but focus on the cup. I will get a cup. I'm not saying like blow the whole season out, which he has basically admitted he did.
I don't think that does the players any good, to be honest with you.
No,
I don't think that does the play. You know, to say, look, we messed it up. So I don't think that. Because the thing is, you got to remember when it went down the drain, we were using children to do our bidding. You know, and all right, we didn't do too good, but bless them, they tried for the most part. You know, we lost so many of our first team, and we were relying on you know, children and fraudulent players. Like,
okay,
Werner.
Basically, you're saying we had so many injuries. Is what you're trying to say, yeah? Right. Yeah. So why didn't this manager then go and basically do what so many people preached at me? I would rather see Spurs losing 6-3 to Liverpool and giving it their all and scoring the goals instead of winning a game 1-0 a dirty way, a Mourinho way. I don't hear many people complaining about the dirty way, the Mourinho way, as rough and ragged as a game gets that we won the other night. Yeah. Or I don't hear many people complaining about it against Frankfurt. This is where I feel the Spurs fan base is very, very like picky and choosy when it wants to be. Preaches out about a Tottenham philosophy and a Tottenham this and a Tottenham way of playing, and it does not want to play this way. But when it works, it suits them, sort of thing. Yeah, this is why I do sense a lot of bullshit in the Tottenham community overall,
100%.
From a lot of sides. So why couldn't he do that in a couple of games and just say like, look, it's 1-1 at the moment. I need this point. I'm shutting up shop. Why couldn't he have it at times where he was 1-0 up or 2-1 up or whatever and say, do you know what? We need these points. I am now going to shut up shop. Why couldn't he do this in the bloody league?
No, you are right. I think, do you know what? Going back to
that is what he's really getting at me. Yeah. That is the one that he's chewing right on. I understand.
But I see his reasoning behind it. So look, going back to that Arsenal game with the fans, right? I'm sorry, Spurs fans, I am. And I am one of you. We were a disgrace to want Arsenal. We were a disgrace for doing that. And Ange was 100% right. You know, we broke him that game when we were wanting, you know, that was mind-blowing. And even he came out and said, we focus on ourselves. We don't give a shit about what other teams do. And he's right. We've gotten to a point as a club where we are starting to care about what other teams do. Why are we doing that?
Every team does.
But regardless, I don't go to the football side of it. So what I think Ange was trying to do, and it might have been a bit naive, I think he was trying to set a standard for everybody in the squad, trying to get that team, no matter who is in it, to play the exact same way, trying to get some consistency throughout. This is how we're going to play. It doesn't matter who is in. This is what we're going to do. And unfortunately, I think in the Premier League, that just won't work. And I think he realised it. I do. Because people say to me, "Oh, he hasn't got a plan B." Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Well, why didn't he do this against Liverpool? Like the workers' reading room just said, why didn't Ange manage the second leg against Liverpool then? It's another cup, isn't it?
It's true, but again, against Liverpool, we had a heavily depleted team, didn't we? You know?
Okay, so we get the goal. Why don't we shut up shop and just, okay, it's a hope. I know it's Liverpool, but then why didn't he change it to that? This is where my problem is.
Yeah, and I get that, but I think at the time, Liverpool was such... Listen, this season, Liverpool haven't got out of second gear. Let's be honest. They haven't.
I don't think they have either. I just think they've had a very consistent season, and they just 100%. Went with a roll, and they were the better team in the league. Yeah. I don't think there's been consistency in this league.
Yeah, and it's cost them.
I agree.
Yeah, in the Champions League, it's cost them because they've not had to get out of second gear to beat everybody. But like I was saying, maybe in Ange's mind, it was a case of, okay, I know how good these are, and I don't... Maybe he wasn't confident enough to be able to hold that 1-0. Maybe, I don't know. And he just... That's kind of what I've got. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't confident enough to hold that 1-0 or just thought, look, fuck it, let's go for it. If we get another one by hook or by crook, then we'll then try and hold it. Maybe that was his thinking. I don't know. So it's a tough one, mate.
It is. I mean, the way this whole thing has just flip-flopped so hard, and I predicted it like before. Like, you watch, if we go and win this, it's going to divide this fan base even more, isn't it? And I do get with people saying, like, you should be enjoying the moment and everything. Right, the moment's done. It's dusted. It's over. It's finished. Yeah. Now, I will always remember that moment. Don't get me wrong, but I'm sorry, I can't go and marry my wife twice. Well, I suppose I can, but
yeah, you can. You can.
I know, but that's going to cost me a lot of fucking more money. So I'm going to say I can't go and do it twice. Yeah, but you get my point where I'm coming from. You're never going to get that moment again. That moment is that moment, and it's like, I mean, I've got a lot of tattoos on me. There's a couple of things I believe in, like certain little sayings and that, and one of them is, I mean, you can't really read it on there, but it says, "Time waits for no man." I mean, that's very true. But time waits for no man. So, right, we enjoy it for a couple of days, and now I'm already, right, it's done. It's dusted. I want ahead for the future now. I'm looking what goes on ahead. I feel that if we sit in this for too long, you've still got to always plan for the future. You've still got to always look ahead. So enjoy it for the couple of days. I'm totally with that. Loved it the night, got pissed right up on the night on here, done a bottle of Southern Comfort live. Definitely didn't do me no physical and mental favors, that one. But either way, I'm sure a lot of people got pissed up that night. Spoke to a few on here. And right, the couple of days are gone now. Life goes on. Time don't wait. So we've got to start looking ahead and talking about whether some people like it or I don't want to hear this crap. Well, then sit there and don't want to hear it. But time don't wait for no man. Life goes on. So
yeah, but it's exciting. It's exciting.
Of course it is. But you've still got to look ahead for the future now, haven't you? Yeah. Because it don't stop. You've got to look ahead for things. And what I'm saying is now, I mean, you can obviously speak for yourself here, but it's a question I'm asking you about a lot of people. Do you think a lot of people have just gone onto the Ange train again, if you want to call it that way? Is this a moral thing that people are doing? Or is this not the Spurs thing? Yeah, is this a people using their morals over their mind, or is this people genuinely using their mind, thinking, "Yes, he's done this. I believe this man can take us further," or is this more of a lot of people going on to their morals of life side of, do you know what? I still ain't keen on the manager, but he got us the league. He got us the Europa League. He deserves another couple of months. Now, for me, morals, empathy, sympathy, I haven't got it. Not when it comes to sports. Not when it comes to sports. Not when it comes to business. Not when it comes to wanting to be at the top. Now, in life, empathy, I still struggle with in a lot of things, but I have morals to my life as such. Sympathy, I struggle with, but I still have morals in certain things. But there's other things like this. To get to the top, you have to be ruthless. Yes. You don't do it through being nice, yeah?
But we've done that. We've done that, Dan.
Top being nice. So what do you think? Do you think a lot of this is a moral thing? Or do you think this is a lot of people actually sitting back believing that Ange can take us further?
Honestly,
speak yourself, and then what do you think?
No, I've got a small statement on it. I feel like Tottenham fans think with their hearts more than their heads.
I agree.
I do. Right.
I agree.
I think that's a deep thing that's ingrained into us. We're more in here than up here, and I do understand that. But you say about the ruthlessness thing. Okay, fine. We've done that. We've done that. We've been ruthless. I mean, not necessarily with players, but managers. Pochettino, 6 games, you're gone. Mourinho, not good enough, you're gone.
Yeah, but Pochettino did have 5 years. Come on.
Yeah, magical 5 years. God damn, I love.
I think you meant to say Nuno there. Like he had 10 games and he was booted basically.
Oh, but no, listen, five fantastic years with Pochettino, mate, and he lost 6 games. He lost 17 games, right, in 5 years, and he lost 6 in 1 season, and he was sacked. That's ruthless because he's given us. Let's be realistic here. He's given us the best 5 years Tottenham have had for
football to watch. Yes, but then you can quite easily turn around and say that the Ange has given us the best football moment a lot of people have ever lived being a Spurs supporter.
Well, the trophy lift was the game was absolutely
at the end of the day, it's about trophies, isn't it?
It is.
But back to the point. To the point.
Yeah.
The Spurs community, speak for yourself first, and then what you think on the Spurs community as such. Are they living on their morals now? Or do a lot of people, or do you think the majority genuinely believe that Ange can start taking us places, taking us up in the league, making us a consistent team, making us a team that is consistently going for cups?
I mean, it's a hard thing to answer right now because I believe everyone, myself included, is buzzing from the win. I think it's very 50-50, if I'm honest with you. I mean, the thing is, I think what people are now sticking to, and again, it is myself included, I think it's a case of he said he was going to do this, and he did it.
Fair play to the man. Credit where it's due.
This is the thing. I mean, that is the coldest line in football history. All that banner he got for it. But anyway, regardless.
Oh, it's never going to be forgotten. That is going to go down as a quote of quotes. No,
it was a godlike. But here's the thing. This is. I've always liked Ange. I always have. I like what he's about because I've got to tell you something. You know, I don't know if you agree here. Every manager Tottenham have ever had have always downplayed us as a club. Always, you know. Well, we're just going to go game by game. Ange has come out and said, "This is what we're going to do." You know, I believe this is what we're going to do. Why are we the nearly club? Why? You know, let's just go for it. And credit to him, he's done it. And he's done a terribly wonderful job. That probably doesn't even make sense, but I'm pretty sure.
No, it makes perfect. It makes perfect sense what you just said.
Yeah. So, given that fact, I believe he should be given, because the thing is, like to mic drop at that trophy parade, the third season is always better than the second. I just say fuck it, let him do it. Let him look. The reason why we are feeling so good right now is because of that man and the players, despite what you may or may not think of him. You know, and the thing is, what people are forgetting is what this is going to do for the players, for the club. You know, this is huge. This could change everything. This could change a Spurs-based mentality, a mindset of the players, the coaching staff, the club itself. You know, who knows?
It could.
So, to answer your question, I think it's a very much a 50-50. I think a lot of people are living off what's just happened. I think previously you're probably running at about 80% Ange out, and now you're probably running at about 50-50.
But no. From what I've seen, it's definitely more 80-20 Ange in.
Really?
From what I've seen, I can only go by on what other people have said that they've done. I mean, Sean was definitely one who mentioned it last night on Savva's show. That like just before the game, day or two before the game. Don't hold me to the exact number, but it was something along the lines of like 85% Ange out, 15% Ange in, whatever, and then after we win it, it literally went to 70-30, whatever. Not quite the exact numbers, but Sean did do a thing on that and mentioned it last night. that basically it went from literally there to there in a matter of 24 hours. It is definitely significantly more Ange in. But again, with a question, are Spurs fans now going by morals or what they genuinely believe this man can actually do for the club?
Morals. I think at the moment it's morals. I think people are clinging on to the fact that, yeah, because he said we were going to do it and we did do it. You know, if he's making a statement about next season, maybe that's got people believing again. I don't know. But I think currently it probably is Spurs fans thinking with their hearts rather than their heads. Because it's a romance, isn't it? Well, what's happened has just been a bit of a fairy tale. So yeah, I would say to you it's probably more of a morals thing, mate, to answer your question. As much.
Do you know what? And I'm with you in that as well. And for anyone who doesn't think that I don't credit Ange for what he has done, I've given him as much credit as I can, to the point where I give Daniel Levy credit as well for it. Yeah, that is to piss a few people off. I won't deny that, because it always starts up a good one. But my point of it is, Levy always got slammed for everything that Ange did wrong because Levy was the one who employed him. So I'm sorry, if you're going to give credit to Ange and you're going to give credit to that, Levy's got to get some credit for this shit as well. But I'm not going to make this a Levy thing. Yeah, it's just a point that I'm making. When you do well, I will credit you. When you do poor, I will grill you for it. And that is all there is to it. Each their own way. But living on morals, it's all good to have your morals in life and everything and that. But when it comes to the business side of thing, the sports side of thing, morals is not something I believe you should have. I mean, if I'm going to be totally honest, and I'm running at the goal and I've got 2 minutes left and I can win this cup for this team, I see that player go down next to me and break his leg, I ain't stopping the ball and holding up for him and holding the ref. I'm carrying on and scoring the bloody goal. People then can call me see you next Tuesday all they want, and I'm going to sit there with a trophy on my side. Fuck the morals. I don't care.
I'll cry to the cup. Yeah.
And then when I scored a goal, I'll run straight over to him and ask him, well, are you okay? Is a silly question, but it's what you ask and that. And then it can all happen from there, and I will celebrate my goal and the trophy. Now, some would say that is heartless. Yeah. Okay, fine. It's cold. But at the end of the day, for me, it's a dog-eat-dog world. And you got to do what you got to do to get to the top when it comes to business and sport. When it comes to sport, and you say, for instance, you're playing in the same team with your mate, trying to get into that first team, you're trying to get the scouts to notice you.
Yeah.
You're that much better than your mate. Do you sort of like hang on back to keep your mate level with you, hoping that you're both going to get picked, or do you just give it your all and score 5-6 goals more than him and get noticed over him and he gets left behind and you get taken? I'm sorry, whether you're friends or not, if you want to get to the top in sport again, you don't wait for your mate. You do what you got to do.
Dan, you're at the wrong football club, mate. I think you sound like a Man United fan, early 2000s. You poor bastard. I feel sorry for you, mate.
It's just my attitude in sport. I will do what I have got to do to win. I will not wait or put the emotional side on me to come into it. I mean, I definitely agree. There's a lot of morals in it. I can get it. I do get it. I even understand it in the aspect
you feel
of
it
the man has given us of course.
I know you do. I know you do.
There is that side of me that does say that he's given us a trophy. Fuck it. Give him another 3 to 6 months. Okay, and we'll see how it goes. There is that side of me because I do understand it. Yeah. But on the logical side of it, where my head takes over and I can cut my morals away from me, like a lot of people can't do, cut their emotions off for them in any sort of means or manner. Call that an ability, disability, whatever you want. Emotions and me, I just don't understand most emotions anyway. I get them, but I don't understand them. And for me, it's like, cheers, mate. Brilliant in the league. Do you know what? There's another 1.5 million in your back pocket, but baked potato, mate. See you later. You just ain't got what it takes in the league, and the past 19 months have proven that to me. Whether that's ruthless, heartless, call it what you wish, but I want what is best for the club. I don't really care about Ange or Son or Archie Gray or Romero, whatever, and that. They can go do what the fuck they want off the pitch, whatever, or happen and that. As long as they perform on the pitch, that is all I care about. And as soon as they are not good enough, gone. I don't care if you've been here 5 years, 10 years, whatever, doing brilliant. If you are not good enough now, you're gone. And that is what all the big teams do. That is what every big team does. So in this aspect, you are agreeing with me that basically this is a very moral thing that you think people are hanging on to him for.
Can I just say, I've got a comparison answer to what you just said. And I think a lot of people forget about this. And I hate to bring him up. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is like a momentous occasion for us. Mikel Arteta. I think, and it blows my mind, that people seem to forget how dog shit Arsenal were for 10 years. And Arteta came in.
And they still won things.
No, they won one trophy, and it wasn't even with his team.
No, I mean, in the 10 years before then, they still won 2 FA Cups.
Well, yeah, they did, but they were shocking in the league. Shocking.
Yes, they was. Yes, they was.
They won a couple of FA Cups, and hats off to them, because that's just not an easy thing to do. A cup is a cup. But Arsenal fans hated Arteta. They probably won't admit this now, but the amount of Arteta.
A lot of them don't like him now. They don't like it. A lot don't like him. It's very 50-50.
Help me out here, Dan. Have Arsenal, for the last 2 seasons, not including this one, been the best footballing team in the country? Would you agree with that? I mean, just to watch.
I wouldn't say they've been the best, but they're definitely up there fighting for it. But they've got nothing to show for it. That is the problem with it at the end of the day. And I know people have very different attitudes in football of, well, second is no different to 17th because you don't win nothing out of it and the cup is more important. I do get that. But going back to a point that's mentioned here, is what I'm sort of getting at with it. And I sort of drifted off myself as well. I mean, it's so easy to do that when you're chatting about football. I mean, you can put 5 things in front of you to talk about.
Sorry.
No, mate, both do it. It was more of a thing I forgot to ask on the moral bit. Shouldn't we be looking at that Ten Hag situation and going, live and learn, or do we make the same mistake?
Okay, great. Can I ask you a question?
Well, answer that one and then ask me.
This Ten Hag nonsense. Tell me something. If Ten Hag was in charge of Manchester United, would they have finished higher in the league and possibly beaten us in the cup?
I honestly don't know, because I don't think he was a great manager.
I think he's better than Amorim.
Okay, fair enough.
I do.
I mean, but he had 2 trophies, and they had 2, by Man United history standards, unacceptable seasons, but they still won a trophy both times. And they basically admitted that we hung on to him, that they hung on to him out of moral sort of thing. They pretty much admitted it, and that backfired and totally destroyed their season. Is it something that we should actually take a serious look at?
No, because Arteta is the example. That's what I was trying to get at before. Arteta is the example. It took 2 or 3 years, 4 years even. Well, no, 3 years, and they completely changed it around. So again, that's why I spoke about Arteta. I believe that is the example. And I hate to use Arsenal as an example, but I think that's what it is. I think managers need a longer amount of time to implement their style. And you've got to remember, Tottenham are a very, very damaged club. We are a really damaged club. The fan base is divided. You've got the Levy ins, Levy outs. It's a broken club. What's he saying?
No, I'm just reading what the fella said. You say what you're saying. I'm just replying.
Sorry.
I reply to answers that people.
I feel like, the Arteta situation is something that maybe could happen to us. I mean, I think that's what I'm hoping for. But again, is that a moral-based hope that the Arteta thing happens to Tottenham with Ange? And if it does, which it could do, you never know. It could be something truly, truly special. But at the end of the day, I really do think Ange deserves his chance. So it's a tough one.
With a comment like this, I mean, Anesh, fucking hell, mate, must have had a good morning. Like, fuck off, morals my arse. I mean, I don't even know if your arse has any morals, mate, but each to their own at the end of the day. It's dick cheese for all those fans who didn't have faith. They can all fuck off and support big bunny fucking Roadrunner. Fair enough, mate, if that's your attitude. we'll allow our own opinion at the end of the day. But talking about your arse and having morals and that, I wouldn't even know if your arse has morals, mate. So you'll probably have to answer that question as well. But either way, some people obviously believe on it very heavily and some people don't. But on the Arteta side, to me, Arteta is just another Pochettino. A Pochettino is a great manager, a good manager, should I say. Yeah. And I think Arteta has proved he is a good manager and does deserve some respect because he has built it, and he has also proved that he adapts season after season, game after game, totally changed his system to play us, and we played into the palm of their hands, where everyone said we dominated the game, where if you look at it properly, as all we did was play into Arsenal's hands, they waited for their chance and they took it because they knew how to play against us. That is what a manager does. Mm-hmm. And I just don't think he's got that extra little bit to take him over the line. The same problem that Poch had with us. Now, you can say whether it's down to players, you can say this, you can make all the excuses in the world. I just don't think he's quite got that extra.
It's a similar situation, isn't it? It's
to get him over that line.
One or two. Yeah.
Yes. I think him and Poch is a very, very similar comparison as such. I know a lot of people won't like hear me saying that, but I do think it is. I think Poch just didn't quite have that final bit, whether it was that player, whether it was him, whether it was whatever, because he also made some very silly mistakes as well. I mean, starting Kane in that final. But again, that's all done and dusted, yeah? So do you think Ange's going to stay, or do you think we're going to see something just ruthless out of Levy where he's going to say, I've made my decisions and this is what's happening? Because if we get Paratici in, which he's pretty much already written in from what I've seen, he don't like Ange, and he's made it clear he don't want Ange. So if we decide to keep Ange now, then this thing that I personally think Levy has been building for the past 4 months, where he's just ready to wipe everything out, basically, to put the fresh down, he's got to sit back and then have a serious think and have another rebuild in his head, hasn't he?
This is the thing. I don't
what I know,
Ange,
Paratici don't want Ange, and made that clear.
Who cares what he wants? At the end of the day, Paratici, I love Paratici. That man's signings over the time that he was with us. I mean, I say time he was with us, he never went anywhere. You know that, right? He's been with us.
Of course he didn't. We all know how it works and whether it was just behind closed doors. Simple as that.
People are like, he's coming back. He never went anywhere. He's just a little bit sneaky now. But, you know, Paratici, whether he likes or not, it doesn't matter. It looks like, from what Ange is saying, Ange isn't going anywhere. Okay? And I think for him to say the season thing, he's obviously been told by Levy or higher-ups, whoever it may be, that he's not going anywhere. Because you wouldn't say something like that if you knew you were getting sacked. You wouldn't. So he's clearly not going anywhere. And if Paratici doesn't like him, well, so be it. Just do your damn job and bring in them good signings. That's all we care about. Let Ange take care of that. You take care of that. So.
Well, and I suppose you can say that, but then that's basically a whole rebuild on that side that Levy's got to do, isn't it? Because I think he's already had all this planned as such, and all of a sudden, I won't say it's backfired in any means or manner, but he's like, shit, I've got to sit back and reassess this situation again. Is Ange going to take us places? He's definitely going to have a look at what happened over at Man United with hanging on for Ten Hag. He's then got to look at the people he was looking at getting in, because I personally believe he was just going to clear the whole system out and basically put a whole new bunch there, like with the new CEO in there, and then Paratici coming in officially. And is he going to be doing that? Are they going to be able to adapt? Are people like Paratici and the new CEO going to be sitting there saying, okay, we'll accept Ange, whatever, and that for what he's managed to do? Or are they going to be businessmen? Because when it comes to the top of being a businessman, you are nothing but not far off a sociopath. You have to be, again, which is just a fact, whether people like it or lump it. And like where? It is a proper tricky situation, isn't it? Yeah. And the other thing is on here, from what I'm reading this morning, is that the players are meant to be very 50-50 as well. a lot of the players are meant to be very. I mean, again, I can only go by what I read. People can say it's bullshit. People can say they agree with it. It's all ifs, buts, and maybes. We know this, yeah. But it's also meant to be. I mean, I think he lost half that dressing room a long time ago, and I do still think he had some players with him, but I think he did lose a lot of it. Yeah.
Can I ask why?
And why?
Yes,
because that he had the. I personally believe it was because he had his set 11 and he had his set way, and he was not willing to change his way. And the only time he has actually changed his way when it is literally to save his fucking job. That is how it looks to me. And there was a lot of players there who don't like his way of play. I mean, if you were a defender, would you want to play his way? Paolo Maldini would look like an average defender for bloody Tottenham the way Ange plays football. And other players do not play as inverted wing backs. Other players do not play as a 6, 8, and 10 in one game. And then all of a sudden we play them the right way. Basuma being one of them, who I've backed up for a very long time. He actually looks like a very good player. Is Ange going to learn off of that? You know, and there's a lot of players there that I think have just thought, do you know what? I can't bollocks. Wait for the next one. But then they're just as shocked that we won the cup as anyone else is to an extent. I don't believe the players played that for him. I don't believe the players played that for us. I believe the players played that for themselves. Now, some would say that's not a good attitude for a player to have. At the end of the day, again, I could not care less. As long as they go out and win it, whether it was for me, whether it was for you, whether it was for the manager, whether it was for them, I don't care. They won it. That's all that matters.
What gives you that thought about the players? If you don't mind me asking quickly.
What part of it?
Do you think they're just winning it for themselves rather than us and the manager?
Well, because many a time in the league, it just looked like their heads and heart weren't with it many a time. When there were times it should have been. Many a time when you could say the B team as such, I'll say B team very lightly, but he's not his first choice 11. They had plenty of chances where they could have come on and put a lot more effort into a game to get noticed, and they didn't for the obvious reason, which I'll go to in a minute, knowing that they ain't going to make that first 11 when it counts. So why the hell am I going to bother now, sort of thing? Because at the end of the day, you're only human. And that's what some people seem to forget. There's all this, you should have this attitude. You should have that attitude. You should look at it this way. But we all know people don't think like that. The world don't work like that. People's heads don't work like that. We ain't fucking robots. When you've got 2 games left to play and they're pretty much irrelevant because you're going to finish 15th or 17th, and you know, even if you go and score a hat-trick in these 2 games, you still ain't getting into that bloody final come love nor money because your manager's loved off with his first 11 anyway. How are you going to be able to go and give it 110% for that game? There's not many out there that could. I know there's some who could, but there's not many out there that could. And that's just being human. You ain't a bloody robot. I ain't a robot. I think the players did that because they wanted that trophy. I don't care. They won the trophy. That's all that matters to me. I mean, look at Spence, for example, yeah?
Yes.
He didn't even get picked for the Europa, for God's sake, yeah? Which, again, for me, was a very stupid move by Ange. And it cost us at times nearly. And then he does come on, and he's our best player for, what, 2 months? Maybe even 3 months pushing it.
Yeah,
really. And then the second the Doji fit, bang, there you go, Doji. See you later, Spence. Baked potato, mate. Go sit on the line.
Yeah, people were saying this.
How can you expect a player to have faith after that?
Yeah, but to be honest, Spence's performances were starting to drop quite significantly before you came back. If I'm honest, from what I saw, his performances were a bit surprising, to be honest. And some people point to the fact that Ange said, and help me out here because my memory is terrible. Not fucking goldfish.
Mine ain't great either, mate, but I will try.
Right. Ange said there's something along the lines of as soon as Udogi's back. Oh, what was it that he said? Something along the lines of, Spencer's done fantastic whilst Udogi's been out. This is going to really bug me that I can't remember what he said. Spencer's been fantastic whilst Udogi's out. We're looking forward to him coming back. He's been a great fill-in, something along them lines.
I mean, Ange basically told everyone that the minute Udogi's fit, Spencer's dropped.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't really think, and again, I can't remember exactly what was said, but I remember thinking at the time, why are people perceiving it like that? Because I don't think that's what he meant. I've noticed with Ange, he says a lot of things, and people, and I've got to be honest, myself included, I feel like we might take him the wrong way. I mean,
either that or he's a very good politician.
But here's the thing: you've got to be pretty stupid to have. Okay, this guy is our best player in Spence right now. He is our best performing player. You've got to be pretty stupid.
At that time, he was.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But you've got to be pretty stupid to then turn around and say, yeah, he'll be binned out as soon as our first man turns back up again. I don't think that's what he meant. I really don't. And a lot of people.
How else did he mean it? Because he made it clear as day that that is what he was going to do, and that is what he did. I mean, if you were Spence right now, yeah, and I agree with you that a couple of his performances had actually started to drop a little bit,
yeah,
compared to the past 3 months, yeah.
Yeah,
but he was still defending significantly better than the Doji has in the past 12 months and better than Porro does, yeah. But again, like I've said, Porro and the Doji are not fullbacks. They are wingbacks. They are not inverted wingbacks. They are overlapping wingbacks. And I have seen them both do it at other clubs, especially more on the Doji side where I follow Italy. Excellent at overlapping wingback, and that does not like the inverting bullshit, yeah? Exactly the same as Porro. Whereas when it comes to Spence, he is actually, he's definitely more of a, what I'd say, universal player, as you can play as a left back, a right back, a left wing back, a right wing back. You can have him overlapping, and I don't think he inverts too great, whatever, but either way, he's a lot more universal. There is no way he should have been dropped for a Doji who had a pretty piss poor season by anyone's standards, being our best player for 2-3 months, and then dropped just like that because the Doji was fit. What sort of attitude is this going to give you as a player? And I think there's quite a few players that have got that attitude because they all know that Ange has got the 11 he loves. Whereas me for a manager...
But that's on you as a player. That's on you as a player to be like, no, that's not how it's going to work. Play yourself into that team. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but if Ange is so set on his 11, which he is what I'm saying, he was our best player for nearly 3 months and he got dropped just like that because Ange has his 11. Now, I get that everybody would know their main 11 who they would have in the team, yeah?
Every manager, yeah.
Yeah, but all the good, world-class managers, best managers out there, if that player's playing better than that one, they will drop him. Even if that's their little boy, basically. They will drop him because they want to win. And that's the way you do it.
Yeah.
So how can half the players have the faith in it that even if they know they're going to give world-class performances or they're just going to be brilliant or whatever and that, they know they still ain't making that first 11 when it really matters and they're only getting time because of bloody injuries and that.
Aside from Spence, is there another player that you feel like is in that ilk where they should be in that first team besides Spence?
I mean, there's a few you can fight over. I mean, for me, if you go by performance-wise, I would think over a season you get more consistency out of Danzo than bloody Romero. I mean, Romero, you'll get more world-class games out of him, 1 out of every 10 or whatever, or the past 3 when it's mattered on this one. But Danzo is one who I feel who showed up at a few times, who could quite easily have argued starting in front of Romero or Van der Ven because he was pretty solid whenever he played. I'm not saying he was a spectacular player or nothing, but he was consistent in that aspect, yeah? And there's been other times where other players have looked good and then all of a sudden you can't... He knows he's 11. So where's this going to put the other team? And just to Luca 14, Ten Hag and Man U is not comparable to our situation. Simplistic and lazy in thought. In your opinion, maybe. In my opinion, no. Man U, they are a totally different club to us. Their history, their winning and whatever. But their situation is exactly the same in the aspect that they are 16th in the league and right up shit street, same as us. And they had a manager that they kept because he won a cup and kept for morals, which is the same situation as us. Now, if you want to go back with 150 years history, mate, then we're totally different things. I mean, if you want to talk about simplistic, I think that comment's quite simplistic. Give me more detail, mate, and then we can go with it from there. They are both the same situation. 2 clubs up shit street. One of them held on to the manager out of the moral side of it, and it definitely backfired. And one, we're going to see what we do.
I think he's got a small point.
Where's the lazy and simplistic, lazy thought in it?
Dan, but back to what we're saying. I think he's got a small point. The difference between us and Ten Hag didn't have 13 of his best players out. So
yeah,
I
he still had significant injuries. Well, so you're going to start using the season for the season. You're going to start using the injuries as an excuse here.
How can you not? I'm so sorry. I hate to rattle on about this. It's
okay,
like
go for it.
It's like people glaze over it. We lost 13 of our best players. Our best players. You at the time, you could have been Pep. You could have been anyone. Ancelotti. You lose 13 of your best players, you're going to have a very serious fucking problem. You know.
Agreed.
And
so what does a good manager then do?
Well, yeah, I suppose you'd say change up your style. I get that.
But adapt to the system and play with the fucking cards you got, which he did not do. And you can say half those injuries were actually down to him. I have no sympathy that we lost Romero and Van der Ven for the same time, because that was 100% Ange's fault for taking that gamble on that Chelsea game, playing two unfit players, or if people wanted to say fit, sure as hell they weren't bloody match fit, and he played them, and that cost him big time, that gamble. I get it. If he'd have started one of them, if he'd have started one of them, okay, and then tried the other like at half time, I can go with that. But he started them both, and again, another stupid moment. Yeah, and when your team is getting the same injuries because of the way you play and everything, it does come down to your system. The fact is, the injuries were the injuries, but he didn't adapt nothing. With those injuries, then shouldn't he have gone to playing the way that he played in that last game? And just gone more as an out-and-out defensive team because he knew that we just did not have the players to do what he wanted to do. I mean, people say he hasn't got the players to do what he wants to do anyway, to play the Ange style system sort of thing.
Yeah,
and then when 13 of your players are out, well, isn't that just common sense that you just have to shut up shop a bit more, yeah, whether it's the Spursy way or not? And on the other side of it, Ipswich, Crystal Palace,
you're making it hard to defend, Dan. Would you stop, mate? For fuck's sake.
I'm just making points that we were still losing these games with all of our players, and then when we got all of our players up, we got all of our players back. We didn't do no better in the league, but I think we already know why that is now, because he'd already thrown the league.
Can I ask you? Do you think there's a small element, just a small one, of lost cause in our season? So hear me out. Do you think there is a small element of the players, maybe, and I'm not saying this is the truth, but I'm saying, do you not think there is a small possibility that it got to a point in our season where it's, well, look, we're not getting relegated and we're not going to win the fucking league. We're probably not even going to get into the top four. Do you feel like maybe that had a small part to play, where it was like, well, what is the point for getting up for these games? And I know this is wrong. I do, because you're a professional footballer. You paid millions of pounds a year. You should be 100% every single game without fail. But do you think there was a small element of, well, does it really matter? We're not going to get to where we want, and we're not going to get relegated. Do you feel there was a small possibility of that sort of creeping in a bit?
More than possible, because he admitted that he'd already thrown the season. Basically, after we won that, he admitted that he'd thrown the season. I mean, Luca, just as soon as you mention my name, like, Dan, you're hitting out at fans. I ain't hitting out at no one. I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing, mate. I take it from both sides and like to understand both sides, sort of thing. I like to take it in, like. But either way, you're hitting out at Spurs fans for backing Ange purely on emotion. Okay, on that aspect, I'm saying when you do it on emotion, it's not a sense. You're going by your emotions isn't always the most sensible thing to do in life. There's gut instincts, there's emotions, and then there's using your brain. And yet you're being emotive with regards to your favourite players. Jed was not putting in top performance. Stop this. Well, if you get your facts right, Jed was actually our best player for 3 months, and he got dropped straight away as soon as Adoji got fit. And his 3 months' performances had been better than Adoji all season. That's nothing to do with emotion. And trust me, Spence ain't one of my favourite players. Yeah? I go by what I see a player perform on there. If my favourite player doesn't perform on the pitch and someone else that I don't rate as a player is performing better at the time, I will pick him. I'm sorry, emotions on that don't come under that side. I'm not hitting out at no Spurs fans. I'm asking questions. I want to try and get and understand whether this is an emotional thing that we're doing at Spurs here, a moral thing we're doing at Spurs, or whether people are actually thinking with their minds here and thinking that Ange can take us further. I want to know how it can jump so high in a matter of one game because we got something good out of it. I'm trying to understand this, mate. So I ain't grilling nobody. I'm asking questions because I want to understand. Take it how you want. But sorry, go on. Finish what you're going with what you're saying.
No, I finished. So I was also just reading some comments there. I'm working this off my phone, so I wasn't able to actually read them. Do you?
I mean,
with Luca just then, I understand what he initially said, but I can tell you now, Spence is definitely not Dan's favourite player. But Dan is absolutely right when he says he was our best player for a good 3-month stretch, and he really was. He was unbelievable. But at the same time, before Udogie came back, he was starting to drop a bit. And if we're going off what you're saying, Dan, you feel like Spence should have stayed regardless because his performances have been better than Udogie's over the period of the season. That's what you're going with, yeah? I mean, that's fair. I mean, look, to be honest with Udogie, I do rate him.
Even when Spence wasn't playing that great, which was for about 2 games out of 3 months, yeah. I mean, there's that magic word that a lot of people like to use of context. I mean, a word that I hear so much, like I feel like headbutting the fucking screen every time I hear it, but it is a part of it. Even in his couple of games, his lower standards were still better than Udogie's best standards, in my opinion. But again, it is really. But I think you can go by fact on some of it that even when he weren't playing great, he was better than Udogie had been all season, especially on the defensive side, which was what we needed at the time, where we had a significant amount of players out. So again, to me, this goes with common sense, where you go to, right, I need a more solid defense because my main 2 defense are out. Like, maybe I played a more defensive player. I don't know. Is it common sense or is there still tactics to it?
It might be. All I know is Ange does have his set back 5, doesn't he? Keeper, left, right, 2 centre backs. He absolutely.
He's got his set 10. I'd say he's got his set 10. It's usually in midfield whether there's a chop or change.
Yeah, there is a. Talking of midfield, you had a comment. One of your guys put up a comment last stream about Højbjerg. You probably don't remember it because you get a million comments.
Go on.
I think what Spurs are missing in this team is a true number 6. Because me and you've spoke about this before. Bissouma isn't a number 6. He's not. And I don't know why people think he even is. Bentancur isn't a number 6. I feel like he does a better job than Bissouma. Just quickly on that,
Bentancur was a 6. He played, but
was he?
Yes, he was. He played as a DM and a deep playmaker. For Juventus, but it's a bit of a different role to what we wanted over here as such. But he is the most legit DM we've got. But I wouldn't say he's an out and out DM. But he is the one who is better in that position than anyone else we got, basically. But we don't play with a 6. We don't play with a DM. No. If he actually played with a DM, I don't think we'd have half the problems we got.
Yeah, agreed. But I mean, I've always seen Bissouma and Bentancur as box-to-box players. I don't know whether you agree with that. Yeah?
Bissouma's always been a box-to-box player. I mean, he covered DM a couple of times when he played at Brighton, but there was a reason he was one that Liverpool bid in something like 60-odd million for him as a box-to-box. And when we've seen him play box-to-box, he's been very good nearly every time, and he looks as a different player. Surely Ange has got to be learning now, if he wants to take this next season further, if we're going to keep him, that he has to adapt his way as well to get the best out of the players.
Can I ask you, with Bissouma, I mean, I know I went to Romero, but I thought Basuma in that final was our man of the match. Are you with me there?
100%, million percent, without a doubt.
What a fucking performance from that man! Good Lord, what a performance!
Same as the performance he gave in a couple of other games when he was played as what he is meant to do. And surely Ange has got to learn from this now. Surely it's got to learn from it now.
Yeah.
What's this Joe Blog saying? Quick, dude, I gave up smoking years ago, but watching you roll one got me thinking again.
Don't do it.
Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you this, mate. It's not always roll-ups, if you get what I mean. But that's more on the medical side of life. But with the other point of it is, I don't even actually.
That was a joke, YouTube.
Yeah, I don't even actually smoke that much. Yeah, it's just whenever I come on here and talk about Spurs or I go down the pub, but then I smoke a lot. Apart from that, I don't really actually smoke like that. I mean, talking about Spurs and being a Spurs supporter is enough to practically make you start smoking anything. Yeah. Not making it right, but it can definitely drive you to drink and other things out there out of pure stress. But so with all this, yeah, where I go to on the next bit then, yeah, is I'm also starting to read about we're going to hang on to Son. Do you think that's the right thing to do? Or do you think now would be the time to move Son on where we can still get some money for him? I'm over the moon for him and happy as anything, a pig in shit that he's finally managed to win something. I'm one who's been grilling him this season. I don't rate him as a captain and still don't rate him as a captain over one or two performances and that. I just don't think he's captain material. And I think he's definitely stepped down a stage or two as the player he was, how good he was. Whereas others say he's still just as good as he was. It's the way Ange plays him. For me, I would have sold Son 2 years ago when we could have still got 70 million for him and then gone and looked on improving my first 11. Again, this is how I work. Again, the reason I use Son as the example is because this is where I feel Spurs supporters get very, very emotional. No, he's been with us 10 years. He's done that. He should get a new contract. He deserves this. I'm sorry. This is football. I want to be at the top. It's business. Chelsea would not hang on to a player through morals because he'd done good for 10 years for them. Man United never used to do it. Man City wouldn't do it. Other teams, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Inter Milan, go through the list of them. They would not do that. This is where I go back to the moral side of things again. Yeah. Now, Son has been excellent for us. Never a world-class player, in my opinion, but a world-class finisher. No two ways about it. Because for me, he just lacks that bit where he gets onto the same level as Salah and that. But still an excellent player he's been in everything. But if we could still get, say, 30, 40 million for him now, shouldn't we do it? Or are we just going to hang on to him because he's Son and because we love him? This is what I talk about, morals and love coming over, thinking what is best for the actual club as a whole.
Heung-Min Son, I just want to say, first and foremost, I think he's been world-class. I think statistically in the league, he's been one of the Premier League's best winners of all time. One of them, not the best. I love Son dearly. Good Lord, that man deserves all the admiration. However, let him go out on his shield. He's won this trophy, something he's been gunning for years. Look, we all love him. I feel like he's been a bit disrespected this year, if I'm honest with you, and rightly so, because he's not performing to the same levels as he has been. But
when you've been good, you get when you've been good, you get the sunshine blown up your arse, and when you've been bad, you've got to take the bullshit that comes with it. Yeah. You can't just have it one side.
But let him go out on his shield. Get rid now. God knows I will never forget the name Heung-Min Son. That's how you say it. Is it Son Heung-Min or whatever?
It's one or the other. I mean, some say Heung-Min Son, some other say so. Just Son is the easiest.
Yeah. He will never be forgotten. He is an absolute Tottenham Hotspurs legend and one hell of a player. But let him go out on his shield. You've won this cup now. It's time to go. Don't muddy it, because let's be honest with you, he's been shocking this season. I don't care what anybody says. He's been. It's like he forgot he can score world-class goals. like that.
He always was a world-class finisher and one of the best with both feet. I don't think there's been many players out there that I've ever seen that are as clinical on both feet as Son was. This is why I say he's a world-class finisher. But for me, his passing was always substandard. His crossing left a lot to be desired.
Shocking.
Actually, dribbling the ball was never very good at it, had moments, but he was very good at knocking the ball past and getting past his man.
Yes.
But dribbling the ball, okay. Like good enough sort of thing. This is why I've never classed him as world class, but a world class finisher. So do you reckon we should keep Son now, or do you reckon we should still, if we can get 30-40 million for him, and put it towards improving the 11?
Can I talk with my heart?
Because we're going to have some money to spend.
No, of course. Well, look, can I talk with my heart? What I would do, and no one will agree with me here, out of pure respect for that servant of this club, I wouldn't even sell him. I would just say, because he'd have a better chance going to a bigger club. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even sell him. I would say, right, listen, go on a free, just as a showing of respect and go where you want. But you should not keep him at this club. And I don't want to say that, but 100% agree. It is time for him to go. Are you on that same boat or no?
I would say so. I would think for Son himself, this would be...
It's perfect.
It would be the perfect time for him to leave. Same as to an extent, it would be the perfect time for Ange to sit back, which, I mean, I've had the attitude that he'd be going come love nor money, basically. And
me too.
Only time will tell with this one, but it does look like there's more chance that he's going to stay. But it is still, I would say, very 50-50 in Levy's mind on what he's going to do. And it would also be the sort of perfect time for Ange to walk out and basically say, I told you so to an extent. Even give it the finger if he wanted to, because he's got permission to do it now.
Yeah.
And do that as well. Or Ange stays, or Son stays and just can't perform as a captain, which he's not a captain for me. And it shows that maybe he has stepped down in his quality as such, which I think it has. He's definitely lost a yard or two of pace and stamina, without a doubt. And a player that relies on that much pace as he does needs that. And that's why you always see the players that rely on pace, their careers usually end quicker than someone like Harry Kane or Rooney that wasn't 100% pace. Now, I know Rooney had a bit of pace on him, but he did not rely totally on his pace. Like a Michael Owen is a prime example. You know, players like that. The second they lost their pace, their career just started stepping down. So I would say now would be the perfect time to sell Son. I would agree with you 100% on that. It would be the perfect time to do it.
It's the right thing to do, isn't it?
For the club and for him, I think, But for the club-wise, this is another one where I feel a lot of people will stick here with emotion and say, yeah, but Son has done this and Son has done that and Son has done this. We have to keep him out of morals. This is where we go back to my point of Spurs being an extremely moral, empathy club, basically. Sort of living on just, emotions. A very emotional, accepting club as such. I mean, so if Son does go, which I don't think he's gonna. They've said he's gonna stay. He obviously stays as captain. But let's say Son did go. Who do we actually have of captain material?
Can I tell you something? I think the whole captain thing is bullshit. There hasn't been real captains since Patrick Vieira and Roy Keane. I don't think there is such a thing as captain anymore. That style of a player really getting into the team, I don't think it works anymore. I don't think the captaincy thing is even... I just don't feel like you don't see it much in teams anymore. But if you had to choose one out of what we've got, it's funny. I always thought Pierre-Emile Højbjerg should have been captain. I feel like he was.
For me, he's got a captain attitude to him.
Yes, he does.
And he was a player that I don't think we should have got rid of. He wasn't in the top list for me. I mean, what I always do when we say we got a list of 10 players to get rid of, I always put them in a box set. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or whatever. For me, he wasn't one of the ones that needed to go, but he wanted to go. But how many times did people say last season, God, I wish we would have had Højbjerg for that game?
Do you know what is so funny? Højbjerg, I mean, I will just say on Højbjerg's that situation, towards the end, he was hiding in games. Did you notice that, right? It was shocking. But yeah, Højbjerg top form was he'd be so perfect for what we've got now. It's almost sad to think. I love you. I'll see you later. Sorry, my son's going.
That's all right.
Yeah, he's almost perfect for the role that we are desperately crying out for. But to go to your question, captain wise now, I mean, part of me, and I don't know where he's going, where he's staying, I have no idea, but Christian Romero's got that fire to him. And when you ask me what I think of a captain, I think of your Roy Keanes, your Vieiras. I think of that fire, that passion. I know he's not been great this season, and he probably is going to leave, but he'd probably be my next.
Yeah. You know what? With what you're saying there, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I said for ages that out of everyone we've got, Romero is the one who's got the more captain capability. I think of how I would have a captain. I mean, but this goes a lot by generations. Again, I mean, it comes to just the life itself as a such. And for me, a captain was always someone like who would do what the manager does, but on the pitch, and manage the team on the pitch as such. When the manager can't necessarily get over to them, spur them up, get them into it. And I also think a captain should have the attitude of like when the player really isn't performing and just moving about like a moody little bitch, like Maddison does at times. And the problem is Son does it himself, along with Romero doing it himself a lot of times as well. You go up to the player and you slap him in the face and say, "Get your fucking finger out your ass," yeah. Yes. But I suppose that's just where we live. We've lived in different worlds, basically, different generations, and that. If you go to the Gen Z shit, the way it all is now and everything, you're meant to go up and kiss everyone on the cheek and like, "Oh,
come on, sweetheart, we've got to keep going."
Exactly. It's that aspect. With that, it's just the way generations have changed, basically, isn't it? I mean, these days, when I have to go up to someone and I'm not even allowed to call them sir or madam, I have to ask them whatever first, just about says it all. But that's just a total different kettle of fish. We'll leave that there. I mean, again, I don't care what players do. If they wish to be a unicorn, they can be a unicorn as long as they play properly on the pitch. I don't care. But Romero, the thing that done it for me is his mentality. I mean, like I said, I do think he is a good player. And on his day, I think he is a world-class player. But consistently, and the injuries he has, for me, again, another one that we could not have as a significant captain as such. And I think Romero's on his way out anyway. I mean, what do you think on that? I mean, go on, give us your opinion on Romero, quick. I've just got to step for literally 2 minutes. Give your opinion on.
No, that's right. Go for it. We've had this. Oh my God, he's left me alone. Okay, no, we've had this conversation down to myself, and with Romero, I've always thought he's. I mean, from a personal standpoint, I've never much enjoyed defending. I mean, I loved it when Toby and Jan were with us, but Romero at top form really made me fall in love with defending. He's a shit house, is what he is, and he's just like an immovable object at times. I had to slow that down. Jesus Christ, he's like an immovable object at times. But this season in particular, he has been at fault largely, especially the early doors. For us,
he cost us about 3 games, didn't he?
He did.
At least.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But I was just saying, me and you, we had this debate off air the other day about Romero, and it is a difficult one because, like you said, on his day, he is world class. There are not many better than him. I mean,
he is.
Lionel Messi. When Messi comes out and says something like that about you, and we all know what he said.
Yeah, but come on, was that just down to also the fact that that he was very good friends with him?
Well, I don't know. Look, listen, we're talking about a man.
We don't know.
Three finals getting man of the match. 3 finals. So we're talking the World Cup, why do I want to say Copa del Rey? What is it?
No, you're right. But look, with that one for me, that's all great. But then that's where you need the consistency. Yeah?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
And for me,
something's missing this season. I don't know what it is.
And I think it's his mentality more than anything. And plus his injury ratio does him no favors whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, he does get injured a lot and then all of a sudden be fit for that Argentina game that's coming on tomorrow. He does have a big habit of that. I mean,
yes,
three-legged dog, with what you're saying here quickly. Ange has proven he knows how to win. Okay, I can go with that one. It is our lack of player quality, depth, that is the problem. Surely you guys can see that. Changing a manager after 2 years on a rebuild is insane.
I agree.
Okay, now I'll answer this one first. I'll give it to you, yeah? Right. For me, a manager is just part of a rebuild. A player is part of a rebuild. When a certain thing isn't working in a rebuild or whatever you're building, what do? You take it out and fix it. So if we change the manager, does that mean that this whole rebuild starts again? No, the manager is just part of the rebuild, in my opinion. You go by quality depth. Okay, you can, if you want to say that, you could go by quality full stop at Spurs. There isn't much quality there, if we're going to be totally honest, yeah? If we are honest with ourselves, yeah? But again, if he's proven to win and he knows how to do this, why didn't he do this in games in the Premier League? Why didn't he do this at times when we was 1-0 up or 2-1 up or whatever, or it was 1-1 and scrimp and scrape the point out of it, but no, had to stand on his high heel and do it Ange's way and screw us the game, basically? Why is it that when we had the injuries and the lack of depth, that he didn't change it to just a more pragmatic system just for the time that he had to make sure we get points? Because a manager's job is to win. And yes, he's won this, but it's not just to win the cup, it's to win as many games as he can as well. And he didn't adapt to it. He didn't change to it. Why not? Did he actually even just only adapt to these games because it was to save his bloody job at the end of the day? We don't know. We don't know what goes through the man's head at the end of the day, yeah? But for me, a new manager doesn't mean a total new rebuild unless you get a manager who's got a total different system of playing, which is something we do at Spurs. But then a total different system of playing manager wouldn't be a problem at Spurs, because when have we actually looked good playing Ange ball? Please do tell me again. Yeah. And apart from that, Ange ball has not worked, has it? When have we looked at our best? When we haven't used inverted wing backs, or when we've been pushed back that hard that we can't use the inverted wing backs, and we've played direct, fast, counter-attacking football. That is when we have played at our best and looked at our best. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. I mean, let's have it right, though, Dan. There's been plenty of world-class managers that have come into the Premier League and struggled.
Oh, of course. It's the hardest league in the world. Even Pep says
know what I think? With what you're saying, it's just my opinion. I think, if I'm honest, I think it was a learning curve for him. He's not managed in the top leagues. You know, he's not
2 years.
Germany. Well,
come on, man. You got to learn quicker than that. I get what you mean with maybe the first season.
I don't know, mate. I don't care how old you are, how experienced you are. There is always learning to be done, no matter who you are. So I hear you, but do you not think his whole career in the leagues that he's been in, and no disrespect to them leagues at all, but they're not the Premier League. The Premier League is
the Scottish Premier League is rated number between 40 and 42 in the world for a fucking reason.
Is it really?
Yes.
That low?
Yes.
Jesus.
For a reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm agreeing with what you're saying, basically. But then I'm sorry, if you're at the top flight, you can't take 2 years to bloody learn. You need to learn as you go. You need to be able to adapt with what's going on. And again, why did he not use the defensive tactics then in shutting up shop when we was in games where our weakest bit blatantly we was in trouble with defense?
That's the mistake. That's where I think, that's the mistake, though. That's where I feel like that was his learning curve, because you're not in these other leagues now. You're with the big boys, and you can't continue your style of play with any sort of weakened team. You just can't. And I kind of, I've got a small amount of admiration for the fact that he attempted it. I know it didn't work out, and it backfired horrendously. And most Spurs fans for the last 8 months have been like, "Old Yeller, take me around back, tie me to a tree," and do you know what I mean? But I kind of admire the fact that he, and just a little bit, because I know how bad this sounds, but he tried to make everybody in that team as important as the first team, and tried to get everyone playing the exact same way, so that you could almost not drop quality when, not have to change your style of play when the quality drops, like say a couple of people get injured, so on and so forth. But you are right in what you're saying. He should have adapted a lot quicker, and he didn't. And that is absolutely on him. I can't defend that. You are 100% right. I can't defend it. But at the end of the day, I just feel like, given what's happened, I just feel like he deserves a bit more time now, because the thing that's giving me hope is the fact that he said about winning that Europa League. So can we really maybe go on some sort of march? I mean, do you think it's out the realms of possibility at all? Or do you think it's just get rid now?
I mean, me personally, I would say thank you very much, like I said at the start, but you have shown me that you have not got what it takes for the league, which is the bread and butter at the end of the day, yeah? And, okay, you might have it for a cup, but sorry, I need to do good. We need to improve in that league significantly. And you did not adapt to that league at all that season. And you only adapted to the games to save your life, basically. So that is not the mentality and the quality that I need in a manager. I need a manager who can adapt by games. And people seem to think adapting means totally changing your system. It doesn't. There's certain games where you adapt, where you know that left winger, like say a Salah, is that good. You make sure you got two men on him. Or maybe their midfield's that good. Or maybe you just know that striker, like Isaac, is that bloody fast that you can't afford to sit on the halfway fucking line, so you come back 5-10 yards, so he can't necessarily do that over sprint. Nope, we do it the Ange way. And it hardly ever worked. We always looked better when we played a different system. We won games better when we played a different way. So is Ange going to change? Is he going to adapt to it? And that is the question. Or is what has happened now going to make him even more stubborn that he sticks to his shit? And then we go and do a Ten Hag and give him another 200 million to spend. So that, I mean, he's had around about 600 million. And then we're fucked if it goes wrong.
That's a very hard question, mate. That's a very hard question. Because it's a bit like how long is a piece of string? You just don't know, do you?
Very true. Very true.
It's a tough one. I mean, realistically, if I was in charge, if this was on me, I would say, right, Ange, you've got 6 more months. And if you aren't where we need to be, if you're not top 4 comfortable, maybe still in, the Carlin or whatever they call it now. What is it? Carabao Cup? Yeah, Carabao.
League Cup. I just call it the League Cup. It's the easier way.
The League Cup. Yeah.
I get the names off them.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. If he's comfortably in the top 4 within those 6 months, crack on, mate. Don't care what you're doing in games, as long as you are producing results. I think that's, I suppose, going into your ilk, as long as you're.
Because at the end of the day, results is all that matters.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But Ange also says results are great, but he feels the way you play in those games. So, well, this is what he used to say anyway. That the way you play in those games is even more important. Do you agree with that at all? Is there any element there that you agree with?
In the aspect of what?
Where Ange is saying he thinks results are important, but it's the way you play is just as important.
If you're set on in my opinion, on the way, if you're set in a way you play and you want those players to play that way, you do what you got to do to get them to play that way. But then the results are more important at the end of the day. And on certain games, you just have to adapt it. And then when you blatantly got players that can't play your way, then maybe you got to adjust your system a little bit. Yeah. That is the way I see it. At the end of the day, there is nothing more important than results. And this is where I go back to what I said at the start then. With a lot of Spurs fans out there on the philosophy that wouldn't take certain managers because they don't play the fucking Spurs way. I don't like the ones who, again, it's repeating it, but the ones who were going on about I would rather be losing 6-3 and giving it our all to Liverpool and lose 6-3 than do it a Conte style and win 1-0 and just shut up shop and play a dirty game. Well, hang on a minute, Frankfurt. Well, hang on a minute. This final, I don't hear nobody complaining about that all of a sudden. And this is where I think the fan base totally contradicts itself. I would rather be losing 6-3 and giving it our all. instead of sitting back, shutting up shop basically for the whole game and squeezing dirty point out of it, because it's not the Spursy way to play. Well, hang on a minute. That final wasn't a Spurs way to play, and nor was the Eintracht Frankfurt game, you know? And I don't hear nobody complaining all of a sudden. For me, it's about winning. I don't care how we do it. We just win. That is all I care about at the end of the day. And again, 3-leg. Come on, Dan. You think and answer those questions yourself. Well, of course I answer the questions myself because I'm doing a show on here and I'm asking a question, I'm giving my opinion on it, and then I ask other people of their opinion. Think like Ange and think like other level higher, taking into account the big picture. Mate, if I thought like Ange, well, who knows where I'd be in life. But the thing is, it definitely hasn't worked in the fucking league, has it? Yeah. So I am going to give my opinion on here because it is a lot of it is opinion. I can come down with facts and stats as well if people wish me to, but a lot of what I talk about is opinion. But I'm also willing to take in other people's opinion and step down if you give me a better opinion. But then you got to give me a better opinion. So with next one, I'm going to go to and that and everything and that, yeah, because we've agreed there is just no captain material in that team. I mean, and no. Son. Ange was the one who said, basically, I don't buy captains, I make captains. Well, I'm sorry, I still don't see that he's made a captain in there, and we need players that get into that first 11 now to improve us. Yes. Because if we go and play Ange's way, like we have all season in this Champions League, we are going to get absolutely destroyed. If we go and play with that shut up shop system for 45 minutes against 90% of the teams in the Champions League, we are going to get screwed. Yeah, I'm all for shutting up shop with 10 minutes to go. I didn't like that he done it 45 minutes, but it worked.
No,
not complaining.
Oh my God,
not complaining. But now and again in a game, you got to shut up shop or you got to be more defensive. I get that. But if we go and play these ways that we've been playing with the players we've got, against an Inter Milan, against a Juventus, against a Napoli, if we go and do that against a Barcelona, a Real Madrid, an Atletico Madrid, a Paris Saint-Germain, if we even go and do a Munich, Bayern Munich, or if we even go and do this against teams like Dortmund even, we are going to get absolutely fucking destroyed.
I think a lot of that hinges on the transfer market, if I'm honest with you, and the players.
Not just the tactics. Obviously, players coming in is going to be a big thing.
Do you know what I'm hoping for? I'm hoping there's going to be some sort of hybrid with Ange, because he's clearly got a game plan, a plan B. So I'm hoping he kind of molds them both together, because I love, and we all do, maybe not yourself, I know you like more pragmatic football. I love to watch attacking football. That's why I love Poch so much, because it was that high press, that just high energy, bang, bang, bang. I hope with Ange, he's and I've seen a few comments. I understand, 2 years learning curve. I get it. I do. I really do. But I'm hoping now he's seen the light and he's going to maybe try and implement. Hey, top man. Try and implement both styles into one. That would be, the ideal situation.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that, but it's just been from one to the other, isn't it? There's been no in between. It's literally gone from one to the other, and the others were basically, I personally think, to rescue his career. Simple as that. Stel, how are we doing? Finally get some sleep?
Yeah, I did. I woke up about half an hour ago. Fucking, I'm so happy, man. I ain't been happy in years supporting this shit club. How great is the club now? Right now the club's in a really nice place.
Stel, can I just say, big fan, by the way. Very nice to meet you. I haven't been on here with you yet. I mean, the fanboy. Apologise.
No, mate. Nice to meet you.
It's a very good situation to be in, where we've actually won this cup. We're in the Champions League. We can sort of brush the league aside to an extent because it is irrelevant because we got in the Champions League and we got a cup. But looking at it, with the manager, can we afford another season? Do we want another season of losing over 21 games in a fucking league? Now, I know your opinion on this, on sticking with the manager. And, well, what I'll ask you then, seeing as you've come on here, are you doing it with morals, or are you doing it because you believe he can take us places, take us further? I mean, surely he's not going to be as bad as this season, because this season the only way you're getting worse is getting relegated. And so, but do you think he can actually take us places then, or are you sticking with him because he's earned that right through the moral side of it, through getting us this cup that we desperately wanted and needed?
I feel. Do you know what it is, Dan? Right, and I could be badly wrong with this, and time will tell. Time will tell. When I did my first ever coaching badge, they drummed it into us that the environment is everything, the mood, the vibe, and if you don't have the right environment, you can't strive for success. If you think about business, if you haven't got a good business culture where the employees want to be there, the employees feel they're being rewarded for their work, that the management care about the staff as much as they care about the customer, it's very hard to build a successful business. You need the right environment. And I said before the cup final, you know, if Ange wins this trophy, you're going to see the mother of parades, the mother of celebrations. You know, I remember 91, and this time it'll be bigger because we're so starved. That mood, that atmosphere, that energy, that coming together of fans, families, kids, older fans, a generation, a lost generation that have never seen glory. You know, there's 2 decades of generation that they've seen nothing. All the 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 16-year-olds, they haven't got a clue. They've been bantered. Then you've got my generation that are sick to death of what's happened to the club. That's all going to be forgotten for a couple of days and partying. And the mood right now is so high. Arsenal fans are in meltdown. They're absolutely broken, man. Emergency podcast, meltdown stream, that fucking lot down the road. United, we've ruined them. We've destroyed their football club. Is broken, man. That could have so easily been us.
It was make or break for either team, wasn't it? I know it was make or break that game. It wasn't just about the cup, that one. It was about rescuing the actual fucking club, wasn't it?
It would have been worse for us had we lost.
It was boom or bust. It was boom or bust. And when you look at it right now, you got Arsenal fans crying. Man United fans broken, Chelsea fans pissed off. You've got every other neutral fan, Newcastle, Palace, Brighton, Man City, Liverpool. They're all messaging us. Well done, lads, man. We're happy for you lot. You deserve it. Fucking good on you. The vibe right now is so good. The worst thing you could do to kill the environment is Sky Sports breaking news. Ange Postecoglou sacked as Tottenham Hotspur chairman. The hunt for the new manager goes on. We're going to have 3 months of fucking your Spursy ban. It's all gone. It goes out the window. That's why I'm saying keep him for the start of the season, right? Now, he could end up being tactically inept again, players not developed again, all the things I've cussed him for, all the things I still think he's lacking. But I never once thought he'd win that Europa Cup. When I got to Bilbao, I knew he'd win it because I smelt it in the air. I knew it. You could, when you were out there, we knew. Spurs fans knew. That's why we were so loud. We knew we could do it. But I don't know what Ange's going to do. I don't know what the tactics are going to be. I don't know what the signings are going to be. I don't know who he's going to start. I don't know whether we're going to go 3 at the back, 4 at the back, invert, outvert, high line, low line, 1 up top, 2, 3. I've got no idea what he's going to do next season because I had no idea what he did this season. I've got no idea why he adapted in Europe but not in the league. I can't figure him out. I don't get it. But what I do know is this. He said, I always win in my second season. He fucking did it, man. And the mood is great. The mood is great. And I'm the biggest Levy outer. I'm the biggest Levy outer. I've slammed Ange left, right, centre. I've called him every name under the sun. I've called every other fan deluded and the problem. But right now, listen, I'm getting pelters in all the WhatsApp groups I'm in. I can't believe you still. This is why I follow your channel, mate. I'm getting it from fellow YouTubers, but I just feel there's momentum that can be built on, and there's a nice vibe. I want to see what might happen with it. And if we sack Ange, I don't know what will happen. What I do know is this. Here we go again, another manager, another way. Can he work with these players, or does he need his own new players in? I think it just makes emotional sense and keeping us together just to stick with it for now. And if by December...
it'd be detrimental to get rid of it now. Yeah, I do. I agree.
I do. But I understand why other fans, especially the Ange outers, who I'm a part of, let's not pretend I haven't been doing it all year. I get why they're saying bollocks. What are we doing here? I get that. I do get it. So that's why I'm not going after them. I'm not calling them out saying, oh, come on, mate, we've just won a fucking trophy. Learn to adapt. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I get both sides of the argument. I've just decided. Yeah. So do you. But I've decided I want him to be given a chance. I want to see what has Levy learned now. Look at the fans, look at the parade, look at what it means to us. Has Levy now learned I need to bring in some serious players to this club now? Instead of 10 signings, can I bring in Eze, Modric or De Bruyne on a 1-year loan and Mitoma? Can I do that?
Not by the look of it.
We don't know yet. We don't know. But history says no.
I'll go to that bit in a minute. I'll go to that bit in a minute. Finish what you're saying. Right. Sorry.
History says he won't. History says he won't. But Ange has called for it. So let's see if he gets what he says. Probably not. And I think Ange has done something that no manager in this fucking club has done for 2 decades. He deserves it. Now, like I said, this could all backfire and fucking hell, Stel, you melt. You
very
wobbled.
Similar to the Ten Hag situation, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
No, neither do I.
I think we're in a different place to them. Because
I know that. But the situation I'm on about is they kept him through morals and it backfired.
But the thing is, Dan, right, I won't mention his name because he might not want me to mention him. There's one staunch Levy outer. He goes to all the protests. He goes to Tottenham home and away, abroad. He goes to all the Youth Cup games. He's die-hard Tottenham, like proper Tottenham. And he messaged me after the game, and I said to him, Ange in or out? He goes, I don't know. The players are playing for him.
Yes,
and he's never said that. He's never said that. He's never said that.
You don't agree, do you?
And you know what? I think they are playing for him. I think the decision was made, fuck the league in January, and the players switched off because Ange made it known to them, which might have been a mistake. In fact, it probably was. But I think the players switched off in the league and they went all out for the cup and they knew it. And you could see it. They were more hungry in their tackles. They were quicker to block.
Yes.
They were more... They won all the 50-50. So, look, I'd give him the first 3 months of the season is what I'm saying. I'm not Ange, but he deserves the start of the season to prove me wrong again.
So...
And I'm going to get cussed left, right, centre for this, guys. I'm getting.
No, I don't
care. I don't care.
A lot of people are on your train, to be honest. If I'm honest with you, a lot of people are going to be on that train.
He is as well because he's in a catch-22 situation here, yeah, for the whole season, basically. But what you've gone and done is stuck by what you said 3 months ago, what I backed you up on last night as well, if you remember.
Yeah,
you did state it easily 3 months ago that if he stays, if he wins this Europa Cup, I am going to say that he needs another couple of months, basically. So by the look of it, for me, the way you've come across is you're basically doing this on the moral standards with hope.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, like I say, whether there's a wrong way to do it or a right way to do it is an opinion. I mean, for me, I look on it on the business side and I look at what he's done is brilliant. It's going to be, we're always going to remember it. A lot of people are going to turn around, majority, and say, that fucking season, we won that Europa Cup. How we lost 21, 22 games, but you know what? Fuck it. We won the Europa Cup, so who cares? Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Because in 5 years' time, I ain't going to be talking about how bad a season it was and everything over that we won the Europa Cup. I'm going to be talking that we won the Europa Cup and then have the laugh in the pub with my mates. With, I mean, fuck me, our shit was that season and we still won more than Arsenal and got in that Champions League. If you remember a while back, I was saying to you still, I think we are going to win this Europa Cup. I mean, when you were dead sure we weren't at the time, because it just had Spurs written all over it, i.e. in the aspect of whether people like it or not, by stats, the worst manager we ever had in a league, one of the worst in the Premier League, in my opinion, yeah. And injury, the whole lot, 17th in the league, just absolute crap. Yet we finally go and win something when we are at our worst, and also getting the fucking Champions League with it. For me, it just had a sort of Spursy sort of thing written all over it. I mean, would you two agree with that?
Yeah.
Don't you think there's a bit of balls about this guy though? You know, he's like, fuck.
Oh, he's got some. I don't deny it. Yeah. But then that contradicts himself.
I always win in my second season, not usually. And then he goes and says, do you know what? Do or die. It's all on me. If we lose, I'm the worst manager in the history of the club. I'm a full-blown clown, Muppet of the decade, Ange Poster, no clue, Aussie fraud. He's finished. He's finished. If he wins it though, it'd be a goal. I'm the fucking man, right?
I get it.
Is that not what to dare is to do?
Yes, it is.
Is that not what to dare is to do?
I said this. I said he encapsulates what Spurs is, and that's what I like about him.
I do get it, yeah. And one thing I said I like about the fella is I do like someone who's got the front to sit there and say, well, do you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to do it my way, whether you like it or not. It takes some front to have that attitude. But on the other side as well, it can also backfire on the person in an extremely, extremely bad way. And the thing is, Stel, he was the one.
But it didn't, though. That's the thing, though, Dan. It didn't.
Fine. But he's the one who actually switched on the fans for having the attitude of, we're quite happy lose against Arsenal. Not against Arsenal, against City to fuck it up for Arsenal, and switched on the fans for it and gave us the attitude of every game matters no matter what. We have to win every fucking game no matter what. Every game is important as the next game, whether it's a final or whether it's just a normal or just a league game that's irrelevant because we're only going to finish 15th or 17th, and grilled and slammed the fans for it. And then blatantly admitted the other day that he'd already blown the season out before Christmas, basically, and was focusing on the cups. And made the league irrelevant. Has he not just totally contradicted everything he preaches?
No, because statistically he's right. I think you've got.
That's not what I'm asking. No, but that's not what I'm asking, Ben. I am saying this man switched on the Spurs fan base for half of it. Well, I'd say it was 50-50.
And rightly so.
Quite willing to want to lose to Man City. I was one of the ones who was quite happy to lose to Man City to fuck Arsenal's season up. Others were, I don't care, every game matters. Each to their own at the end of the day. Whatever turns you on. Each to their own, you're allowed that. But he slammed that fan base for that attitude of blowing a game out and saying every game, no matter what, is important as every other game. And then he goes and admits that the season was basically irrelevant because he blew it out and focused on the cup. That fact is a contradiction.
Look, he contradicted himself this season. He's been a hypocrite. He's said one thing, done the other, told us it's who we are, mate, then went full-blown Mourinho ball. It's not who we are, mate. He had a pop at the fans for wanting to lose a game of football so Arsenal don't win the league. But then he's happy to lose every game in the league so that we can focus on the Europa, right? He 100%, Dan, I agree with you.
How can I take this shit seriously?
Because the way we judge a manager is what they achieve. And he's won a trophy. And the business end of the season is where it matters. Okay. We can say what we want in September, October, January, March. Come May, Arsenal choked. Come May, Man City choked. Come May, We fucking stood up and took it. And we took it on and we won it. And he led us to that.
Yes.
So all the things all the things he said this season, all the things he's done, the crap coaching, the poor defending, the tactical ineptitude, when it mattered, mate, he got it spot on against Man U.
Yes.
He got it spot on against Bodo. He got it spot on against Frankfurt away. So that's the business end. That's when it really matters. And how many teams, couldn't do it when it mattered? And this has been our biggest issue. Pochcott is so close. Redknapp got us close.
But he's more successful. He's been more successful.
Can I just say?
And that's why I don't care what he said all season.
I feel like I'm in the opposite corner of this, guys. When Ange had a pop at us, and I don't know if you two agree or not, I am fully behind him there. He was absolutely right. Would you agree with that, number one?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, okay.
No, I don't agree with it, but I can totally understand why you would agree with it. That's why I said it was 50-50.
Yeah. You shouldn't care about what other clubs are doing. I mean, don't get me wrong, listen.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things in life you shouldn't do. Like the phrase I always use, I should be able to leave my car door open without some little prick coming and chawing it. But you can't.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
It is an attitude you should have, but that is where the emotional side of football comes in as well. Yeah, I think both sides were justified. But go on, give your side.
I think on morally, I feel like he's right. If I'm honest with you, after he had that rant, I felt stupid as a Spurs fan. I'm going to be honest with you. But then moving along to him then changing it up, I feel like it's very situational. Because when he said, "Oh yeah, I knew it was bust," when I say situational, I mean mathematically, we weren't going up or down. So then does that not really give him a pass to be like, hey, look, what is the point? Because, if you're not going to go up or down, why not focus on the one thing that you could achieve? So really, is that contradicting himself? Now, I'm not so sure.
Now, I understand that side, yeah. Now, me as a manager, it's more the aspect of the bullshit that came with it. Okay. If he would have stood there, like I've said to people, and said, look, we have screwed this league up a bit. I'm still going to give it my all for the league, but one way or another, I am going to focus on these cups. I would have been able to sit back and say, do you know what? I still don't think you got much chance of doing it, mate, but at least you're being honest with us. At least you're being straight with us. Now, I get in football, in a lot of things, there's so much you've got to come out, and there's so many times to me that I call him, he sounds like Levy's little bitch, because he just literally reads the book out and then goes and says other stuff, and how many times this man shot him in the self in the foot and whatever. I mean, it's like it's just like having that mate that's fucked you over so many times, but then that one time he was there for you that when it mattered. Are you now able to forget the other times that he fucked you over good and proper just for that one specific time that he was there for you? Or are you still going to have that memory? Now, the problem that I think he's going to be, I mean, if you remember, Stel, I said this on your show like a good few weeks ago, that if we go and win this is going to divide this fan base more than ever, yeah?
We're always divided. We'll win the Champions League and we'll be divided.
Exactly. It is in that aspect, that is why we will never lose the name Spursy. It will never, ever go away. Mud sticks. And that is just one name we will never, ever lose. Even if we go and win the league, next 4 years on the trot, every shit game we have, Spursy will get mentioned, like it or lump it. That's just part of the life now, yeah? But I'm going to back off on him in the aspect of, okay, you've delivered. I respect that. How you done it, mate? I don't like what you've done all season. I don't think you've got the capability to take us to the next way. And on morals, I'll quite happily get a better manager over you, which I think we can do now because we're in the Champions League. But how long is it going to be before someone like me, who is willing to step back and say, okay, let's go with the flow? If after 10 games, we've already lost 5 or 6 games, I'm going to be sitting here saying, well, people, things haven't changed very much, have they? Well, people. And then all of a sudden, nobody, apart from the people who just do it on purpose, are going to forget about the 21, 22, let's just say 25 overall, yeah? Forget tomorrow, whatever. are going to then come back and say, well, it was there last season. He won the cup, but it was obvious he couldn't handle the league. He isn't going to get much time. Yeah, there's going to be the other people there who just like to play ignorance is bliss and say, you know, fuck it, it's new season, even though it's going the same way. Now, I'm also a firm believer of you can't live in the past. And this is why I can only hang on to the fun of this cup for so long, because like I say, time waits for no man. You've got to look ahead. You've always got to look ahead if you want to go somewhere. You can't live in the past. I mean, there's certain other types of fans of other clubs that do live in the past, and it hasn't gotten very far, has it? But for the future of things, how long is he going to have before all of a sudden people start bringing up last season? We can't change last season. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. We can't change that cup. We've won it. It's done. It's dusted. And no one can change that. And no one wants to. I know other fans of clubs would want to, but you can't. But now we've got to look ahead for the future. And I just don't personally feel he's got what it takes to take us further and bigger in the league. But then there's other people out there who would still be quite accepting with 17th and winning a cup. I mean, what do you two feel on that one? Because for me, I can't take 17th again, even for a cup.
Stel, so can I go first? You all right?
No, go.
Yeah. I've just mine's real short. You know what? Going forward, I've watched everything you could possibly watch. I've watched the highlights over and over. I've watched player reactions over and over. I've watched the parade over and over. And I've got to tell you, if we're talking about next season, I see a change in those players. I see a deeper connection in them players now. Again, I could be wrong. This is just what I think, but I genuinely am starting to think there might be hope for next season. And to answer your question, yeah, the guy's probably got about 6 months before people will turn on him, and rightly so, because at this point you need to go up. But judging from what I've seen, from everything I've watched, things could actually change for us. Like we genuinely could make some sort of a charge. I don't know, but I saw a lot of emotion coming out of those players, and it's something I feel like this club has lacked. Like the players have lacked this season, massively so. I feel like there's not been much heart in most of the performances we've watched, and you know. But from what I'm seeing, I actually think there's a bit of hope for next season. That's all I've got to say on that. I'm optimistic.
Fair enough. Still.
What's the question again? Sorry.
Basically, has he got what it takes to take us further in the league? To take us, I mean, well, he's not going to. The only way he's going to do any worse is we go fucking down, yeah. But has he got what it takes to make us a sustainable fighting club? Because a club of our size and our structure should not be satisfied with 17th and a cup. I am not. I want more. Call me greedy. Call me what you fucking want.
What do you want, Dan? Dan, what do you want?
I want us to be fighting for that league. And what I mean by fighting for the league, I know we're not going to win it, but fighting respectably in that league and also winning a cup, because it can be done.
So why fight for 17th. A league? Why fight for a league if you're not going to win it?
Because you're still fighting for your place in there. You're still fighting for who you are because you're a big club. You're still fighting for the top. Just because you don't win it, it doesn't mean you haven't fought for it in that aspect.
That's the Arsenal syndrome. That's the Arsenal syndrome. Second, third, second, and they're all fucking having a meltdown now because we've won one.
I totally agree.
But did you think we were going to win the Europa?
But they should be getting a cup. They should have won a cup by now. No two ways about it. But this is what I mean. Why has it got to be one or the other? Why can't we have both? Why can't we be a respected team in that league and fight for that first place? Even though I know we won't.
Yeah, but we're respected if we win trophies, Dan. We're respected if we win trophies. Look at the respect the media's putting on us right now. Look at it. No one is slagging off Tottenham right now.
Nope.
Right now, Sky Sports, TNT, Talk Sports, silence. That what's his name? Matterface.
Yeah, I know you mean.
Where's his gob now? Where's it? Well, Jason Cundy, where's his mouth now? Go on, talk. None of them can say shit. Trophies Trophies is how you gain respect, because in 10 years' time, no one gives a fuck if you finish third, fourth, second. But tell them FA Cup, Europa Cup, show them trophies. They're like, yeah, it's Tottenham, innit? Shit. And that's what we used to be. That's what Tottenham was all about.
We've always been a cup team. I understand that.
A trophy-winning team. A trophy-winning team. We won trophies. Whether it's a league title in 61, whether it's a European title in 84, whether it's the double in 61, whether it's the FA Cup in 91, we always won trophies every once in a while. That's why Tottenham was classed as a big club. That's why we were respected. That's why when we went to Bilbao, you had 40,000 Spurs fans who travelled. That's why you had 300,000 at a parade. I like to see Chelsea pull those numbers. I want to see their fan base turn up like that. We're a big club because we've always won trophies. So for me, I don't care where we finish in the league. If it's not first, I don't care. But if we're not going to win a trophy, I do care, because that's how you get into Europe. So if we're going to win nothing, you better get top 6. You better get fucking top 6. So that's the only time I care about a trophy.
So you've got to fight for that league, haven't you then? You've still got to fight for league just as much as...
Only if you don't win a cup, which is the gamble that he took. like Dan, if he didn't win that Europa...
I don't even think it was a gamble.
If he didn't win that Europa, Dan, if he didn't win that Europa, we'd be having one hell of a toxic show right now. And we'd be having toxic shows for the next 3 months. And I'd be going ballistic. Absolutely apeshit. But because he did win it, it changes the game. And this is it. So for me, if he finishes 8th next season, but wins the FA Cup, I'll be happy. I'll be so happy. So happy. 2 trophies in 2 years. The last man to do that was 40 years ago, Keith Birkinshaw.
But you just said something there. You just said something there that if I've took this in right, you've basically made me right here. In the aspect of still give it everything you've got in the league, whether we can finish. Okay, if we don't win the league, I mean, it's basically the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, but he didn't believe we could do 2, Dan. He didn't believe
he knew we couldn't do it because he knew he'd fucked it up good and proper, yeah? And a lot of that was down to him, down to the way he plays. And a lot of it was down to the fact that he refused to adapt in that league that could have got us another 12 or 15 points and made us a bit more sustainable in the league with a little bit more respect in the league, yeah?
I agree. Dan, I agree. You're right. That's why I'm not Ange in. That's why I'm Ange, give him the start of next season, because I still have doubts about him adapting in the league. And I do have massive doubts about his ability to develop individual players. Other than Bergvall, no one's really progressed as an individual. Facts. Maybe Johnson, because he scored more goals. You could say he's developed in the system. Spence ended up being poor the last month as well. So maybe Chuck Spence in as well, fine. He hasn't really developed. Bergvall's the standout one that you could say he's got better as the season's gone on. Yes. So I've got massive doubts as him as
everyone else has got worse since he's been here. Bergvall, Johnson, yes, Johnson. I mean, take the cup.
That's why I'm not Ange in. That's why I'm not Ange in. I'm give him the start next season and prove me wrong.
From what you're saying, you're more. I'm going to sit back and just go with the fucking flow.
I want to give him a chance. I want to give him a chance because I think he's put credit in the bank. I often talk about credit in the bank. You know, when people say, "Oh, but Arteta, they've kept him there, but he won the FA Cup. He put some credit in the bank." You know,
I've always said that.
Right, he's put a massive bit of credit in the bank.
Yes,
he's put a big chunk of credit in the bank. So, someone in the chat earlier said to me, "Stel, Ange or Glasner?" Glasner. I would take Glasner today. 100%. I would take Glasner today, all day long. But Ange deserves to be given a chance. I'm being very contradictory here, but
you're being very
like I said, the club is in a very positive space. These debates we're having are chipping away at that. These aren't healthy conversations. But I'm going to have the same one on my channel on Monday. Savva had his last. We're all going to do it. But
because time doesn't wait, does it? You've got to look ahead for the future, whether you like it or not. You can only live in the pride of the past, or you can only live. I mean, look at Arsenal. They've lived in the Invincibles one now for how long and still can't fucking touch the Champions League or whatever and that, yeah? You can't just live in the past. This is why I say we enjoy this while it's here, but we already have to be, if we are a true big club, true big fans, whatever, or you own your business or whatever else, you can't dwell or in the crap of the past or love in the life of the past. You have to be looking over for what's going to happen the next day and the next day and the next few weeks and the next year. If you want to be truly big, you have to look ahead. You can't just live in the past, whether it's good or bad past.
Yeah, but a big club wins trophies and he's won one. And what if he wins another one?
Mm-hmm.
We've got one coming up, the Super Cup. Can you imagine if we win that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
that'd be unbelievable.
I think that'd be a tall order. But I'm talking about cups where, look, things like Charity Shields, Super Cups, they're nice. But for me, the ones where there's lots of teams that get put in the hat from day one, right? One of you is going to win it. I think they're the ones with a bit more clout on them. I feel a bit stuck with this, man. I really feel stuck with this. And
I can see.
And for me to say what I'm saying, you know, people are saying, like, are you fucking all right, Stel? Is this the real Stel? You know, you want Glasner, but you're saying keep Ange. What the fuck are you talking about? The vibe at the club is very, very good, right? Forget what we talk about. I went to Bilbao. I saw and I felt things there when I looked around and I spoke to people before, during, and after. I was at the parade yesterday till 9 p.m. Mate, what I saw there, fucking hell. Wow, yesterday. Unreal, man. To get rid of Ange now, I think throws a massive spanner in the works. And what if we don't get Glasner? What if he brings in a De Zerbi? Or brings in...
That's why you make sure you've got your manager sitting there first. That's what a real business.
But what a risk! What a risk it would be for this board to then go with someone else who isn't someone that we have mentioned, and we say, do you know what? Is this actually the right manager? We're back to square one almost.
Or is it?
Listen, man, I've got doubts with Ange. I've got big doubts with him, but I think the right play is just let him start the season, man. Let's see. I do. I mean, my gut tells me it. My gut tells me, Dan.
With maybe
I've had too many curries. I don't know.
I mean, with what you're saying there, I do totally get with what you're saying. And I think what a lot of people are struggling with you at the moment is actually seeing you not for once just...
I'm called a flip-flop right now. I'm not fucking flip-flop.
No, what people are seeing right now is someone who is actually, which nobody thought they had, is someone talking with their emotion who usually talks with their head, and you don't usually hear any emotion. This is why I think people are struggling.
But my head was wrong. He won the Europa. My head was wrong.
Yeah. But I'm sticking up for you here. Yeah. I'm saying what people are seeing is someone talking with emotion that they thought had no emotion, basically, because you always spoke with your head. Whereas for once, you're speaking with your emotion. Yeah. That is one side of life I just struggle on in general, not with football. Like I've said, emotions, I just don't understand half of them. Like, again, I'm another one with sticks and stones will break your bones and words will never fucking hurt you sort of thing. And I just don't understand how people get insulted so hard about certain things. Just, there's a lot of things when it comes to emotion, I just don't get it. And there is reasons to it, yeah? That's my problem I deal with. But with this whole thing, I mean, like you just said, the one point I'll bring up on what you just said there, yeah, is if, say, for instance, we do get a manager in who you can see is significantly better overall, yeah, and people say, yeah, but we shouldn't be doing that. We should. Well, didn't you just say about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, to dare is to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So do we not dare to take that next step now of getting a manager who has more of a chance of taking us further in that league and also getting a cup at the same time? Why the fuck has it got to be one or the other?
It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Well,
but at the end of the day, all I care about is trophies. A lot of fans might disagree.
I agree. No, I want trophies as well, but I do not want 17th in the league with it.
If you said to me for the next 10 years, you're going to finish 10th, but you're guaranteed 4 FA Cups, I'm taking it right now. I'm taking it right now. That's me. That's me. Some fans will agree. Some fans disagree.
No, Detrex said exactly the same thing and got slammed for it. I can go with that to an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
But 17th, no, I can't dig that.
What's
So
the difference? 10th, 17th, no Europe.
Who cares? Look at the feeling we've got now as a club. Who cares?
And
I
when the final whistle went in Bilbao, not one fan gave a shit about being 17th.
Of course
I'm
they
telling
didn't.
you now.
Of course they didn't. No, I didn't either at the time.
So why do we care? So why do we care now? Why do we care now, though? Why?
Because I want this club to go places. I want this club to get bigger, and I just don't feel finishing 17th every season and getting a cup.
But winning trophies is what makes you bigger. Winning, we did it. That's what. See,
right?
I think what's happened here, right? Do you know, I'm going to push back on this now. I think what's happened here is we've been brainwashed for years about top four. Wenger fucking started this, calling top four a trophy, right? This is
Wenger. Not a trophy. I agree.
But Wenger started the brainwashing, just like he's saying now.
It to progress.
Spurs and Man United, if they win the Europa, shouldn't qualify for Champions League. When he's the mug that changed the rules to not allow Champions League teams to drop into it, right? So I think we've been brainwashed as fans. This obsession of top four. The only winner of top four is the board, who generate more money. They can charge more for Champions League tickets. They can charge more for Champions League merch. And more revenue goes into the club. I couldn't give a shit how much money the club earns if they're going to spend it on Timo Werner, Matthias Tell, and every other donkey going. All I care about is I want silverware. I want us to say, we fucking won that. We got to the final and we showed bottle and we got it over the line. Mm-hmm. If we finish second, mate, that's depressing. Arsenal fans are depressed.
I get that. No, I get that. I totally understand that as well. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call you out here still, yeah? I'm going to ask you a question. And every other person on here as well, yeah? Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm one of the first ones who always agreed with you and others that when it comes down to the crunch, it's about winning things. And that's what it is. That's why the past 3 months been irrelevant to me in the league, because it was a fight of 15th or 17th. Who gives a fuck, yeah? Now, we all know money's involved in it. But let me ask you this question then, yeah? It's all about winning trophies and everything. And for people on the side say it's very split, saying it's about winning trophies. And Ben, I take it you're 100% with Stel on this, on it's all about winning trophies. And you can handle finish low in the league for winning trophies, yeah? Would I agree with that? Would you agree with that?
I mean, look, listen, I do agree with him 100%, except, I mean, it would be nice a bit more consistency in the league. But then I'm a firm believer this season is a complete freak season.
Okay.
A complete freak season.
Okay. So let me ask you two this question and everyone on the league, yeah? Still, you absolutely don't give a fuck about the league because you want to win trophies and everything and that. I understand that. But now I'm going to call your bluff here.
No, sorry.
Hang on.
That's not what I said.
Not quite.
I give a shit about the league if we win it. Mm-hmm. If we're not going to win it, I don't care.
So if we're not going to win that bloody league, come love nor money, we know that, or there's a very high chance that we don't anyway, yeah? So we write the league out of it, and the best we can do is say 4th place, whatever, with the team we've got, or 5th place, top four, yeah? Top four. Right, okay, I'll go with that one, yeah? But here I'm going to call your bluff. I'd be willing to lay money on it here, that if we'd have sat here, and we wouldn't have won that, but we'd have won the League Cup at 17th, but that League Cup wouldn't have got us in Champions League, you'd have sat here and said, Ange out. You wouldn't be sitting here praising in the aspect of he's won us a cup, this and that, we got to give him a chance. I'm willing to put money on it that you, along with a lot of others who are being very moral with him, would have said, fair play, thanks for the League Cup, mate, love you for it, we got it, but we're still fucked in 17th, fuck off, see you later, mate. Blunt and blatant, yeah? The fact that he got us that Europa Cup and got us in that Champions League is what I think has shut a lot of people up, because it had the Champions League at the end of it. Would you have had this attitude if we would have won the League Cup and finished 17th? Would you still have the attitude of he won a cup and that is all I care about?
I don't think he would have finished 17th if we won the Carabao Cup, because the Carabao Cup was in February. So then March, April, May.
That's not what I asked.
But I'm answering you. We wouldn't have finished 17th. We wouldn't have finished 17th because he wouldn't have.
But we can't say that. We don't know.
No, we do because he stopped playing Romero and Van der Ven in the league.
Right. But the question was.
Madison or Kulu. He stopped playing Solanke. He's going up front with fucking Tell.
But the question is if it would have still all gone tits up, but he would have still won that cup that you desperately wanted and we all desperately wanted, but it was only the League Cup and we finished 17th, would you still be sitting here justifying, but he's won us a cup, we're happy with that, I'm all for cups and he deserves more time? Or is it more down to the fact that it is the Europa Cup he's got us, which is a big cup, even though people call it Mickey Mouse? Whereas I will say to Spurs fans, well, sorry, beggars can't be fucking choosers. And it got us that Champions League. Would you still be sitting here justifying this man if he got us the League Cup and 17th? That is the question.
The answer is I wouldn't justify it, no, on the basis that what's his excuse for not winning in March, April, May with a fully fit squad? What's his excuse? His excuse at the moment is I rotated for Europa and he won it. So it made he can justify his decisions now that he's won it. Had we won the Carabao Cup in February and then March, April, May, lost, what's your excuse, mate? So I wouldn't justify it then, no.
Yeah, but still, what do you give a fuck? You only want to win cups. That's what you just said.
The payoff isn't the same. The payoff isn't the same.
Look at what you
so now it does come. So now, Ben, you're saying it does come to the point that because it had the Champions League at the end of it, we can now justify that he's won it. But I thought a cup was a cup. Who gives a fuck about that?
Hold on.
It opened. No,
30 minutes ago, I said, if you're not going to win cups, you've got to at least get into that top 6. Right, I did say that.
Without a doubt, you have to.
That's why. So if you win the Carabao Cup, that doesn't get you into that top 6 reward. It gets you Conference League. So he's got to get that top 6 still.
Okay, but you stated as well at the end of the day, you don't give a fuck about 2nd or 17th as long as we're winning cups. The League Cup is a cup, is it not?
Yeah, but I do care that we get into Europe though, not Conference League. That top 6 group, I do care about that because we need that.
So then
I know what you're doing, Dan.
Then what you need to do, no, you totally know what I'm doing. You both know what I'm doing because it's a fact what I'm saying here, yeah, and it's a solid point. And it is a solid point.
So it's irrelevant because he got Europa. He did get us Champions League.
Fine.
And a trophy.
I was asking, would you still be saying the same way? So if this manager, say for instance, next season, which I don't think he is good enough to get us to that top 4 unless we have some serious. Unless he adapts, but he has done nothing to prove to me that he can adapt to the point of what we need, instead of just going from one fucking extreme to another. Whereas in certain games, I understand you have to do that in the middle of a game, not at the fucking start of it, So if he gets us 13th, 14th next season, depending on our transfer window and everything else in that, but gets us a League Cup, do you now still justify? But it's the vibe of winning the cup. It's all about winning cups. We have to keep him for another season because he got us another cup.
I've just answered that. I won't justify it because what's his excuse for not winning in March, April, May? What's the excuse? There isn't one. Whereas this year, the excuse was I went all out for Europa. So I basically sabotaged the league in March, April, May. That's his reasoning. And because he's won it, he's fucking... You can't argue with him. Had he lost to Man United, mate, he hasn't got a leg to stand on. He's toast. He'd have been sacked the next day.
No, I mean, I do totally get where you're coming from. But the point I am making here is I personally starting to think, with stuff you've said and what other people have said, is that there are people are more justifying it and willing to accept it because it's got the Champions fucking league.
Can I ask you a question then? That's
what it's all about, really and truly.
Right, let me ask you a question.
But I thought it was all about cups. Cups are cups, are they not?
It is all about cups. It is. It is all about cups.
So if we finish 13th and win a League Cup, then he's had a justified season then for you because you just want to win cups.
He keeps his job. He keeps his job because he's won another trophy. He'll keep his job, but there will be questions. There has to be questions.
Danny, I've already sent it.
There has to be questions. How the fuck are you finishing 13th with 3 months to go and you're not having to rotate? How have you done that? So questions will be asked, but he keeps his job because he's won a trophy. But my question to you, Dan, I'm gonna push it back on you now, right? If we got 2nd place next season in the league, 2nd or 3rd, let's say 2nd or 3rd, but won nothing, would you be all right with that?
Yes. I wouldn't be happy with let me finish my bit.
All right.
Right. I would be happy with 2nd because Spurs finishing 2nd is fucking like wow sort of thing, and it's a big improvement on this season. But as long as we give it a good run in the cups, I can justify that because we're not a big enough team in that aspect, like the Man Cities, the Liverpools.
So it's Poch and Redknapp all over again.
Yeah,
Poch and Redknapp all over again.
But I expect us to at least win something every couple of years, yeah? Not wait fucking 17 years for it, yeah?
That's not Ange's fault.
But if he had a season and we get second place, but we didn't win anything, I'd be happy with a manager. But now, if he finishes second or third for the next 5-6 years, but wins nothing, I am then saying, well, I want a cup on top of this as well. Yeah, this is why I'm putting it in here. Why I think there's a lot of people now justifying it, where people saying, yeah, but it's all about winning cups at the end of the day and silverware. Yes, silverware is what goes in your cabinet. I'll 1,000,000% go with that one. Yeah, but all of a sudden it was cups is all I'm bothered about. But then I change it to we finish 12th, 14th, or 12th in the league or whatever and get the League Cup. Hang on a second. There's not so many people justifying that now because there's not a Champions League at the end of it. I think so. I think it sounds a bit contradicted.
All right, it's not the general consensus, though, is it?
Well, I mean, hold on. Go on. I just want to push back on what he said. Dan said, right?
Go for it. Go for it.
So, number one, you'd be happy with second if we don't win anything next season. You'd accept that. So,
yes.
My first question would be, what manager comes in and gets us second next season if it's not Ange? Because I don't think any manager gets us second next season.
No, nor do I.
Number two, all right. So we're not going to be happy next season then. And my second point is,
go on.
You said if we get second, then go on a good cup run, you can tolerate that.
Mm-hmm.
What if Ange doesn't get us second, but goes on a good cup run and wins the cup? Again, what if that happens?
Okay, yeah, but
I don't understand.
I didn't understand that last point. I didn't understand your last point. Say that again. I didn't get that.
You said that if we finish second and go on a good cup run, you'd be happy with that. And I said to you, what if we don't finish second? We finish 5th or 6th, but we go on a good cup run and win the cup next season. Surely that's better. That
again, I can deal with. 5th can get us Champions League.
So how low can we be to justify winning it?
I am basically asking. I'm saying we've got to be fighting top 6. If we go top 6 and he gets us a cup, I am fucking over the moon like a pig in shit. Yeah.
All right, Dan. What if we finish 10th? What if we finish 10th? What if we finish 12th next year? Right, we come 12th in the league. Okay, but he wins the FA Cup, which gets you the top 6 reward.
I can understand with what you're saying, but for me, he's proved he's not good enough in the league, and I would have him out because I need a player because he's not going to win a cup every season.
He's won the FA Cup and got you the top 6 reward.
But he's not. I get where you're coming from, but the league is where we usually and where most teams usually go and get their Champions League position, or their Europa position.
He said top 6
because it doesn't.
He said top 6, not Champions League.
I said Champions League or Europa is what I just said.
Europa's top 6. So if you're in the FA Cup,
that's what I just said.
Reward.
Yeah.
So what do you
But with that one, I would be happy with top 6 in a cup. I'll be over the moon with that. Like
Dan. If we finish 12th and win the FA Cup, right? So
I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, but FA Cup gets you the top 6 reward. You're back in the Europa.
Fine. Yeah, but it doesn't give me the excuse. But it doesn't give me the excuse for the shit season that I've just had again, where I have had to be embarrassed time on, time out over the way we've played.
It's not embarrassing to win the FA Cup.
Because we are not going to win a cup every season. We are not Crystal Palace, for fuck's sake. We are bigger than Crystal Palace doing that. Fine. I mean, we are talking. You two are talking like we're fucking Crystal Palace or Leicester or something.
No, I'm talking about winning trophies. Winning trophies.
If we finish 5th and won this Europa League, would you be happy?
What was that question? Sorry.
If we finished 5th and won this Europa League, would you be happy?
Of course, I would.
Right, bear with me. Right, I just want to interject here, right?
Of course.
Ange's first season, we finished 5th. Okay. Before our injuries kicked in this season, we were 5th. I don't think enough emphasis gets put on the fact that this is strongly down to the injuries that we've had this season. Do you honestly think, had we not had that shit streak of injuries, we'd be where we were in the Premier League? Because I don't believe we would be. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I really do not think that people concentrate on us. Some people say, oh, it's an excuse. It's not an excuse. Any manager, any team in the world loses, 3 of their best players, especially centre backs. You're going to have huge problems, no matter who you are, no matter what manager you've got. You Van Dijk, Konate, both gone. Where are they going to finish? They're not going to finish first, I can tell you that much. So I'm just saying, I truly believe this is a freak season, and I do think next year we're probably going to be around 5th, 6th, and if we can win another cup, rock on.
Yeah, I'm totally with that. I want us to win cups as well, but I expect us to do a solid in the league as well. Yeah,
well, we were before the injuries. That's my point.
No, we weren't.
We were 5th. It's good enough for me.
We were losing to fucking Ipswich and Crystal Palace before the injuries, and we were starting to already go down the table before the injuries. 13 injuries did not happen in one fucking game.
It's true. No,
13 injuries over a matter of time, and then where he refused to adapt and burnt out other players as well with his tactics is why we went further down. That was on the manager. Yeah. 13 injuries ain't going to help no one. Yeah. I want cups. I want to win cups, of course, but I still want to be respectable in that league. Why has it got to be one or the fucking other? What exactly is happening here?
Respect comes, Dan. This is where the fan base is clapped. Respect comes from winning trophies, not league position, unless you're first.
Right.
There's no respect coming second.
I disagree with
that. Arsenal. Nobody respects Arsenal.
I get that one. Yeah.
Everyone's calling him fraudtetta. Bottle jobs, right?
Okay, let me change this.
No respect.
Let me change this.
Table, trophies
Pepper's done nothing this season, so he don't get no respect. Yeah, I mean the charity shield.
No, he's put loads of trophies in the bank. Dan, don't do that.
Okay, right, but let me give you an example. If it's all about cups or winning the league that matters in that, Man City go and finish 12th, but win the FA Cup and the League Cup. Have they had a respectable season for Man City? They have won the cups, brilliant, but are their fans going to justify that for finishing 12th place? The only sort of team that justifies that is Crystal Palace. The only reason we will justify it is because we have been so fucking...
Man City won 5 Carabao Cups in a row. Why they go for that shit trophy? Because trophies is what puts City on the map.
Matter. I'm agreeing with you. But would a bigger team accept that?
Fans want to pay out. They want to win a trophy.
So you're saying the Man City fans would accept 12th place with an FA Cup and League Cup?
Dan, they accepted it at the start of their journey, right? They accepted it. We've won nothing for 17 years. Yeah, we're at the start. We've won nothing for 17 years.
So I want to improve in the league and also every couple of years, or I'd love it every year, but realistically, every couple of years, win a cup. So as this season... Would you have still justified this season and had the same faith in Ange for next season if it would have been a League Cup he won instead of this one getting us in the Champions League and basically covering all the cracks of the season? Forget the point of if he would have done this, I'd have had the ump with that.
Dan, I've answered that already. I've answered that. I've said if you win the League Cup in February and then March, April, May, you lose. Why? Why have you lost all those games for the last 3 months of the season to finish 17th?
I feel you're making excuses.
No, I'm giving you an answer.
You're giving excuses.
Okay, what's the excuse? Right? He deliberately mugged off the league to win that Europa. He mugged it off.
Yeah.
The Europa was at the end of May, middle of May.
And the only reason that's justifiable is because he got a Champions League place out of it. If it would have been an FA, we'd have got
it's justifiable because he won the trophy. Because he won the trophy, that's why it's justified.
So if he finishes 17th,
yeah,
and wins the FA Cup this season, again,
absolutely, I take it. We're back in the Europa and won a trophy. Yes, I justify.
Would you still justify him to the same point of the fact that he's won the Europa and got us in the Champions League?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Fair enough. Each their own at the end of the day. Dan, how you doing, mate?
I'm good. I'm all right. I'm good. I'm really good. I mean, how can I not be good? We're fucking champions of Europe, mate.
Exactly.
How can I not be fucking good? How can I not be good? It's been an interesting conversation though, and listening to what you guys are saying, I'm more with what. I'm sorry. What's your name in the top corner? I've never met you before.
Ben, whatever one.
Ben, nice to meet you, Ben. I agree with what you were saying, and I agree with what Stel was saying as well. I think what I've witnessed over the last week, going to Bilbao, lifting that trophy, seeing that parade, for me, that is what a fan is all about. It is that, right? I couldn't give a fuck where we finish in the league. that means absolutely bollocks to me, right? Winning that, I will never have a feeling like that again unless we do the same again, or we go and win the Premier League, or we go and win the Champions League, right? Now, Premier League is a very difficult league to win because we're playing with teams, we're against teams who are dominated by financial power, right? Like the Man Cities, the Chelseas, the Liverpools, who have got they also run well from a football perspective, right? But we have to also look at how we are run as a club, and you have to also add that into the perspective. Now, we are not a club that is going to go and pay players 300 grand a week. We're never going to be that under Daniel Levy. It's never going to happen. So we have to also have the realism in us to understand that competing at the top level in the Premier League is going to be an extremely difficult thing to do until we start buying players who are going to be at that level. We can compete with the Man Cities and the Liverpools, right? But until then, which I don't believe is ever going to happen at this club under Daniel Levy, we have to take what we can get, right? Now, if you said to me at the beginning of the season, we're going to finish 17th in the league and we will win the Europa League, I'll bite your fucking hand off for it. I will bite your hand off for it. And I'm going to say this to you, Dan. If I said to you, we're going to finish 15th in the league next year and win the Champions League, would you fucking take that?
Champions League, I can't deny it. Yes, I would.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
That's for the size of the Champions League.
Yeah, but no. That's not anything. There's no other debate. The question
that one, I'll go with it. But then you answer my question here, the same I give Stel then, and the same I give Ben then. If we would have finished 17th this season, forget ifs, buts, and maybes about the fucking league, whatever, and we would have won the League Cup and finished 17th, would you still be sitting here justifying it and saying for the parade, which there would have still been exactly the same fucking parade because that's how Levy would have done it, And because we're so like just desperate at Spurs to win something, would you still be sitting here preaching it that hard and justifying the 17th in the league for the League Cup? Or is it the fact that it's the Europa Cup, which is a good cup in my opinion, got us that Champions League place?
It's not even the Champions League place that does it. It's a major European trophy. It's not a joke. Like, it's the second tier of the European team. So it's like
I agree.
And there are some good teams in that tournament, right? So it's not something that everyone can win. So
I agree.
Of course, I think if we won a League Cup, we'd still be absolutely buzzing. But I don't think it hits the same spot by winning a major European trophy. That's undoubtable, right?
Okay, but Dan, a cup's a cup, isn't it? A cup is a cup. I mean, obviously, other cups are bigger than other cups, but a cup is a cup.
But we're talking about major trophies, right? Yes, people now it depends on what you define as a major trophy. Some people may define the cup as a major trophy. I personally, my opinion, I don't define the League Cup as a major trophy. It is a major trophy technically, but it's not.
It's obviously not as big as the FA, the Europa, the Champions League.
Yeah,
and that. We know that. But a cup is a cup. Beggars can't be choosers, Dan.
Of course,
we are only Spurs.
A cup, of course,
so
right? But the thing is, we have to also look at, right, what Ben was saying earlier is that we did have a lot of injuries this season. And obviously what Ange has come out and said is that he did sacrifice, our kind of Premier League campaign for the cups. And we got to the semi-final of a League Cup and we got to a final and won a European Cup. And that's not a bad season if you take away the Premier League, what we did in the Premier League, right? Because we know the Premier League was not a good season. We know that it's the worst we've ever had in the Premier League. But for me, it's just, I do think I agree with what Stel and Ben said is what I was listening when I was driving home, what you said, Ben, about what I've seen, like the way the players are and the way they are. I think there's something different about them with how the connection is with the club and the manager by winning that European trophy. And I think because of the way Ange Postecoglou spoke, if you watched his speech after to the families, after the game and the party, you watch the way he talks. He's such a motivational speaker. He knows how to motivate people. He knows how to manage people. And I just think that
he knows how to bullshit his way through it, basically like a politician, is what you're saying.
I don't think it's bullshit, Dan, because let's be honest, right? You're the one as well as I, as well.
Hang on, Dan. Sorry, mate. I thought every game counted no matter what.
Yeah, but when it gets to a point where it's statistically impossible to go up or down.
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah, I thought every game mattered no matter what. He turned on our fan base, and you're one of the ones who sat on Stel's show and actually grilled him for turning on the fan base for having our attitude to it.
I did.
Going on about every game matters. But now all of a sudden he did. But he did. So right. So why do I take him serious now? So you've just made me right on what I said. He's basically bullshitted his way out of it like a politician.
He did bullshit.
No. He won a trophy.
Yeah.
He didn't bullshit his way out. He won a trophy. That's what people keep forgetting.
Yes,
he won a trophy. He said,
I understand.
I don't usually win trophies in my second season. I always. And he fucking did it. Mate, all the media, he's done this to them.
100%.
He's done it to everyone, though.
He's done it to all of us. And I'm agreeing with everyone.
Cut them away.
Yeah.
And regardless of everyone finish, we've still got Champions League as well, finishing 5th anyway. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. It's just a free season in the Premier League. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
I wanted to say
something again. So would you three then justify it if, again, like I said, just a simple yes or no? We finish 17th and win that League Cup because he's got a silverware, and silverware is all that matters. And 17th and second don't mean. Hang on, let me finish my question. And 17th and second don't really mean fuck all because it's only league places and you don't win nothing and that. We finish 15th, 17th again. If we would have finished 17th and won that League Cup, which gets us into Europe, not the Champions League, you three would have sat here and said he deserves another season because he's won us a cup. Yes or no? Simple answer.
Yes. If he wins a trophy, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Dan, we've won nothing for 17 years. People are acting like Tottenham win trophies. Mate, we've had 2 decades of absolute misery. We're called Spurs.
I agree with this.
We're the laughing stock of world football. Look, Dan, I want to touch on something Doc said, where he said, what choice did Ange have? He had a lot of injuries, okay? Mm-hmm. I slightly disagree with you. And I'll tell you why. I want to explain why. For me, injuries weren't the issue. And this is why I'm going to criticize Ange. The issue was he accepted mediocre players to come to Tottenham. So when we got injuries and he had to turn to them, they were shit. So when we've got injuries, bring on Tel. Bring on Archie Gray, who's 18. Bring on Ben Davies, who we've kept at the club. Bring on Jed Spence, who you wanted out of the club. Bring on Timo fucking Werner. You know, this is why it collapsed. Because when he had to rotate, when he had to use the squad, mate, you've built a shit squad. You've built... These players aren't good enough, right?
Whose fault is that, though? His or Levy's?
Both. Because the board have got a track record of doing this, but he accepted it. He's like, he signed off on it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's all good and well him saying after he's won the Europa, I knew what I was walking into. I knew how it works at this club. I knew what I got myself into. Right, well, then you know that you're going to accept these crap players then, mate. So this is why I'm not Ange in, but he deserves to have a chance next season because I'm not convinced by certain things. I'm not convinced. But I do you know what, guys? I think this summer transfer window is going to tell us everything, man. We're going to know. We will know.
Just like the last 4 or 5, yeah?
Just like the last 4 or 5, yeah. Yeah. Basically, Dan, you're right, yes. But, you know, if we had an Eze to come off the bench, if we had a Mitoma to come off the bench, he signed Danzo and that helped us.
I think that's a good signing.
Absolutely.
Right? So what they've got to start doing now is signing experience like Danzo.
Like he said, Stel. He's
got to do it though.
Next season we have to sign experienced players because he realizes now we're in the Champions League. You can't go signing more 18-year-olds to go and play Champions League football. It's not impossible. It's impossible. He knows we're going to have absolutely. What do you mean?
You're hoping that he realizes that.
Well, the board needs to do it as well, and Ange needs to demand it. Ange needs to go to Daniel Levy's office now. He needs to go to Daniel Levy's office now and say, mate, look at those scenes on the high street. Look at Bilbao. Look at these players, the smiles on their faces. Look at the champagne corks popping. You, Mr. Chairman, No more youth. No more operation babysitting. Get me Eze. Get me Modric on a 1-year loan or De Bruyne on a 1-year loan. Go and get me Matoma. Get me Mbeumo. Okay, but you get my point.
Well, after the season he's had this season, he's had 2 good seasons in a row now.
Get me those type of players. Go and get me Wissa from Brentford. Go and get me
Mbeumo.
Go and get me or Europe. Or European. He has to now push that button. Behind the scenes, he has to push those buttons.
Basically, Stel,
more kids and more Timos and fucking all this bollocks.
Can I say something as well?
It will collapse. It will collapse come September, October. It will.
Do you know what as well? To add to what you're saying, right? If there's ever a time where Daniel Levy is going to show up, right, and actually do something that we haven't seen him do before, this is the time. And the reason I say this is because under Pochettino, we had a Champions League final, but we didn't get over the line, and he didn't back him the way he needed to be backed. He went and got Lo Celso instead of Bruno Fernandes. He didn't sell Ericsson when he should have got more money for him, and he got 17 million in the January after. He did stupid things like this because Daniel Levy does Daniel Levy things, right? He wants to maximize the profit wherever he goes. It's just like what we're going to see with Romero this summer. Do we sell him for a high fee now, or do we wait till next season when we get hardly anything left because he's got 2 years left on his deal, right? So
I say sell him.
These are the things that we're looking at now, right? What Stel said about bringing in Danso, those are the type of players that are going to actually improve the first team and improve the squad. You bring in those type of experienced players and you fill up the squad with more experience like that, then you can sit there and say, yes, I think he's got a better chance of achieving more at this club, right? But what I'm going to say is this. If there's ever a time Daniel Levy is going to put his money where his mouth is and go and sign experienced players, this is the best chance he's got. Now, what Daniel Levy right? What Levy has to realize is he made a mistake not backing Poch then, right? And he probably regrets it until yesterday when he saw that parade, when he saw us lift that trophy, right? Now he's seen a manager who's won a major European trophy, and if he doesn't back him now, then we're never going to see anyone be backed at this club the right way. This is the time he has to do it, right? He's got another chance now.
Danny's right. Danny's right.
He's got another chance to show the fan base right now, right?
If he doesn't do it now,
if he's going to show a difference and a different, give us a different perception of who he is, this is the time he's got to do it. Because if he goes and buys now players when we've just gone and won a fucking major European trophy to actually take us to the next level, then I think Ange is the right man to do it. And I think I want to see him given a chance. I'm with Stel, and I'm not sure yet because we know what we've seen in the Premier League, but you have to also account for his neglect of the Premier League in certain aspects. He's also a lot of things, right? The injuries and this kind of stuff. But one of the things as well is that we have seen Ange. He has the ability to adapt when he needs to, right? And he's shown that by winning the Europa League, where we had 3 games in a row where we didn't concede a single goal to Frankfurt, Bodo away, and Man United in the final, right? That's not an easy thing to do. He shut up shop, right? And we fucking won it in the dirtiest way, grittiest way possible. But every single fan loved what he did because we fucking won a European trophy. And if this is the time, Daniel Levy has to do it now. This is his chance to redeem himself and go and fucking sign players like Eze, go and get players like Mbeumo, go and get the Matomas who's got 1 year left on his contract or free agent in the summer, whatever it is. These are the players he's got to sign now. No more Timo fucking Werners. No more fucking bullshit youngsters anymore. We've got enough youngsters, and we've got more in the academy still who are coming through, right? We don't need any more youngsters. We need more experience.
So was Werner down to Ange? Was Werner down to Ange, or was it down to Levy, or was it down to a bit of both?
Ange's going to sit there and say, it's both of them, right? Ange accepted it, but the club gave him that offer. Do you want Werner, yes or no? Right? And if he says, well, who else are we going to get? No one. All right, I'll have Werner. It's like, yeah, I'll take him. But Ange accepted it. So he's partly to blame for that.
Can we say,
be honest,
Danny, can we just quickly say as well, the fact that Ange took Werner out of the Europa Cup squad when he was allowed to relist the players in January. He realised, you know what, this guy's shit. You're fucking shit. You're bollocks.
Yes. You're fucking shit.
And was ruthless, which is saying you like that.
Ange realised it, but at the same point, that you know,
he did.
Ange agreed to it in the first place as well. Like Ange, man,
he rectified himself, Stel, by taking him out the squad.
He did, but he shouldn't have.
He took him out of the squad through injury. No.
Can I just say this about Werner real quick?
Through injury, not because he
that's true.
Didn't want him. In pure injury is the reason.
Madison was injured. He put him in the squad. Vicario was injured. He put him in the squad. Romero was injured. He put him in the squad. There's a lot of injured players he kept in the Europa Cup squad. He took
Werner out when he was injured.
Same with Madison. Same with Van de Ven and Romero. There's a lot of players that were injured in January that he took out the squad.
That's not what we was talking about. We was talking about Werner. Werner, he took out because he was injured. Simple as that.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. So why didn't he take out Romero, Van de Ven, and Madison then when they were injured at the same time?
Yeah.
He took out Werner out of injury.
No, Dan, you're not answering the question. Why didn't he take out the other injured players then? Why didn't he take out the other injured players?
Fair point. I'll go with that one.
Yeah, did you get what I'm saying? For me,
I see what you're saying. Still, I'm stepping back on that one. Fair point.
All right, cool.
Can I just throw this out about Werner?
But Dan, you guys are right. He should never have accepted Werner in the fucking first place.
Yeah. And that was why you was Ange out in the start of the season.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Why he brought in Werner?
A lot of us were. Go on, Ben. Sorry.
No, I think there's a reason why they brought in Werner. Look, this is going to sound a little crazy. I don't like Werner at all. I think he's terrible, right?
He's shit.
But 100,000,000%, he's fucking shocking. There's no excuse for him.
But still beats his man and does better than Odegaard and Stel.
Yes, he does. Right. I think I do agree with Stel. I think Werner's last game, Ange came out and was like, the way his performance isn't good enough. And a player of his stature should be doing better, should be trying harder, so on and so forth. Since then, he never really got played again. I think the reason why we got him in the first place, as nuts as this is going to sound, on paper, right, because we do have a very young squad, on paper, Werner is an extremely experienced player. He's won things. He won the league with Chelsea, right?
And the Champions League.
5 years ago.
So maybe the idea behind it was, well, hey, look, listen, this guy's got a plethora of experience. He might push the others on, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that is my only thought on Werner, that as to why maybe we brought him back. The second time, fuck knows why. I have no idea. Now, he's, bit of a donkey.
With what you're saying there, I was one of the few who actually half justified getting Werner the first time, and I could understand why we did. Because Werner plays exactly the same way that Son does. It's just he's an extremely poor man's Son. He's basically a peasant Son sort of thing, So I could sort of get why he got him in there as such, in the aspect of to just cover that place for the meantime. But then he went and accepted it for the second season after fucking preaching about, we need new strikers and everything. I just find this whole thing very, very. It's like I said, I think people are struggling at the moment with emotions and also using their mentality at the same time as well. And for me, again, if it is all about trophies, then he should be able to finish 15th next year and win the FA Cup and League Cup, or win the FA Cup or League Cup, and no one should complain because we got another cup. And just keep him for the next season as well.
If we win one of those tournaments, we get European football, right? Guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Right. So it doesn't matter. It might not be Champions League, but you get guaranteed European football and you win a trophy. So really, the league position, like Stel said earlier in the show, unless you win it, it doesn't really mean anything. Like
I do understand that point.
Look, like what Ange said, right? If we finish third this year, 1-0. We only got Champions League football. What does that do for us? Nothing. It does nothing. It just gives us more money in the league, right? More money for Daniel Levy to build his Levy empire, right? That's all it is.
Well, what has this just done then?
Winning the trophy is what is the only thing that's tangible. That is what can give the fans something to cheer about, right? Because yes, it's good to finish third in the league, but having a major European trophy like this This is something that the fans will never, ever forget in their lifetime. Ever. And that, for me, is why I'm a football fan, because I want to experience more like moments like that again.
I can totally understand that and agree with that, yeah? I mean, it is about winning cups at the end of the day. But I just still definitely feel that there's a few people who would not actually have this same attitude if it would have been a League Cup or even an FA Cup we would have won. I think the thing that has justified this for everybody, for a lot of people, is the fact that it's got Champions League written on the fucking end of it.
Okay, Dan, that's what we're after, though, is it not? Dan, that's what it's about.
Right, Dan, let's say you're right. Let's say it's because he won the Europa. Okay, let's say you're right. Well, that's the competition he chose to target. That's the one he said, I'm going after that. Yeah. So next season, let's see what he goes after. Let's see what he targets, because the strategy won't be Europa because we're not in it. What's he going to do? And this is why I think, do you know what? Football's so funny, because what we do, and it's normal to do it, and it's logical to do it. We look at the past to justify the future, to try and suss it out. And that's the only way we can. We've got to go by the past and whatnot. History tells us that this guy's points per game is like 1, so we're probably going to get relegated. And history tells us that Levy's going to completely sabotage the transfer window. That's what history tells us.
Yeah.
But history also tells us if we change manager, they'll get a 6-month bounce, then the wheels will come flying off, and we would have wasted another £200 million. Right? That's what history also tells us. We're in a place we haven't been before. We've won a major trophy.
A European
trophy. We're in the Champions League. And we've got a manager that wants to be here who's actually won something with Spurs. We haven't been in this place before. The last time we were in this position was Juan de Ramos. And that ended up as a disaster. So we're looking at that and saying, well, look, it's going to fucking be like Juan de Ramos. But we also said that Ange only wins in mediocre leagues. This guy's not serious. Well, he's won it here. So we don't know what's going to happen, Dan. Like, honestly, if you were to say to me, Stel, what's going to happen next season, I haven't got a fucking clue.
But
I haven't got a clue. It could be a disaster. It could be the best thing ever. It could be more of the same. I have no.
But do you know what, Stel?
I have none. I don't know.
You know what, Stel? I agree with that, but I also go back to what Doc said earlier on in the show, right? About that. When I saw, I saw the League Cup final. I wasn't there, but I watched it, and I remember it was an amazing feeling. But this feeling is different. It is just different. It just hits differently. And what I saw in them,
it's been a long time.
But not just that, Stel. But listen, it goes back to what Dan was saying, Stel. If it was a League Cup, I guarantee you it would nowhere near be as good feeling as this. I guarantee you, he's right. Winning a League Cup it will be amazing feeling, but it doesn't hit the same way as amazing.
Yeah, it's
because there's no Champions League on the end of it.
But it's not just.
Also, it's got the least prestige out of all the cups we can win. It's literally the worst you can win, isn't it? Out of everything.
But the thing is, though, this is a very prestigious cup, right? And it has been historically as well for this club, not just in Europe, but this club especially, right?
Whether it was an easy run or not doesn't matter. The fact is, we won it.
We won it. But this is what we're saying. This is what we're saying, Dan. Is that, like Doc said, I also have got the feeling that we have to wait and see. I think it's wrong to sack him, right? Morally wrong to sack him, even though, like Stel said, we're going by the history of what's just happened, right? In terms of we're looking at it thinking, okay, he's probably going to have the same Premier League season again. But what people keep forgetting is, again, we have just won a European trophy, right? And what that does to, if you listen to what the players have said as well, right? Yes. For them, it's a different feeling. They've tasted European glory, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if that doesn't motivate them to want to go and win more, then then we're going to have a shit season. Ange will get sacked, and we're back in the same square again, same peg hole that we've been in, same hole that we've been in year after year, right? But this is the time now where I want to see if those players have got it in them to take themselves up another level and show them, get themselves that belief that now they've gone and done something like this. What else can they go and achieve? Can they go higher? Can they go for a Champions League? Can they go for the Premier League? Can they sustain it over a 38-game season, right? Mm-hmm. That's a different challenge. But they've got more unity and more belief now because they've gone and won a European trophy. And that's why the only right thing to do, regardless of what's happened in the Premier League, right, is to give him a chance, see if the board will cooperate and give him the players, good experienced players, and then see what happens. Then we can judge him, right? Because until then, we can't really sit here and say we know what's going to happen, because we don't. We just don't. We don't know how it's going to. We don't know what the board are going to do. They might even sack him. They might still mutually agree to get rid of him. Who knows?
Exactly. That's another point we don't know. I mean, I think Lee makes a good point here. And Lee, if you want to jump on, mate, do say, and I'll put the link on here for you. I mean, obviously, you Stel. It says, Stel, why do you think experienced players are going to sort out gung ho? I mean, because for me, I don't think Ange is going to adapt his style.
They're not going to sort
the only reason he went. I think the only reason he went out and out defense, because he blatantly got told, and he knew it was the only way he was going to fucking do it, and it was to save his career, basically.
So why didn't he get told in the league?
What's that?
Good point.
So why didn't he get told in the league?
Why didn't he do it?
No, you just said it's because he got told in the Europa. So why didn't he get told in the league?
I would have presumed he did. It was just one he listened and one he didn't. Oh, okay, maybe he didn't get told then. Let me put it a different way. He actually changed his tactics and said that was best for that game, yeah?
So then it's Ange.
Is he going to do this for the... So if it was, fine. But then why didn't he do it during the rest of the games where he could have done it, even putting the bloody B team out there and everything and that, if you want to call it
that's
a B
my
team
criticism of him. And that's my criticism of him. That's why I'm not Ange in, because I've still got that issue with him. But I want to see if he proves me wrong again. Let's see what he does. Like, I don't know if he's going to go gung-ho next season. I don't know if he's learnt his lesson. I don't know if he's sat there with the coaches and they've said, look, Ange, love your thinking, mate, but it's fucking catastrophic in league football. You need to change this. And maybe he uses
the never going to work.
Of course not. But he slowly stopped inverting the fullbacks. And then he went back to it, and he did the last. He stopped it. Like, look, I repeat what I said 10 minutes ago.
The only thing he stopped with the inverted wing backs was doing two of them at the same time. But then what he did was have one of them inverted and the other overlapping up the other end. It's just, well. And still two defenders.
Look, I'm going to repeat myself again on this show and everyone else's shows. And I know I'm going to keep having to say this. I'm not Ange in. I'm not. I've got issues with him developing players. I've got issues with his tactical flexibility. But he deserves to start next season to prove me wrong again. He deserves it, in my opinion. Let's see. Arteta was a fraud, an absolute fraud. He adapted and they became second. They're competing. They're still bottle jobs, but he adapted. Let's see if Ange can adapt. Let's see. Chances are he won't, guys. And in October this year, I'll be on this show. Stel, I need to talk to you, mate. You're the one that said to keep him. You're the one. And I'm going to be sitting there going, I haven't got an exit out of this. I can't get out of this argument now. I'm going to have to sit here and get roasted. Or just maybe we get off to a good start. We're quite well balanced. And we're sitting here saying, guys, has Ange changed? I don't know. More likely, he's not going to change. But I just think he deserves. And again, very, very few will agree with me who have been Ange out from the Ange out brigade, because, you know, that's what we are. Very few will agree with me that he deserves the chance. I think I'm going to be the only one that comes out hard like this. And I'm going to get the pelts for it. I can take it.
No, I think
it doesn't change my life. My life isn't Tottenham. There's more important things. I love Tottenham. It's not my life. He deserves a chance, is my point, Dan. And I'll keep repeating that. I just think he deserves a start to the season. If we have a really bad window full of kids, then I'm going to be Ange out straight away, because you know what? This ain't going to fucking work. But if we do have some experience comes in, whether it's Danzo's, Van der Ven's, not household names, but hold on, there's something about this player. I can deal with that. But the transfer window and the start to the season will determine what I think they're on after. But as of today, right now, this minute, he deserves the chance to start next season as the manager, is my thinking. And we'll see if I'm right or wrong. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. I don't know.
I think a lot of people will agree with you on the moral side of it, yeah? On the morals side of it, yeah? I think there will be a significant amount of people that will agree with you because I can understand the morally correct side of this shit. Whether I agree with it or not is different. Like I said, I'm a dog-eat-dog world person. I will do what I need to do to win, and the rest of the world can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to a business situation, when it comes to a sports situation as such, yeah? Now, morals for me is morals in the world of when you see that old lady or old man walking up the road and you pull the car up, chuck their stuff in the back of the car with them and give them a lift home. That's my morals outside. Morals when it comes to sport and everything else, I don't have morals when it comes to it. You do what you got to do. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that do agree with you still, and others like Danny and Ben on the morally correct side of things here, yeah?
Fucking hell, we've got a party now.
You've even just basically said it yourself. You don't even honestly actually think that hard that he's going to do it. You're hoping he can do it. So why have the morals...
No, he deserves to prove me wrong is what I've said. He deserves to prove me wrong again.
Okay, fair point, yeah. Again, I'll go with anyone's opinion.
Actually, Dan, sorry, same thing. Dan, you're right. Dan, you're right. It's the same thing. You're right. It's the same thing.
It's just everyone's got their opinion and they're entitled to it and they're allowed to it. And as long as you're willing to come and justify it, whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant at the end of the day because each is allowed their opinion. Alex, Savva, how are we doing this afternoon?
Yeah, big up. I can't say that long, but Danny, I'm going to go straight to you right now, bro. You're being a flip-flop, bro. You're being a flip-flop. Yeah? Savva, Stel, I've already told you you're flip-flop. You're flip-flop. You're both flip-flops. And by the way, at the beginning of the season, I do not want to hear Daniel Levy out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you criticising him. I don't want to hear it because you're backing him. You're backing Postecoglou. He's doing exactly what you want. So I don't want to hear Levy out. Change to Spurs is dead. Right? I don't really care because I don't like me.
You can't just say
we're not doing this. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do this.
Let him finish.
No, I'm not doing this. No, you can't do this.
Let him finish.
No, you can't do this. You can't do this. No, it's not delusional. You're delusional because now the European Cup has now changed your opinion now of Ange Postecoglou now saying he needs another season. So what happened to those 21
We never said that, Alex. No. You ain't coming on here.
You can't come on here. You can't come on here and accuse us of saying things that we haven't said.
Don't do this.
Let Alex finish his bit. Let Alex finish his bit.
He's lying.
He's lying. No, sorry, Dan. No. I'm not gonna let Alex finish.
Let him lie and let him finish his bit, whether he's lying or telling the truth.
I'm gonna lie as well.
And then you can slam him down to the ground. Let him say what he's got to say.
So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, right. If you're gonna back this process, yeah, you're backing Scott Munn, you're backing Johan Lang, you're backing all those people that you're criticising, right? So you stick with this manager, right? I do not want to hear any criticism about Daniel Levy. I do not want to hear it anymore. I do not want to hear anything about the manager being out because you wanted it. You wanted it. Daniel Levy wants it as well, right? I'm sticking to it, right? I gave him credit, like I said on my channel. I said, he proved me wrong. Well done to everyone. But sorry, thanks for the memories, but get out my club. Right, get out my club, and that's all I've got to say because I've got to go off. I've done some gym, you know what I mean. So I'm looking slim, bruv. You know what I mean. I need to take you down the gym as well, Danny, as well, man. You know what I mean. We can get some, we can do it together. You know what I mean. So big up to everybody. You know what I mean. Sorry, I had to rattle some people. You know what I mean. So take care, everybody. Take care.
He
comes on, lies, and then fucks off.
Of course he does. We know that.
Call him out.
I was going to call him a CUNT, but
because I've got Ben
before I go to Stel. Go on.
I agree with Stel. Like at the end of the day, why does this have to be viewed so negatively? And she's absolutely deserved his chance to try again next season. And Danny, as far as I'm concerned, bear with right. Danny, as far as I'm concerned. I'm with him as well because something feels different. Why does this have to be negative going into next season? Why don't we go into it with a bit of hope? Something feels a bit different. We saw the way the players reacted.
What feels different?
The manager reacted.
It's not negative. It's looking ahead.
It's not negative. But the word negative's wrong.
It's looking ahead for the future. You can't live in the past, whether the past is good or bad.
Well,
if you are good,
you're contradicting yourself. Then, if you're saying you can't live in the past, you're talking about living in the past because your judgment is based on the past.
Future. I'm going for the future.
It's contradicting.
Okay,
hold on, Dan. You cannot say live in the past and then say you don't want him because of the past.
Oh, you can't say that because I'm asking for a man.
You cannot say that. You're contradicting yourself.
In the past, you have to go to the future. And when I get a
no, bullshit.
I need fucking bullshit. CV. No bollocks, mate.
Bullshit.
When it comes to a CV,
I'm calling it out. Bullshit.
History. A CV is what matters.
No.
This man's CV
if you're taking away history, right, then he should have a chance. Because you're basing it on what's happened in the Premier League. That's what you're basing it on.
I'm basing it that he's
exactly. So that means you're contradicting yourself.
Okay, so you're keeping him on the past as well. Then I get that. Yeah,
I'm keeping him on what's just happened like the last 2 days.
Yes.
When I say living in the past, I mean like what Arsenal do with the Invincibles fucking 20 odd years ago. That is what I call living in the past. When you employ someone,
we're not doing that.
Employ someone, Danny. Okay,
you're making a judgment based on what's happened in the Premier League.
Right. When you employ someone, you have to go to the past to employ them for a CV. I mean, and then you look at what their possibilities
your point was irrelevant
in the future. Okay, if you want to put it like that. But I employ on a CV of how somebody has done.
His CV is he won the Europa Cup. His CV is he won the Europa Cup.
He's blatantly said he's not good enough in that league. This is the question. I mean, yous have blatantly admitted it to me. I'll go with the same question with Savva in a second. That if he would have, that you would rather win a cup every season and the league second or 17th is irrelevant. Basically, you would rather win a cup. I get that because we are that desperate for cups.
Because we're fucking losers. That's why we're fucking losers.
Stick to what I said that I don't think anybody would be justifying this.
We are losers.
Savva, I'll ask you this question then that I asked these. Yeah, if people are justifying, I think people are justifying what he's done. I mean, it puts the paper over the scratches, and yes, it's great what he's done and everything. Brilliant. Thank you, Ange. Well done, yeah. But I think people are justifying this more because it's got the Champions League written on the end of the cup. Now, people say only cups matter. Do you think these people would be so he deserves another season if it would have been the League Cup or the FA Cup?
Hang on, Danny. Hang on, mate. I haven't had a fucking chance yet. Let me hang on. Right, let me just come in and talk to all these fucking flip-flops who have all shit the bed. Right? All of their content. Delete all of your content for the season where you're having a go at the manager, that he can't coach, that he's terrible. Delete it all because it's disingenuous and you've lied. Right? I'll call everyone out who's doing this, right? This is emotion in the moment versus what we know is reality. This is the problem.
I agree.
If we are going to talk about a one-off cup run, bloody brilliant, superb, well done. You beat some really crap teams and won a Europa League. Great, right? If we're going to talk about 2 years of evidence in the Premier League, which is the bread and butter, right? The bread and butter. The Premier League is where you judge against a sample size of how are we doing. Right? Cup runs, you could say, all right, we turned it on every 3 weeks for a cup. The Premier League is every week. Yeah, that is the barometer of how well is your team doing. Right? In 2 years, this man has done this. I used to do this, Dan, as you know, right? I used to say he's doing that. He's done that in the league in 2 years. His form is worse than any other manager we've ever had at this football club, right? And now suddenly people think because you've had a good cup run that this man's going to change in the Premier League when he's told you he's not going to change in the Premier League. So people can't differentiate here between the league and the cups. Now, to your point, right, which is what we were debating this morning in the WhatsApp group, right? If we're going to turn around and say, the only thing that matters is winning cups, right? That's not a winner's mentality. That's not a winner's mentality because the big clubs that we want to be, the big clubs that these lot will lose their mind and protest about Daniel Levy for, right? They want him to do what the big clubs are doing. They want him to build a squad to compete with the big clubs. but the big clubs wouldn't part with this. The big clubs wouldn't. Let me finish. Right? The big clubs would not have let Dan. I said to you yesterday, the big clubs would not have let their manager get to 17th in the table to even acknowledge that he's going to take that cup final. The bigger clubs would have sacked the manager the moment he dropped into the bottom half of the table. The big clubs don't do this. So when we're going to sit here and go, it's only about trophies, cool. Trophies are bloody important. But why are we so small thinking that we're not saying we should be winning trophies and competing in the league? Now, I'm not saying, Dan, I'm not saying we should be first or second because I'm realistic, right?
No,
I'm not saying we are Liverpool or City. I'm not saying that. But why on earth, right? Why on earth are we sitting there going, yeah, it doesn't matter that we finish 17th. 17th is the barometer of all this man's work for 2 years. 17th is the barometer that that's what he can coach. 17th is the barometer that this man cannot adapt unless his job is on the line, which is what he did in the Europa League. Because the moment he went out of the League Cup, the moment he went out of the FA Cup, embarrassed in both, right? The moment he went out of both of those competitions, right, we had to throw the league to concentrate on these games that we should be winning in the Europa League to save his job, Dan, right? For me, this is ridiculous. I am not a flip-flop. I'm not going to turn around and go because of the heat of the moment and the elation in the moment that I suddenly have forgotten how bad he is as a manager. Stel, Danny, Brian, whoever, all these people that have changed their minds, they know deep down that they don't rate him. Hang on. They know deep down that Dan. They know that they don't rate his management. They know that tactically this man is a shambles. They are caught up in the emotion. I've got nothing wrong with that, right? They've lost themselves in the emotion because it's our first trophy in 17 years. We're so small-minded that we're going, I don't mind if we finish 17th next year and win a cup. Fuck off. Next year, do a job, win a trophy, and get us back into the top 4 or 5. Do your fucking job, mate. You're paid £5 million a year. This cannot be that we finish 17th. 17th. Where are the standards, Dan? 17th. This is disgusting. This is our worst ever number of defeats, our worst ever league finish, our worst ever points total. And we're just going, the cup run overrides all of that. Come on, man.
This is why Tottenham win nothing. This is why Tottenham win no trophies. This is why we go 17 years winning fuck all. Because we as a fan base can't celebrate winning a trophy.
No one said that celebration.
We'll keep it going then. Keep it going.
No one
Let me finish. I never interrupted you.
But you've lied. You've lied straight off the bat. I didn't say that.
Let him do his bit.
You've lied. This bloke in the middle has clapped as though that's what I said. No one. I didn't say that.
I agree with Stel.
5 seconds.
I didn't say that. So what are you agreeing with?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Like I sat here and listened to you rant, right? For me, I've got no issue with any Ange outer, which I was as well, and I still am to quite a big degree. I've got no issue with anyone still wanting him out. I've got no problem with it. Everything you said, Savva, I pretty much agree. Awful season, worst points tally, hasn't developed a single player. I totally agree with it. I don't dismiss it. You're right. However, this guy put a trophy in the cabinet and swung the mood of the club. He completely swung it, man. I was there, so I can really, really explain it to you guys. The mood swung 180, man, the other direction.
I've never, yeah. It's a
and
mood with who? And
the fan base.
Everyone.
Okay, what about the football team?
The players.
Them too.
They're totally on board, man.
Were they on board losing 21 league games?
Let me finish my point, and then I can then cover the points you're making.
It's fucking mental.
No. What's mental is I can't finish my point. What's mental is I can't finish my point. Right?
Go on, Stel. Let him finish his bit. Let him say what he's got to say.
He's completely swung the mood of the club, and what we're now doing is we're dismissing the competition. Shit teams, shit clubs.
You've been doing it all year.
Let me finish my point, Savva.
Right? You're lying again. You've been doing
this all year. Have a go at people, but never let me finish your point, and then you do it now. Let me finish my point.
Okay, but just stop lying. That'll be good.
Well, let me finish, and then you see there's no lies here, right?
Massive lie.
You can't handle it. You can't handle it. So
I can't handle flip-flops and lies.
let me finish my point. Every show you
Let
do,
him
let me
finish.
finish my point and say to everyone
even
else,
if he's telling lies,
everyone else, and now you're doing it to me. Let me finish.
Even if he's telling lies, let him tell his lies, and then you can counter him. I just did the same with Alex as well. Go on, Stel.
So many of us said, including me, he's not winning fucking shit. He's winning nothing, this guy, right?
Yep.
We criticised him. Shit against Hoffenheim. Shit against Alkmaar. We're lucky to get through these games. These teams are rubbish. As soon as we drew Frankfurt, we all said, tough game. We're probably going out. This is a difficult game. He beat them. He changed his ways. He beat them, right? We then get to play Bodo. We said, oh, we've avoided Lazio. This is an easier tie. Most of you said we expect to beat them. I said, look, guys, if they get a goal and it's 3-1, something like that, and we take it back to their ground, they've got a bloody good home record. Their pitch is difficult. And you said, Savva, when Bodo scored at White Hart Lane, you said, we've opened the door to them. We've given them a sniff back. We went to their ground. We put them to bed. Then we played Man United. Then we played, I know, I'm just reminding people what was said. Then when we played Man United, a lot of us said they've got the DNA, they've got the heritage. Look how they turned up against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup. Look how they turned up. Look, 1 minute. Look how they turned up against Man City this season. Man City in the FA Cup last season. Look at how they went to Arsenal, the Emirates this season, where we got battered twice. How they went to the Emirates with 10 men and knocked them out of the FA Cup. They've got heritage. United got heritage. They turn up in finals. We fucking put them to bed as well. At the end of the day, everything a lot of us said, he did the opposite and got it over the line. Conte couldn't get it over the line. Poch couldn't get it over the line. They could have gone for easier competitions. They could have targeted the Carabao Cup and got it over the line. None of them did it. He did it. And on that basis alone, he swung the entire mood of the club. And I believe because of that, he deserves the start of next season, not the whole of next season. And if the start of next season is how we've seen for the last 2 years, he's got to go.
Exactly.
But he deserves to start, Savva. That's what I'm saying now.
And then that's another season that we could basically say is fucked if we do it this way.
But if he doesn't,
okay. But what would you?
But also, all of you guys are forgetting one thing. All of you guys are forgetting the one fucking thing that matters the most. Is what players are we going to bring in? And that's also down to Daniel Levy.
Not what I'm forgetting. Let's leave Levy out of it for 1 minute. Let's leave Levy out of this for 1 minute, right?
Because we are talking about keeping Ange. Leave Levy out.
We're talking about Ange. Yeah, not everything needs to go back to Daniel fucking Levy. It's really boring, guys. Like, just because your process
it's a point. It is a point,
right? Leave
it. Point,
right? Still, I don't disagree with anything you just said. Right? But if we're going to talk facts, this manager's just had the worst ever league season we've ever had.
And he's had the most successful season in 2 decades.
Sure.
41 years.
Sure. But the thing is, if you look at the body of work over 2 years in the Premier League,
it's poor.
We've seen what he does. He has told you time and time again, I will not change. Right? This is who we are. Notice though,
he did change.
No, Danny. He did change to save his job. And then every league game, he went back to wide open, bend us over, Bonnie Blue style, right?
But do you believe his job is saved, Sav?
Hang on. I do believe his job is saved because everyone has now flip-flopped that this is suddenly a great manager.
But what if Daniel Levy sacks him or they mutually agree to walk away? What if that happens?
Fucking superb. Absolutely superb. We sit here as fans every week. It's not happening. It's not happening. We sit here as fans every week and watch the pile of shit that this manager serves up. We sit and criticize every week that he's got no tactical ability, right? We're doing videos on that's 13 defeats, 15 defeats, 17 defeats, 19 defeats, 21 defeats. We now think because the mood changed of winning a cup, that suddenly Ange Postecoglou is going to turn into a top-tier coach and suddenly we're not going to look crap. I love this notion, but I'm with those people that say, sure, give him the first 10 games of next season, like you lot say, sure. Give this man 150, 200 million of our transfer budget, sure. Then next season, if it goes wrong, everybody needs to deal with the fact that they wanted this guy to be the man that led us out into the Champions League when this guy himself said he can't do both competitions at once. So he had to prioritize one. We're now going into the elite level of competition where we've seen before when he's done it with previous clubs, he's been ripped wide apart because of his tactics. If that's the guy that everyone wants to take us to that next stage off of the back of the cup run in the Europa League, fine. I've got no problem with that, but everyone needs to remember they're saying that now. Because what you lot will do, I read you lot like a fucking book. You lot are so obvious.
What do you mean, you lot? You lot?
You flip-flops. I can read you like a book. Right?
He proved me wrong, Savva. He proved me wrong. It's not flip-flop. He proved me wrong.
Danny, Daigle, whoever else, you're all flip-flops, right? You know I'll say it to your face, so I'm not being two-faced. I'm saying it right to your face. You know what you'll all do? When it goes wrong,
I'm not flip-flopping. I said if we win the Europa, he has to stay.
You haven't even asked me what I actually think. You haven't even asked me the question.
I don't need to ask you the question. I can listen.
No, you do. You do. You can't sit there and have a debate, right? And say you can't ask me a question. So let me tell you my point.
You said you would get a tattoo of Ange if we win the Europa.
Let me talk. You said I haven't had my chance to say now. Let me talk. I haven't had my chance now, right? Right. I am happy with whatever outcome happens. Whether Ange stays to be given a chance, I'm happy with that. If they get rid of him, I'm happy with that, right? It doesn't bother me because it means we're going to go a different direction. It doesn't matter what happens now, right? I'm just saying Ange deserves the chance because he's taken us to European glory, right? Doesn't mean that I want him to stay. It does not mean that, Savva. So don't put any words in my mouth at all, right? I have not said I want Ange to stay for Tottenham for the whole season. I want him to be there. I want him to manage Spurs. I fucking love Ange. I haven't said that, right? I love him for what he's done in the European trophy, winning that cup. That's what I love him for, right? Doesn't mean I still, like you said, I know exactly what type of coach he is, right? We know he's stubborn. We know he's got the worst points league in the points tally we've ever had. We know we've had a shit season, 2 seasons, right? But all I'm saying is that he deserves that chance because of what he's done. And yes, he may fail. He may fail. And
can we bring some pragmatism to the room? Can I bring some pragmatism to the room? This is the problem with Tottenham Hotspur, and this is why we're not a big football club, right? Everyone in the chat is going to hate me for what I'm about to say. That's fine, right? We are not a big football club because look how much of this is emotion versus what is actually good for the club, right? The emotion is he deserves, he's earned the right. A big club would go, you have just finished 17th. You are not the man to lead us in. Hang on. Yeah, but we won't be because of these notions.
We won't be because of Daniel fucking Levy.
Hang on. Danny, I'm so bored of the Daniel.
No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it, Sam. Sorry, I'm not having it.
Let me finish. Stop shouting. You don't need to throw a tantrum. It's fine, right?
All right, Sam. No problem.
We sit there and we say, we want Daniel Levy to take us to where Man City's are, Liverpool's are, the Arsenal's are, right? The Chelsea's where they've been, the Man U's where they've been, right? But then we want to go, let's just give him a chance. This isn't like I own a company. I'll go, oh, Danny's got a mate who I'm going to give him a chance as a chippy for one day. We're talking about giving a guy 150 to 200 million pound probably in a transfer market to lead us into the Champions League when we've seen how bad he is in the league. So if we're going to say he deserves a chance, cool. All I'm going to say is Erik ten Hag, right? Man United won a trophy that no one told them they couldn't. Sorry, everyone told them they couldn't win. It's Man City. They're the champions. United have got no chance. At the end of that, most of the Man United fan base have done exactly what you lot are doing. Oh, actually, Ten Hag, I take it all back. Right? Ten Hag got 240 million pounds in the summer. Yeah? 240 million pounds in the summer.
Right? Savva, can I ask you a question?
Hang on. Started the season terribly, gets sacked, and now everyone's sitting there going, well, hang on, Ruben Amorim needs to go and spend another 200-300 million to get his own players in.
Ruben Amorim's done worse for them.
No, hang on. But Danny, of course he's done worse for them because they're not his players that play his style.
Can I give you the flip?
True, I agree with that.
This is my. Hang on, Stel. Let me finish.
Well,
Danny,
let
this
him
is my
finish his
point.
bit, and then Stel go to you, and then
This
Dan.
is my point. If we want to, right? If we want to be a big club, we all knew before Wednesday night. Everyone was saying tactically, this guy's a mess. This guy isn't good enough. It's our worst ever season. If one win changes that for everybody, fine. I get it, and I get the emotion. But if we remove the emotion and now look at it as what is best for Tottenham Hotspur moving forward, we're in the Champions League. Go and get a seasoned manager that can navigate the Champions League. Go and get a seasoned manager that won't lose 21 league games.
But I also agree with that. Like I said, I'm happy if they do that. But my problem, Sav, is what's always going to go back to. We are not going to get the level of players, right, for a top manager because we don't pay the wages for it. That's the problem. So we're never going to be a club that's going to compete at the top level of the Premier League, right? We've got to be lucky for it. I think what we had under Pochettino was pot luck, right? We had the right players at the right time. We managed to get a few other players in who are good young players, and it all came together at the right time, right?
Sure.
It was Poch that did that. It wasn't Daniel Levy that did that, right? And Paul Mitchell.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that, are we going to sit here and say that Tottenham are going to go and give a top player 200 grand a week, 300 grand a week on a player that's going to actually really, really make a difference? They're not. We're not going to do it.
So, Danny, but this is my point. So, Danny, thank you for saying that because you've enhanced my point. The beautiful thing about Pochettino was he wasn't given those players, but you know what he was? I'm preaching to the converted with all of you. He was a fucking excellent coach.
You wanted Poch out.
Nothing.
Yeah.
You wanted Poch out.
Hang on.
We won nothing.
Hang on.
Hold on, but you wanted Poch out.
Let's have a finish his bit, and we'll come to you. Let's have a finish his bit. Hang on. Let's have a finish, and then obviously we come over because we can't hear three of us talking at the same time.
Poch was an excellent coach. Right? The reason why I wanted, before Stel goes into the reason I wanted Poch out at the end was I thought it had all got very stale. There was a lot of water under the bridge between him and Levy. Yeah, it had been a really bad last year. I felt like his energy looked like he was going. The players were all getting a bit older. And I just thought, he's got to go now, right? But Poch was an excellent coach. So if we're saying by Danny's metric, Daniel Levy is not going to go and buy top-class players on 200, 300 grand a week. Cool. So we're going to get the next level down. So you need a coach. You need somebody that can bring those players in and coach them better. And just seen, and I've all heard you on podcasts say this, like this isn't something that I'm making up. No one has improved under Ange in 2 years. No. Ange has not coached any footballer better at Tottenham Hotspur. Ange has not sorted out our defence in 2 years. Ange has not given us any midfield solidity in 2 years. Ange has not been able to get a forward line functioning in 2 years. So, Danny, that's my point. If you can't go and buy the best players, bring someone in that's going to make the best of what they've got and balance the tournaments. That's my point.
No, I agree with that as well.
Just a quick one, Dan. Hang on, I just got to do super chat here. Terry, I sure much appreciate it, mate. Thanks a lot. It's like everything I've listened to you saying over the last 2 years was acting. He's shy. Use the momentum to kick on and not waste the chance.
It's not acting. You're not listening to me. None of you are listening to me. It's almost like some people are deaf. And big up Terry. He's a top bloke. I've met him many a time. Goes to all the protests.
Yeah, I had a beer with him last time we were there.
Ange proved me wrong. I said all season, he's not fucking winning the Europa. He hasn't got a Scooby-Doo. He won't adapt. Yeah. He's not going to win it. He proved me wrong. Right? Yeah. I said, if he wins the Europa, I said it 2 months ago. If he wins it, you've got to stick with him for a couple of months at the start. Dan, back me up. Did I not say that?
Mm-hmm.
So where's the acting? There's no acting. Look.
Can I ask you then, Stel, do you not take all the league into account? Like the 25 defeats we've had this season? Are we just like papering over all
Savva,
of that?
100%
in the club's history.
100%. 100%. I take it into account if he loses to Man United, but he didn't. He didn't.
Okay, cool.
No one in game
is the.
It was boom.
I'm just asking. I'm not having a go. I'm saying so that one game was the difference between him staying and going that one game.
I came on your show and we do the Wednesday show and I said it's boom or bust. I did a podcast 3 weeks ago, go on Tottenham away, Monday night. It's called Boom or Bust. I went into We Are Tottenham TV and I said to Ben and Sim a week before the cup final, this is the most high-risk strategy I've ever seen a manager take and a board backing. I can't believe we're doing this madness.
Well, the board didn't back him fully, did they? Not fully.
No.
Well,
no, but they kept him in the job is what I mean. That's what I meant to say. They kept him in the job, right? So,
but like you said, it was a high-risk gamble.
And he pulled it off. So where I'm at is, look, guys, where I'm at with it is this. Ten Hag, I get it. They kept him and look what happened. But we keep changing managers and look what happens. At the same time, this guy's put credit in the bank by winning a trophy. So it's different to the other managers we kept sacking. We had Conte. I wanted Conte back. I fucking wanted this guy to stay. The club said we're not backing a manager that wants top players. Great. So that's not going to work. Mourinho's not going to work. We stuck by Poch for 5 years. We stuck by Redknapp for 4 years. I love those guys. They won fuck all. Yeah. So what do we do now? We've never been here before. We've never been in this situation where we've got a guy that is almost Ten Hag-esque, but he's done what Poch, Conte, Mourinho, Nuno, Stellini, AVB, Redknapp couldn't do and win a trophy and Champions League. So this is why I say this. This is why I say this, guys. I'm not Ange in. I'm not. He deserves to start the season and prove me wrong again.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we sack him, we sack him. If we sack him, we sack him.
But also, Stel, also to add to that, I'm also, if they do sack him, I'd be sad for him, but I'd be sad for him, right? But at the same time, I don't mind what happens because we'll have to wait and see what they do because we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if it's going to work out. We don't know if it's going to be worse. We don't know if it's going to be better. We don't know. That's the thing. Danny hit
the nail on the head.
I'm also happy if they do that because it means he's at least walked away on a high, winning a Europa League, right? And now we go in a different direction again. I'm happy for that. But
right, so the question I'm going to put over here, Dan,
can I say one thing? Just want to add one thing, right? Danny hit the nail on the head about 30 minutes ago, right? Danny K hit the nail on the head. This is what it's going to come down to for me. If ever there was a time to back a manager with some experienced, decent players, it's now. It's now. God. If we don't go and spend 120 million pounds, 150 on Eze, Mitomas, and Buemos, these caliber of players, then you know what? Savva, these caliber of players, right? If we don't do it now, then Ange will be gone by October. The next manager will come in and we go again and we see what happens with the next one. But now is the time to do it. It's now.
Can I ask you a question then? Can I ask you a question, Stel? If now is the time to do it,
let me put this on.
Sorry, Dan, really quickly, really quickly, Dan. I just want to go back on that. Okay, cool. And by the way, I'm not telling anybody. By the way, I see like how angry the chat gets at me. I think it's hilarious. Like I'm being called gay and a prick and this.
I don't know. I ain't that far ahead, mate. I'm trying to.
It's fine.
We're all getting called names. We're all getting called names.
Purely because I've not changed my opinion on a manager who I've just seen give us the worst ever Premier League season ever. Right. I'm getting right. So I'm going to say this. I'm not telling anybody that they should be Ange out. I'm not telling anybody. So we've never streamed together before. So what's your name at the top? Like
just Doc or Ben. It's your choice, mate.
Ben. We've not streamed before. I'm not going to come on here and go, you must be Ange out. I am Ange out, but not to the point where I'm going to sit here all summer and go out. I've made peace with the fact that the manager's staying. I've made peace with that. I said this to you yesterday, Dan. Do I want that? No. Have I made peace with it? Yes. But what I'm saying is this guy can't coach. This guy has shown everyone for 2 years he can't coach. Why is this the guy that people want to give top level players to when he can't coach?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Can I ask you a question just quickly? This first season, we finished 5th.
Yeah.
Was that progress to the previous season? Bear with me.
Go on. No, I don't think it was.
Well, we finished 8th previously.
Yeah, But why? Because the last 10 games we went to Stellini and Mason. It was an absolute mess. The players are down tools.
Yeah, but he's saying he's going to improve
regardless.
Let him ask his question.
Now,
Ben, go with it.
The following season. So here's what I want to ask you, Sav, right? Because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I do agree with you. I know exactly what you're trying to say. And again, obviously, I agree with Stel and I agree with Danny, because winning what we've won, it makes us feel like we maybe should give him the chance. But regardless, I want to ask you this. Do you not think this season has been circumstantial? Or do you just think he's just a shit manager? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's awful. Listen, my problem is this, right? And again, I'm somebody that looks very deeply into it, right? I look very, very deep into this. I'll go and have a look at what my eyes say, and then I'll go and have a look and see, does the data actually back up what I'm saying, or am I being irrational? Right? Yeah. There are certain things where Dan and I have had a chat about things, and I thought, hang on, I need to go and have a look. Yes, Dan was right. I am wrong on that because da-da-da.
Yeah.
When you go and look, right, the first 10 games of the season last year, brilliant. After that, since that moment, which is 20 months now, next week it will be 20 months, has been nothing short of a shit show in the league. Nothing short of disastrous, right? He's lost 33 games, right, in 65. 33 defeats in 65 league games is utterly, utterly disgusting. He's got the worst points per game ratio of any manager this season that Spurs have ever had. Ever. We're talking about people like Christian Gross, Ozzy Ardelic. Like, these people had god-awful squads and have still got a better points per game ratio. We're talking about a manager here.
Did they win a trophy, though?
Did they lose 13 of their best players?
But Danny, you're not listening. If you're just going to say, but he's
won
a trophy.
Go on.
But then you're not listening what I was actually asked. I wasn't asked, did he win a trophy? Right? So I'm looking at it for 20 months. It's been an utter shit show. An utter shit show. For 20 months, managers are going on to 4 Monday Night Football and telling the hosts of how to beat Tottenham Hotspur. Right? Pundits are all going, look how wide open Tottenham are. And this manager, I was told the back end of last season, because after the first 10 games, just so you know, the 28 games after the first 10 games, do you know where we finished? For the back 28 games of last season, do you know where we would have been in the league?
Similar position to where we are now, isn't it?
13th, right?
Yeah.
So 10 games he came in and was brilliant. The next 28 games he was dreadful. Then I'm told, yeah, but in season 2, watch how he tweaks and adapts and changes the team, right? We've come out. In the first 12 games of the season, it was our worst start to a Premier League season for 17 campaigns.
But he didn't have that chance, though, Sam. The injuries.
He didn't have, listen, dude, if you're bringing facts and stats, I will bury the injury data immediately. He's lost 21 league games this year. 12 of those games that he lost, he's had a fully fit squad to pick from. 12 of them, right? Which is how many we lost in the entirety of last season. So this excuse of injuries, top managers, if you've got injuries, you adapt. You don't play the high line. If you're putting Ben Davies and Archie Gray at centre half, don't be wide open in midfield and play 2 inverted fullbacks. You protect them. We beat Man City 4-0 with injuries. We beat Aston Villa with injuries. We beat Brentford 2-0 with injuries. It's funny that when we win these games with injuries, everyone doesn't mention the injuries. Then when we lose games, Ipswich, Crystal Palace, Leicester, we had far better teams than them to win that, right? So for me, listen, yes, he's won a trophy. Yes, massive respect for that. No, I'm not telling anyone not to celebrate. That's not what the question I was asked wasn't, can fans celebrate? I hate this notion, right? I'm just saying I don't want him to have another 150, 200 million, and I don't want him to be the one that coaches us going into next season. Because if we flop next season, you've then got a new manager that comes in, right? And we're going to go, what's this manager going to do? He hasn't got any of his own players. Hence what Man United have found this year. That's what I'm worried about. I acknowledge he's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
is that
a fair point?
Let me come to a different point. Let me ask you the question. I want to go on.
Before you do, I just want to ask one thing. Just sorry. What Savva was saying, right? On I just had it now. I lost it. I'll see if I can remember it in a second. But I want to ask you a question, Sav. 2 questions. First one is, why are you a football fan?
I'm not doing these silly, stupid games. I'm not doing these silly, stupid games. Yeah, it's going to be to win trophies.
It's a serious question.
What you want me to say is to win trophies. I'll answer the question that you want me to answer.
No. I want to ask you genuinely. What is it as a fan that you want to see your club do? No, seriously, genuinely.
Okay, I want to be proud.
It's the question they asked me earlier.
I want to be proud of my football team. I want to see that there's improvement. I want to see that it's coached. I want to see that it's drilled. I want to see that when they're going out there at the weekend, for those people that are paying 100 odd quid, whatever per ticket, or £2,000 a season to get whatever, that these guys aren't embarrassing Tottenham Hotspur week in, week out. I want to see that my team is not sitting 17th in the Premier League with the worst ever points total. That's what I want as a fan.
So would you be happy then if we finish second every season and never win anything?
I would think if we were finishing second every season, I'd be asking questions why we're not good enough to win things as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Can't have it both ways. If we're finishing second every year, I'll tell you what, let's use Arsenal. Arsenal are finishing second every year. Their fans are going, well, hang on. If we're good enough to finish second, why aren't we good enough to get over the line in competitions? It's not, Danny, it's not either or. I don't understand these fans that say, I'm happy with 14th and a trophy.
We also have to look at Arsenal as well. They had more injuries than anyone else this season, including us. And they still finished second.
I think they were one below. I think they were 1 or 2 below us. And I think there were 2 other teams that had more injuries than both.
They've had more injuries than anyone else in the league this season.
Who has?
Arsenal.
I'm sure they were below us on injuries, and they were
Arsenal had more injuries.
But
what I'm trying to say is,
okay,
yeah, Arsenal had more injuries, but they've still managed to maintain their form, if that makes sense, right? That's what we're saying. So I understand what Savva's saying about the injuries. Don't really, we should be able to adapt. My next question was going to go on the adaptability of Ange, right? Now we have seen Ange adapt in the Europa League, right? So, and also, you mentioned those games, Sav. Man City 4-0, Brentford away, 2-0. Was it 1-0 or 2-0 or whatever it was, 2-1? Can't remember. But those games, he adapted and played against his actual philosophy that he wanted to play.
In Europa League?
Game we played... No.
Sorry, in the league.
Premier League.
Right, sure, yeah.
Man City. Yeah. So, he can adapt if he wants to, right? Now, going against Man City, we played counter-attacking football that day and we battered them 4-0, right? Against Brentford away, who hadn't lost all season at home, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. Who scored the most goals in the Premier League, or conceded, was it conceded? I can't remember. Anyway, there was one stat, it was a good stat, and then we go and beat them, right? But in that game, we played defensive football. They battered us the whole game, but when we were still 1-1 it, right? So my point is, Ange can adapt. So
okay, so, I'm saying, so Danny, ask the obvious question. Ask the obvious question then.
Think he will adapt next season if he has a better players?
Danny, do you know what, right? And Stel and Dan were on a stream with me when this happened, right? Yeah, they both, I'm sure they're going to agree with this. When we beat Man City 4-0, the entire fan base, right, were giving people like me and Stel absolute fucking dog's abuse, right, Stel? Absolute dog's abuse. I'm getting videos made about me. And I turn around and I said, you know what? Let's see then. He's seen the formula that works. He's seen that we can defend when we don't invert. He's seen how good we are counter-attacking. Let's now see what he does moving forward and if he incorporates any of that in his football. What did he do, Danny? What did he do? After that Man City game, I think we went like 10 without a win because he went straight back to Ange ball. So yes, Danny, he can adapt, but he always adapts when his job's on the line, right? If you remember the Brentford game, Danny, do you remember that Brentford game you're talking about where we sat in and defended for our lives, right? If all the talk that week was, this could be it for Ange, right? And Spurs dig in and have one of those performances. Europa League, he knew if he didn't win it, he's gone. Suddenly, we're digging in and playing 10 men behind the ball against Frankfurt and against Man United. So I'm asking this, if he can adapt, why is it every time we go back to the Premier League, Danny, we go straight back to this chaotic, strange, wide open Bonnie Blue football? That's what I'm genuinely baffled by it, Danny.
Can I ask a question?
One problem with
Danny, can I ask one question? I just want to ask one question.
Let me get to a point here.
Dan, can I ask one question? Just one question, right? What trophy does a Spurs manager have to win for fans to say, yeah, I'm cool now?
Any trophy, but not if you're 17th in the Premier League.
So if we win the Champions League, but a 17th, that's unacceptable.
Yes, yeah, that's
fucking.
If you win the Champions League,
that's insane. That's insane.
Absolutely
insane.
Okay, I'll answer this one. Let me answer this one.
That's insane.
Go on, Dan.
I'm taking 17th in the Champions League any day of the fucking week.
Hang on. For Spurs, we would sit there. For Spurs, if any of us put it there, if we're going to be honest, 9 out of 10, if you was to tell me 17th next season and we won the Champions League.
You told me earlier in the show, you said yes, Dan. You told me yes.
And if you
just said
listen to what I
you're
just
telling me you're not going to go to the parade.
Yes, now.
You've seen that team lift the
Danny,
Champions
just
League.
said that. Danny, you
just
didn't hear him. He agreed
to
with me.
Savva, I mean. To Savva.
No, but you just said me. I'm putting my hands up and saying, if you gave me the option of 17th and Champions League.
Yeah, I know you said it earlier.
I'm going to have to back up and I'm going to have to say Champions League, yes. But what I am going to say is this is now showing how much of a small mentality this club is.
Absolutely.
Because I know we're not Real Madrid, but we're meant to be in the top 10 biggest clubs in the fucking world, and everyone keeps saying it, and everyone keeps preaching on about how Mr. Levy should be doing this and doing that because we are one of the biggest 10 clubs in the world.
He's not going to do that ever.
Real Madrid have sacked people for finishing second and third. And
we're not Real Madrid.
No, we're not Real Madrid.
Let me finish with it, Dan.
You can't compare us to Real Madrid.
Let me finish. Chelsea would sack someone for doing that. Man U, these days, we don't know. A lot of Man City would do it. Inter would do it. Juventus would do it. We're meant to be one of these
giants, Dan.
And then what the fuck are we?
We're not a giant club.
Hang on,
no. We're not a giant club.
There's obvious to this. Everyone's asking the wrong question here.
Hang on, Savva. Then don't start going on, Danny, about what Levy should be doing and this and that because we're such a big.
No, you're going against my point. No. You're taking words out of my mouth. Sorry. No. I'm going to put it straight, right? We are not a club like Chelsea, Man United, Man City, Liverpool, Real Madrid. We are not that big club. Financially, we are a big club. But in terms of heritage, we are not a big club in that way because in the last 20 years, our owner has never... No, hold on, let me finish. Our owner has never once said, we are going to go and win a Premier League, we're going to go win a Champions League, because their ambition is not to win trophies. That's always been the case.
But that doesn't mean we're not a big
lucky.
club,
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. I'm on a rant now. I want to finish.
You're not
ranting. I want to finish.
Shouty.
No. Well, let me finish then, and I'll talk normally.
I haven't said anything. I'm just saying, relax.
Stop interrupting me. Let me finish. Are you going to let me finish? Is everyone going to let me finish?
I'm going to jump off if he's just going to shout. This is just weird now. This is weird.
Stop interrupting me.
Shouting.
Calm down.
My speakers are going.
I will calm down. When you don't fucking stop interrupting me.
Go on.
Are you going to stop interrupting me? Are you going to stop interrupting me?
I just said say what you got to say, so do it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, talk calmly now. That's not that fucking difficult, is it?
Well, I did say it a couple of minutes.
It's not that fucking difficult.
Go on. I was just fucking about when I interrupted you there.
This is insane.
Dan, mute everyone and let one person speak, bro.
No, there's no fun in that.
Honestly,
Dan, say what you got to say.
I can't get what I'm going to say because everyone keeps fucking interrupting. So I have to shout. Use fucking logic. Come on, man.
We'll say it then.
We're all smart people. We're not fucking dumbasses. Jesus fucking Christ.
Go on.
My God.
Is that what you had to say?
Oh. No, I want to say, right, that we have never been a club with ambition to win the top titles. So where this delusion from Spurs fans comes from, right, that Daniel Levy's going to sit there and say, yo, do you know what, lads? Let's go and sign some fucking top players to go and win a Premier League, because he has never been that owner ever, and he never will be. So stop being delusional, right? We are never going to do that. So winning a Europa League, right, under the restrictions of how he runs the business and the club is fucking amazing, right? We are not going to be a club that wins the Premier League because we are never going to be at that level to buy the players that Liverpool buy, that Chelsea buy, that Man City buy, because we don't have the ambition to do it, right? And that comes from the fucking board.
Right. Then let me answer this one then, Dan. Hang on. Let me answer this one then, Dan. So, we're not a big club then, yeah?
Financially, yes.
Because of our owner,
correct.
Yeah? But right, when it comes down to the fact of it, we are still a big club and we are still in the top 10 in the world. Whether the owner is fucking
Why are we a big club, Dan?
Daniel Levy,
you're saying top 10. Why are we a big club?
Because we're in the top 10 richest clubs in the world and top 10 biggest clubs in the world.
Richest. Well, you said
yeah,
richest.
Biggest clubs. And also, if I remember, in England, we're top 5 on trophies we've won as well. Are we not? Is it top 5 or top 6? Either way, we're in the top 5. So
why are we compared to Real Madrid and to Milan?
Because I'm talking about what a club. What I am talking about is a club that talks for the size of it. Yeah. Now, what we should want as fans, is want more now. I mean, are you happy with this? Are you satisfied with what we got now?
Of course we want more. We're Tottenham fans, man.
Right. Are you happy with this cup?
Yes, of course I'm happy with this cup.
Are you satisfied?
Yes.
Yes, now I am.
Right, then if you're satisfied, now you're irrelevant, because satisfied means you're happy with what you've got, end of, yeah?
No, it doesn't.
I want more.
I want more. Are you fucking stupid?
I want more. You just said satisfied.
No, Dan, I said
it's
today.
Fucking ridiculous.
1 minute.
I am not satisfied with this. I want more. And I want us to go to the next level.
Oh my God.
And if I gave you a business option, and this was your business, absolutely. and your man that has been doing your business for you, got you one mega deal, but totally fucked up the other mega deals in every which way he possibly could, would you be looking at next season for the best of your business or for the morals of
Dan, what you've done there, what you've done there is not right, because what you're doing there is you're saying, if my guy fails to get 20 deals at £1,000 over the line, but he gets one for £1 million, fucking that 1 million surpasses that one.
This one was just right. And the fact that he fucked up the league as well, fucked up about another 60-70 million as well, didn't it?
But he's put 120 in the bank. He put 120 in the bank.
Well, it's not
that with both.
It's not 100. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing to what Dan was saying?
I don't care about the money. I want the trophy.
Dan, I want to ask you this question. You're talking about the top 10 richest clubs. I'm going to read out the list, not in any order. It's just I'm going to read out the top 10.
I know what the list is.
Real Madrid, Man City, PSG, Barcelona, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Chelsea, right? Apart from PSG, who are money rich, what's the one thing in common all of those clubs have that Tottenham don't have?
They've all won Champions League.
Correct. Which makes them big clubs, right?
Yeah.
We are not a big club because we have not won a Champions League, right? When we win the Champions League, I would consider myself among those clubs, right?
That's how you see it, that's
how I see it.
And I can't argue
financially,
because I always slam that on Arsenal supporters, yeah?
Yes.
But if you want to go further as a bigger club than most are, yeah, and with the money we've got, and with it always blaming on Levy that we don't go further, yeah? So, right, let me turn this around for you then, Dan, and you still. Right. You keep going on about and preaching on about, same as a lot of other people do, that Spurs should be up here with the fucking big boys, and it's Daniel Levy that holds us back, yeah? Because he won't make the right decisions for us. Right. So maybe it's about time that Daniel Levy stops holding back, looks at this manager and says, thank you, hang on. Don't get your knickers in the twist yet, mate. Just wait. And says, hang on a second. Right. He's got us to a cup final. There you go. But he ain't going to take us further in the league. There's your 1.5 million bonus, mate. Cheers. Baked potato. I'm now going to bring in a manager that's proven better because we've got money to spend in the Champions League and now take us further as a big club. Or are you just satisfied with Mr. Levy doing what he does, sticking with the manager that's basically fucked the whole thing, had a very lucky one going through the cup, which I'm grateful for and everything. So what do you want to do? Do you want Levy to just stick with what he's fucking doing, which you keep whinging and moaning about, which we
I want Levy to fuck off out of this club. That's what I want.
It's not going to happen. So what do you want him to do? Do you want him to now sit here and just be Daniel Levy and just go with the flow with a happy smile that he's got? Or do you want him to say,
told
you
you,
know
Dan.
what?
I
Fuck
told
it.
you.
I want to go a
It's
step
not
further.
happy flow. It's a
I want to go
trophy.
a step further.
It's a trophy. It's not happy flow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, do you want him to now take it further?
Why do you support
want
Tottenham?
Levy to
Dan,
take
why
it
do you support
further?
Tottenham? Why do you support
That is
Tottenham?
not what I asked.
No. I'm asking
I'll
you.
go to that
Why
one
do
in a
you and
minute. I
Savva
asked Dan a
support
question.
Tottenham Hotspur?
Dan,
Why do
answer
you
that
support this
question.
club?
What do you
Why
want
do
Levy
you
to do
support
now?
this club?
Don't bring me into it.
No, all of you.
Dan, what do
If
you
it's
want
not
Levy
for
to do
trophies,
now?
why are we here?
You keep asking Levy to have this big mentality and he holds us back. Well, have the fucking big mentality then.
You
You've got
don't
to see
have
the
that
Champions
mentality
League. You've
yourself.
got the money.
Man, he's never gonna have it, man. We know this.
Why
Can I
do
know
you
this,
support
man?
Tottenham if it isn't about trophies? How
Can I-
anyone
what do you
can
want him
sit
to
here
do?
and tell me I won't accept a Champions League title if we finish 17th is insane.
I never said that.
Hang on. I said that, and I've been trying to. But I tried
Go
to
on,
get my
Savva.
point in, and then you all just started shouting at me. Right. First and foremost, I love this. I love the hypothetical of would you accept 17th and a Champions League, because it's the dumbest fucking question I've ever been asked, because it's never happening. Right. If you are 17th in the Premier League, there is not a chance. It's dumb. It's a silly question, right? If
Savva,
my team is
would you take a Champions League?
Let him finish his bit. Let him finish his bit.
Let me fucking talk for 1 second, and
Let him finish his bit.
Right? It's a silly question because it's never
Every
going to
hypothetical
happen.
is stupid. Every hypothetical question is stupid.
No, not every hypothetical.
Let him finish his question.
Hypothetical.
Let him finish his question.
Right, but there's some realistic hypotheticals you can throw out there, like, would you take 10th and a Champions League? First and foremost, we ain't winning the Champions League, right? So this, for me, is a real moot point. We're not winning the Champions League, right?
So what do you want?
Huh?
So what do you want then? As a Spurs fan, what do you want?
Well, I don't know if I don't know. Can I just finish the sentence? Or
I don't know why we're doing this, because I don't know what you or Dan want. Like, genuinely, I don't know what you want.
I'm really trying to answer. I'm really trying to answer.
Let him do it. Let him finish.
Right?
Let him finish.
The question was, would I take 17th in a Champions League? So basically we're saying, would I take yet another season where we're losing 20 odd Premier League games, right? But I'm expected to believe that the team that loses 20 odd Premier League games is good enough to beat the Man Cities, the PSGs, the Barcelonas, the Real Madrids, whoever, to win a Champions League. So that's why I think it's such a far-fetched question, right? Secondly, here's the difference.
Would you take it if it happened?
Not off the back of this year of taking 17th once, right? We can't fit. Hang on. Can't we? But the thing is, you guys.
Savva, you're losing me, bro. Why do you support Tottenham then? I don't get it.
Let him finish. Let him finish, though. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Come on, let him finish his bit.
But this is stupid.
Stupid to you. I think you're stupid for flip-flopping. You know
I'm not flip-flopping. I said if he wins the Europa, he deserves to start the season. And you tell me you're a Spurs fan, but you wouldn't take a Champions League title if we finish 17th.
Right, let him finish still.
Fucking hell.
Let him finish.
Go on, let him finish, though. I want to hear it.
Does he want the answer, or does he just want to
vent? Get to the point. Carry on. We'll carry on.
First of all, I think it's just such a nonsensical question. Teams that finish 17th don't win Champions Leagues. It's so nonsensical, it's unreal, right? If you said to me, one-off season, 17th in Champions League, sure. But again, what that would tell me is that Spurs, yet again, have been absolutely dreadful in the Premier League, which is the bread and butter.
Who cares?
The difference is, right? No, but when you're saying who cares, you might not care, Stel, but we sit here. We sit here as fans and we want Daniel Levy to do X, Y, Z, but fans don't have the same standards. We're sitting here
in the
saying,
Champions League.
Let me finish.
No one cares.
Let me finish. Right? The progression of a football club. Yes, winning a trophy is lovely and we all want to win trophies, but the bigger clubs, the clubs that are building and growing, even when you look at Newcastle, you look at Villa, these clubs that are getting better year in, year out for the last 3-4 years, they're building, they're maintaining league standard, they're buying better players, right? Now,
Villa
Newcastle,
win nothing, though, Savva. They win nothing.
Hang on. Please. This is getting really tedious. Now, one of those teams that I just mentioned this year has won a trophy whilst finishing in the top 4 of the Premier League, right? Showing that you don't have to completely throw your league to win a cup, right? Stick the other team, Aston Villa, you wouldn't expect them to win the Champions League because they're nowhere near the best team in that competition. They gave a respectful quarter-final place whilst possibly tomorrow getting Champions League qualification again in the league. So what you're seeing is over a number of years, those teams are consolidating that they're going in the right direction, that they're doing well, that they're building, that they're a good team. When you finish 17th and win a trophy, what it tells you is we're okay every 2 or 3 weeks when we're playing in a competition, but our BAU, we're not good. The bulk of our work is not good. We're not a good team. For me, if you are going to win a Champions League, you are good enough to finish in the top 4 or 5 of the Premier League at the same time. So for one season, the answer to your question is yes. But the last thing I want to say is all of the clubs around us, any of them would not allow their manager to get to 17th in the first place, to have the opportunity to finish 17th and win a trophy. That's where Dan is talking about. I think I can safely say this. When Dan is talking about how we want to build and how we want to grow and how we want to have winning mentality, Arsenal, if they dropped below mid-table, Arteta's going, right? If Liverpool and Arne Slot dropped below mid-table, they don't care if they're in semis or quarterfinals or competitions. The manager's going, right? Going. So this whole point of would you finish there if you win this? At any other club, you're not allowed to do it. It's only at Spurs where our fans are saying, I'll take 17th and a trophy. Sure, but other clubs, you won't ever see that, ever. Name me a team that have ever let their manager get that bad that they were one place above relegation and let their manager see that season out.
Exactly.
A club our size. Name me one.
Super chat quick. Solidus, thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. Danny, why can't other fans of other clubs have the mentality and have the standards like the bigger clubs do? Finishing 17th in the league is unacceptable.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Go on, answer the question. Question's there for you.
It doesn't matter because, again, I'm going to go back to our best friend, Daniel fucking Levy, right? Who will never have ambition at this fucking club to win anything big. Do you think Daniel Levy's ever come out and said, I want to win a Europa League?
So
I want to win an FA Cup.
Do you want Levy to have ambition?
He doesn't say it.
Do you want Levy to have ambition?
Of course. Who doesn't?
Right. So if Levy goes and drops Ange and gets a bigger manager,
what are you talking about, Sam? Why don't I?
Is it that ambition?
Hold on.
17th,
Wait, hold on.
17th is
what are you talking about? I don't have ambition.
Daniel Levy to improve.
Wait, hold on. Why do you say I don't have ambition?
I just explained it. If we're going to sit here and say that 17th on any level is acceptable, we can't then say we want the chairman to buy us better players and do better things. If we've got fans that are accepting 17th, why should he care?
Of course,
and if you want Levy to be bigger and act bigger, then surely he should be sitting here saying, thank you for the cup and everything, but you're just not good enough in the league and go for a better manager. So for me, I think you're contradicting yourself because you're sitting here saying you want Levy to be bigger.
No.
If he goes and does it bigger, we're doing it wrong because morally we should be keeping Ange in.
I'll be back
Dan,
in a minute.
Can I jump in quick?
Go on, Ben.
Boys, can I jump in quick? I'm so sorry to do this to you. For the last half hour, I've been battling with a dying headset. It's been a pleasure to meet you three. Dan, thank you very much for having me on. I do have to bounce. I know one thing and one thing only. We are 2025 European champions, baby. I'll speak to you all soon. Take care.
I'm happy with that.
Speak to you later. Nice to meet you, Dan.
So, Dan, what do you want Levy to do to improve then? Surely
Dan,
you're
not getting it, man. You're not understanding.
Obviously
do
I'm not.
Think Levy fucking gives a shit?
That's not what I said.
He gives a shit about this?
No, but you want him to.
No, Dan. That's not what I'm saying. Do you think Daniel Levy cares?
When it comes to money, yes. When it comes to other things, no.
Well, that's your answer then, mate, isn't it?
Right. And the answer I'm asking you is, do you want him? Like, I mean, Stel was the one who said earlier, maybe this is the one where Levy's woken up.
Dan,
Did you
if
not
I live
say
in
that,
a dream
Stel?
world, if I live in a dream world, Dan, I want Daniel Levy to buy the best players for this club and go and win every fucking tournament there is on this planet, right? And be the best team in the world. But the reality is, we don't live in a fantasy world. We live in the real world. And in the real world, Daniel Levy only wants one thing and one thing only, to make money. That is it. That is it.
Right. But you said you wanted him to improve. Stel said he might have actually woken up and smelled the coffee here, basically, out of everything he looks at, yeah? Might have.
We hope he does. Yeah? We hope he does, but he won't.
So you hope him. You have hopium that he will do, yeah? I mean, fucking hell.
I have hopium every year with Daniel Levy. So I go to the protest.
Don't we all? I mean, most of with Daniel Levy, we might as well, there's no hopium. We all know with him, you might as well get fucking opium. At least that'll get you fucking high. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, if you want him to improve, Dan, and you have hope he will, then surely you want him to go out there and look and say, this season isn't good enough. Well done for doing that. I'm getting a better manager now to give him the season not good enough?
We want a trophy. Why is the season not good enough? We want a trophy.
The league is not.
Oh my God.
Fuck the league. It's about trophies.
About the league. We're not winning the Premier League.
We don't support Tottenham because of our league position. We support Tottenham because we want to win silverware. That's
15 seconds. Can I have 15 seconds? I just want to ask a question. Without Danny's going to lose his mind, right?
I fucking hate this club again. I loved it the last week. I fucking hate it again. YouTube's the worst. I fucking hate YouTube.
It's called opinion still. It's called opinion.
I hate YouTube.
It's all the flip-flops, isn't it?
I hate my channel.
You've been wearing.
I hate your channels. I hate everyone's channels. YouTube stinks.
Right. I want to ask a question. Danny just sat there and said, Daniel Levy doesn't care about trophies, right? He only cares about money. I'm going to ask this question and just leave it with you. If that's true, why did Daniel Levy not sack this manager like he does with most the moment we drifted away from top 4? Why did he leave him in?
Because
why did
Ange
he not
gave him the confidence.
Hang on.
Because
he ain't finished the question, Dan. He ain't finished his question.
When have you ever seen Daniel Levy let a manager go this low in the table?
I'll tell you.
You have never seen it, right? So what you wanted Daniel Levy to do, what you want, I'm with Danny when Danny says this, what fans like you wanted Levy to do, he did. He didn't worry about the Champions League qualification of the Premier League. He's left a manager in there that most of this fan base love, and he's gone and won you that trophy. So when you're saying Levy only cares about money,
and backed him with 400 million.
Why didn't he sack him when he went? Hang on, why didn't he sack him when he went 10th, 12th, 14th, 16th? Go on.
I'll tell you why. Because in January, like Ange told us, apparently, he said that he was going to target the Europa League, right? He was going to go for it, right? That's what he said, right? Now, if he's gone to the board and said, there's no chance of us finishing in the top 10, there's no chance of getting Champions League football, right? Our best bet to get Champions League football is to win the Europa League. Hold on, let me finish. Our best chance is to get Europa League. Our best chance is to get Europa League football, win the Europa League, and that's how we do it. And if we win the Europa League, right, and we put all our eggs in that basket, we're going to give you the money for Champions League football, which it delivers, right? So, like Stel said earlier, it's the gamble, the high-risk gamble that he took, right, that he paid off. But if it didn't pay off, it would have been the worst thing possible, and he would have been sacked the day after the final, right?
And it would have also destroyed the club for about 5 years.
Because
when's Levy ever done that before? Why now?
Ange must have given him the belief that he is going to win this tournament. That's the only thing I can think of.
So let me go back to January, right?
Savva, I need to call you out on this. Mate.
Hang on.
Mate. I'm going to call you out.
Call me out on whatever you want.
Let him say his bit, and then we go to you, Stel.
Listen, flip-flops can come from me all day long. Danny?
It's okay to be open-minded, mate, and change your mind.
This isn't about open-minded. I'm watching my team lose 25 games of football. I'm
watching my team lift European trophies.
Yeah,
that's why I support Tottenham.
Let him finish, Stel, and then you can call him out. Stel, let's have a finish.
So, Danny, right? Back in January, why couldn't we still finish top 4? if you remember, all I remember, Danny, you'll back me up on this. Remember we used to come on stream and people would go, we're only 6 points off it. Do you remember, Dan? We're only 6 points off it and you're all going mad. Then that suddenly went out in February. Oh, we're only 8 points off it. Then suddenly it was, oh, we're only 2 points off top half. So steadily over the season, right, when it's got worse and worse and worse, right, what we're saying is if this manager has thrown an entire 5 months of a campaign to win the Europa League, yeah, that for me is really sad that he felt that he needed to do that. And secondly, shows me that he's not got the managerial ability to manage both. But Danny, this is my big point with all of this.
He didn't have the players to manage both.
But we've never seen Levy do this before. So when we're saying we want to see Levy do this, we want to see, didn't Levy do this? Hasn't he done what fans wanted? He didn't sack the manager. When people like me wanted the manager sacked, he's not sacked the manager. He's not sacked him. He's kept him in and he's won the trophy.
Levy only cares about top four. He only cares about top four because that's what brings the most money, right? Sure. So when top four was not achievable anymore, right? The only way we could achieve, well, in January, we're not going to get top four with where we were after the January transfer window. After January transfer window, there's no way we're getting top four. Come on, let's be serious here now.
If we would have got rid of Ange, then do you think we would have had a better chance if a better manager would have come in and done something? Do you reckon we could have at least fought for a top 5 place?
No.
And also fought in the European Cup? No, I'm asking a question. I didn't say it's a fact. I didn't even say that was my opinion. I asked a question. I didn't give an opinion or a fact.
I don't know.
I mean, just a lot of this, I just think Levy had a plan and it went his way. When it just comes down to it, I mean, we've all saying it's about winning things. I'm totally with people and I'm over the moon on it. But I now want to make progress. And I just don't think this manager has got what it takes to make progress in the league and the cup, which we are big enough to fight for at least a top 6 place and also fight for a fucking Europa Cup and whatever,
But that might be the case, Dan, but we don't know.
So if the league doesn't matter and it really meant fuck all, basically, because you don't win nothing in it anyway because we ain't winning it, then Stel, why the fuck are you even bothering doing shows and complaining hardcore that the manager ain't good enough if we ain't going to win the fucking league anyway? And it was only about the Europa Cup if we win it or if we win a cup.
Because I didn't believe Ange was going to win the Europa. He proved me wrong. I can repeat it 10 more times if you want.
But the league's irrelevant if you're not going to win it, isn't it?
Everything's irrelevant if we're going to win nothing, Dan. I didn't believe he was going to win anything.
Then why are you even complaining that we weren't winning the league if it's irrelevant?
Because
I thought every game mattered. You were one of the ones who sat here and said to me and grilled me hardcore trying about it. When I said these past 2-3 games are irrelevant with Palace and that, because this game is the one that matters. You were one of the ones who sat here, along with Savva and along with others who came on hard at me about the attitude of, no, every game matters. You've got to win every game. You've got to win every game. You've got to have the same fight for that game that you have for that game. So basically, like, if we're not going to get first place, they're irrelevant then.
Dan, I said, trophies are all I care about. If you're not going to win trophies, at least get top 6 for Europe. That's what I said. And I didn't believe he'd get top 6 the way we were going this season. And I didn't believe that he'd win a trophy the way we were going this season. So I was Ange out, full on. And I will be Ange out if after 10 games I see the same shit, because it means nothing has been built on from what we've just achieved. And I just want to say this, Savva, right? I just want to say this, Savva. You asked the question about Daniel Levy, why is he kept in them? Why is he kept in them? You said that the reason they kept him is because Vinay's come in, this guy's come in.
Yeah, that was my theory. That was my theory.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You gave us your theory. Now, chances are that I think they're going to keep him. I think they will, which now blows that theory out the water. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because
only because he's won the final, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So that
everything I said was in place, and the manager would have been the final piece of the jigsaw had he have not got a horrible, stinky win against Man United on Wednesday night, right?
Even though you said that we're going to win the Europa anyway. So you're balancing both sides nicely there.
No, the reason I'm mentioning this, I'm not balancing.
Let Stel finish.
On the one hand, you're telling us we're going to win the Europa. On the other hand, you're saying they brought in Vinay because we're not going to win it, and Ange is going to be gone, right? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish my point. Let me finish. So the reason I'm saying this is because what you say isn't going to happen now. Your theory, what Danny's theory isn't going to happen either. The reality is this: none of us, including me, so I'm going to call myself out as well. None of us have got a fucking clue why Daniel decided to keep Ange when we were so bad in the league. And I don't think any of us have got a clue what's coming next. This chairman, for the first time, has completely behaved like non-Levy. He's been nothing
done what the fans have basically asked him to do for so many years.
Sure. But we don't know why he did it, because if he's about the money, and I've always argued, as with Danny has, he's only about the money. Or fuck me, he took one hell of a gamble on the club's finances with this madness of finishing 17th, 4 legs in the basket of Europa. And at the same time, we've been nice coming in. This guy's coming in because Ange will be gone. If he keeps it now, which I think he will, that blows that theory. Guys, we haven't got a clue what the is up.
That's true. Can I respond? Right?
Just let me answer this one question. Yeah, let me answer this one thing here. I mean, John Sweeney, Dan, you said at the start of the season you didn't care where we finished if we won a trophy. I hold my hands up to it. I did say it. But I made the same mistake that a lot of other people made. I didn't exactly state a number. Yeah. I did state that. I put my hands up to that. I didn't state a number. A lot of actual people did actually turn around and say 17th in a trophy, a League Cup even, I would be happy with. What I think happened there was people just looked at the worst case scenario and just Spurs as they are, and for fuck's sake, let's just win a cup. And then when it actually come down to it, they actually regretted saying it because they did not like it. But I did say that. But I will not justify 17th position and winning a fucking trophy. Not 17th. 10th, I could have stepped back and said, do you know what? Okay. As all I'm trying to do with this and talk to people about is where we go for the future. Is it right doing it for morals or not? And this is what we're all debating. Savva, go for it.
Look, for me, let me just put this out there. I know we won a Europa League. And I know that everyone said, oh, but it's all about trophies. I get that. But for me personally, I can't watch my team lose 25 games of football in the abysmal manner that we did. Right? I can't see this manager has lost over 40 games of football in 2 seasons. I've never known volumes like it. That tells me that other than the cup run, what he's doing isn't working. Factually, what he's doing is not working. Right? Now, for all the people that are saying, but he deserves it because of the Europa League, my problem, Dan, and we spoke about this on the show last night, is if what he had implemented was the reason we won the Europa League, I could sit here and have some belief, Dan, right? If we had said, this is the football I've been playing for 2 years, this is what we've done in the Europa League, this won it, gutted, you're all wrong, look at my football, it works. But Dan, to win that Europa League, he's had to completely come away from everything he has been implementing for 2 years. So I'll say what I said last night. Brilliant that we won the Europa League, but we've won the Europa League without Ange's football. So what are we? That's what I'm asking now. If everyone's now going, oh, he deserves to stay. Sure, okay, cool. I'll concede he's staying. But which version of Ange is staying? Is it the 10 men behind the ball and defend for our lives like the Europa League, where we looked absolutely toothless going forward? Or is it the gung-ho version in the Premier League, which doesn't work? Because, damn, after 2 years, I expect to see something implemented. After 2 years of a manager being at my football club, I expect to see it. I look at Newcastle under Eddie Howe after 2 years, 3 years. I know what Newcastle are, right? I watch Villa under Emery. I know what Newcastle are, right? I watch Spurs. I don't know what we are. And that worries me, Dan, because everyone now can sit and pretend, oh, that's signing. And Stel, you'll agree with me. I know you'll agree with me on this bit, Stel. All summer now, what we're going to have is loads of YouTubers going, this guy's perfect for Ange Ball. This guy's perfect for the system. Well, which system? The system which was 10 men behind the ball against Man United, or the system where we get raped 3 or 4-0 every week in the Premier? Which Who are we? That's what I'm worried about now with this manager. Who are we? Who is Ange? What is Ange Ball? What are we? I'm not unhappy we won a Europa League. I know people are going, be happy. I'm happy we won it.
Over the moon.
I'm so confused as to what are we? Like,
you guys don't come across like you're really happy, though. I'll be honest with you. You guys don't come across like you're like fucking really wow. I don't get that vibe from you two.
I don't get that vibe.
I agree with that.
Okay, but you don't get that vibe because every time I'm on a show, I'm attacked at all angles because of my opinions on Ange in the past. And because I still don't want him as manager, I'm asked, have you changed your mind now? Then the conversation automatically goes to, oh, why don't you want him? So rather than me, I've said numerous occasions, brilliant, well done, credit for getting us through, right? But at the same time, I don't know what we are. And this is why it reminds me of Ten Hag. I looked at the Man U fans, what they were saying after 2 years of Ten Hag, saying, yeah, we won 2 trophies, but we've still got no identity. We don't know what Ten Hag's football is, and we don't know what we're building. I'm going to say the exact same thing. I don't know what we're building, but brilliant that we won a trophy. Is that fair? Can anyone really?
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So if he stays, which he is going to, all summer, what I don't want to hear is people start talking to me about this guy's perfect for Ange Ball. This guy, because no one knows what it is. His style of play failed.
We don't do that. Us here don't do that.
No, I know we don't.
Yeah, we don't do that.
But would you agree? Would you agree with me, guys? Right? That in all of this, Ange Ball doesn't work. Would you agree with that? His innovative style doesn't work. The way he's won the Europa League is from dropping all his principles and going defensive. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if that's the case, what about all the fans that didn't want Conte like me because we play defensive football? Are they now suddenly saying...
I'll tell you what Ange has done that does work. And this is massive copium now, right? Massive copium. When he plays deep and quick transitional attack, we look pretty good. The first half against Villa, with the B team, we fucking held our own against Villa and we created 4 good attacks. Where we're lacking is when we attack, we've got a very average forward line. Very average. And it lets us down in the transition. And where we also lack a commanding midfielder that can control the tempo of a game. So for me, if he goes ultra defensive, fans will go ballistic with 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, Mourinho, Conte out, right? We're not entertained because our fans are like that. Our fans want entertainment before trophies, which I've never understood. However, if he goes all out attack Ange Ball with the plays he's got, we're lambs to the slaughter. We literally get opened up for fun.
With what we got at the minute, still, no matter what way he does it, we're going to get slaughtered in the Champions League.
I don't fancy us. But if he plays that transitional game more, there's a team there. There's definitely a team there, but it needs experience, quality sprinkled in it, so we got a chance. And that's why I want to give him the start next season to see, do you get it, mate? Do you? Does Levy get it? Does Levy now get it? Bring in some fucking experience. If the answer is going to be no, then Dan, I'm going to get rinsed, cussed, cooked, split open. I won't be able to argue back, and I'll sit here and absolutely take it left, right, centre. But if we build on this momentum for once in our fucking Spurs lives, you know what? Just maybe this crazy Australian crackerjack say what I want manager has actually got something that he's going to pull out the bag. Okay. I don't know. This is where I'm at now. I don't know.
I go with that, and I agree with that totally. But for me, when you're looking at like what you're claiming, like what you and Dan have both claimed, and what me, Savva, but basically everyone else has said the same thing. It's just very split down the middle on the way we go about it, whether it's morals, whether it's what would be best, whether it's a business idea, whatever. Yeah, but we want to see improvement. You've always got to want to see improvement. Otherwise, what's the point in life? Just accepting what you've got and being happy with it? Or do you want to improve? Do you accept the fact that you've got a 2-bedroom flat for you and your 4 kids and your missus? Okay, you've got a place. Some people don't have a place. Do you accept that? Or do you think, no, I'm going to try and get more money in one way or another, whatever which way I do it, I don't really care. And I'm going to get a 3-4 bedroom house. Now, for me in life, if you just accept something or stand with it, you've got to want better. You've got to always want better, to get further, not just be accepting. Now, what we're saying, if we want to improve, one thing we definitely need is better players. I think we can all agree on that one, yeah? We need players that can walk into that first team, not players that we... Exactly. Not bringing in more Archie Grays or Bergvalls or whatever, which were a gamble. Bringing in players that walk into that first team. Why? Because we want to improve. Now, if there's an option of what we would all agree, I'm not going to give names, but we can go to names if you want, would be a better manager that can take us further as well, then shouldn't we just jump and do that straight away and not be moral and not be principled about it if the offer is there? I mean, we don't know what offers are there and aren't there at the end of the day. It's all ifs, buts, and maybes, like the whole chat. But if there is an option out there to get a better manager who we can all sit there and say definitely a better league manager and higher chance of taking us further places, better places, and getting better players, isn't that what we should just do straight away? That's how you improve, isn't it? Or do we go by the moral side of it and just stick with what we got, and if it goes wrong, it totally fucks up the next season?
Do you trust this board to bring in the right manager?
The only way I can go with that question is, do I trust this board to bring in a worse manager as such? League-wise, I don't think you're going to get much of a worse manager until I see improvement in the league. I can only go.
We won't finish 17th next season, bro. We're not going to finish 17th next season. We won't. We'll be at worst next season, mid-table. At worst next season.
We'll be back. Should still be looking at higher standards than that at Spurs, shouldn't we? Surely.
It depends what you mean by standards, because I think this is where we've got these arguments happening. For me, standards are trophies. For others, standards is league position. For some, standards is you must do both. I just don't think Spurs as a club with this ownership are capable of both. I just don't have any belief that Enoch and Levy are going to invest correctly in the right quality of player over consecutive transfer windows to build a squad that can compete in the Cup, the Carabao, Europe, and the League, which is why Conte prioritised, Poch prioritised, and when it came down to it, Ange said, you know what, fuck this, prioritise Europa. We have never built a squad that can compete on all four fronts. It's why every manager bails out of certain competitions. So if we're going to prioritise, then just go for the Cup you can win, because that is what we are under Levy and Enoch. In an ideal world, Dan, we'll have a squad of 22 players who are capable of playing in every single competition. Look at Arsenal. They spent 800 million. They've rebuilt a squad over 5 years. They can't compete in every competition. In the end, a couple of injuries bit them in the arse, and it probably cost them the Champions League. They can't compete in all competitions and win trophies. What we want, I don't think is possible unless you're Man City. I just don't think it's possible. So what we want is not realistic. So we should just do anything we can. Just win trophies. Just go for it. Just win trophies, win them. Because I don't see how we do it any differently.
Wanting top six and going for an FA Cup or a League Cup without a step, then you're saying?
Say that again, sorry, Dan.
So wanting a respectable place in the league, which I call top six, possibly top seven with the clubs that are now fighting for it. Yeah. So I'll go top seven. I'll even come back a couple. Yeah. So wanting top seven, a respectable league position, fighting to get as far as you can in it, and asking for an FA Cup or a League Cup is too much. Why has it got to be one or the other?
No, that's absolutely fine to want that. There's nothing wrong with wanting that.
What I'm saying is, do you think Spurs are too small to do that?
No, not at all. Spurs should 100% be able to do that on a regular basis. But what my argument is if we finish 12th and win the FA Cup, what's the difference? Because the FA Cup gets you in Europa either way, and you get a trophy. So if we fall short but still win the FA Cup, mate, as a Spurs fan, I'm taking that all day long.
This, with what you just said there, is exactly the point on what I said earlier. You have basically just accepted the poorer season because you got the cup. that also got you that place it would have got you in the league. So it makes the whole thing irrelevant.
Winning the cup makes it a successful season, not a poor season. Though.
No, but what I'm saying, no, it makes it a poor season in the league, but a good season because we got the trophy wear. I look at it.
All right, poor league season. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Poor league season, yeah. But what you're saying is basically justifying, I think, what I said earlier of you're willing to sort of almost turn a blind eye to the league because you still got you got the trophy, and the trophy gets you the Europa Cup because we're talking about FA Cup, and where we didn't finish in a Europa Cup position in the league is basically covered it and weighed it out and made it worthwhile to you as such. This is why I said at the very start, I feel that a majority of people on here, that if we would have finished 17th and won the League Cup or even the FA Cup, I would still put a large amount of money on here that the majority of people on here would still be saying Ange out. The only reason that people are standing by this through thick and thin, in my opinion, is by what you've just said. It makes perfect sense. Fuck it. If we ain't going to do it in the league and we finish 12th and we get FA Cup and that gets us Europa, we was looking for a top 7 place anyway, yeah? It does all make sense, and I'm happy with a cup. But people wouldn't be justifying this as much as I think they would, finishing 17th with an FA Cup or a League Cup. It's only for the fact that it's the Europa Cup that's got us in the Champions League, and that is all there is to it, in my opinion.
I guarantee you, if Spurs won the FA Cup, you'd have the same number of people at that parade. And you'd have even more fans at Wembley Stadium.
The parade, I'm not disputing that.
But why are they there then? Why are they there then, though, Dan? Why are they at that parade?
Why are they there 17 years?
But I still don't think...
We have a parade every trophy. We had one in 2008.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
I still agree with what you're saying there as well, yeah? Because we haven't won a cup for that long. But I don't think... I mean, like I said, Sean made the perfect point yesterday on when... I can't remember the exact numbers, but just before the game, sort of like... Ange in, Ange out. It was something like what he said, something like around about 80% Ange out, 20% Ange in, if I remember right, give or take the odd number, yeah? And then as soon as it changed it afterwards, it just totally flip-flopped to the other side. Now, if this game did not get us to the Champions League, I very much doubt it would have jumped over completely to the other side to a 70-30.
That's the point.
We'd still be on a 50-50. It is purely the fact that this game has got us into the Champions League why it is acceptable.
And I need to finish this off as well, yeah? Right? This is why I can't forgive him, yeah, Ange, yeah? When he said what he said about, oh, we just fucked off the league in, sorry for swearing, but forgot the league in January, yeah? Right? He's lying. He's absolutely lying, yeah? Because for me, right, so you're saying that you were risking relegation then, yeah? You're risking being relegated, right? And the thing is, though, right, the only reason why he had the luxury, right, is because the 3 teams below him, right, were so damn useless, yeah? Because in any other season, he would have got relegated, right? So, like, you're risking all that, right, for a Europa League to get into Champions League to prove your point that you can win in your second season. This is where I can't. Like, I've got to see more, and also the fact, right? It's not just about what is our identity, right? Which is confusing to me because that's not him, right? What he did in Europa League, I think it's either his coaching staff or the players.
I don't think we know where we go with him.
Yeah, and it's the players improving. Who's improved? No one's improved. Right?
It's not a coach.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is what the point I made a year ago. Yeah, so that opinion's aged very well, hasn't it? So the point I'm making is right is that if no one's improved, how are we improving next season? How are we doing it?
Just to caveat that, Alex. Just one thing, Alex. I know you and Savva said he's not a coach. Hold on. One thing. You said he's not a coach. He's coached the team to win a Europa League.
I love you.
He's coached the team to win a Europa League.
Yeah, Dan, let me finish. I'll let you have a go in a bit. Yeah, big up to you, by the way. Yeah, right.
And you, Alex.
Yeah, I still love you, mate. But the point is, though, yeah, right.
It shows
we are Europa League champions. Yeah, so now it's not like
say it again.
We've got no injuries. We've got injuries now. No. Teams are looking at us now like a scalp now. Yeah, they're looking at us like a scalp. Yeah, so we're not no minnows anymore, not little Tottenham Hotspur, not Spursy anymore. Europa League champions now. Yeah, Europa League champions now. Yeah, so sorry, none of this nonsense next season saying, oh no, Ange, we've got to feel sorry for him. No, you did the big talk. Now you got the trophy. I want to see the chest now, bruv. I want to see us now. Show us we're Europa League champions now, bruv. Yeah? None of this, oh, we're little man syndromes now. You know what I mean? Yeah? Right? If we're going to start big talking Arsenal, saying we were in Europe, we in Europe, we got to act like it now. Yeah? And that's all I'm saying now. Big men, yeah, talking big talk, getting what they get, yeah, showing what they're doing. Now people looking at us, we're the big men now. We're the big team now. So we got to act like a big team now. I'm sorry.
And you need to get behind it. And you need to get behind it for us to be big.
Behind it. I'm not getting behind it.
It's all good calling everyone out. All we do is call this guy. Call that guy. You got this.
I gave him praise. I gave him credit. I said it on my channel, Mr. Box Office. It's on the. It's the receipt is there. I gave him praise. Right. That he wins in his second season. But I need to see more. If he stays here, right, I need to see more.
Yeah? I need to see it in the league. I need to see that he can manage in the league.
This is what Danny and I have been saying from the moment.
I've got to say. Back to you, Danny. Because I know you want to say something. Go on, say it.
Alex,
right, let me just do the super chat quick. Let me just do my super chat.
4 hours, 30 minutes in, Alex just confirms what me and Danny said. Fuck my life.
All right, Ed X, thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated.
4.5 hours of my life. I hate YouTube.
I love Stelios. I love you, Stelios.
Right, let me do the super chat for fuck's sake. Right, Edex, much appreciated, mate. Thanks a lot. My eternal respect to this panel. Ange out, and you also thank you very much, mate. Much generous, it's appreciated, mate. Happy for European trophy, same as I am. But our players are 10th to 12th Premier League quality wise. Ange beating Amorim was not masterclass by any measure. Ange tactics left injuries and 40 losses for 2 years. And I think he has some solid points there.
Failed to beat Amorim this season.
It is much appreciated. Yeah, for me, the 3 games that we beaten was irrelevant, because there's been no momentum with Spurs, nothing. I mean, the perfect one with that was Man City, Palace in the final. The season was irrelevant. It all goes down to that one game, and we all know how a season can go there. So, right, what I'm going to go to with this, because we've got a little bit longer, if you have. So, Angie's going to stay. I mean, we can debate it left and right, whether he should, shouldn't, whatever else, this and that. I think he shouldn't through standards. Others think he should through morals. Through morals, I do understand and get on the side of keeping him as well. But then I'm very stranded on the side of I ain't got a fucking clue where we're going now. Even who we are at the moment. And I think everyone can agree with that because we've been saying that all through the league. So what do we need to do then? If we keep Ange, which it looks like I'd say there's a 70% chance we do, but then never write off Daniel Levy, I suppose, especially after what we saw this season. Where does Ange need to improve? Where do we need those players?
We need to improve everything.
We need to
develop players.
Everything.
Flexibly, he's got to sign players that are experienced. There's fucking shitloads he needs to do. I told you, start playing transitional football, solid at the back, compact, pounce on quick attacks. But for that to work, you need better forward line, fucking proper wingers, and someone that controls the pace of the game in the middle. Everything we said all last season.
I think we've got to. First of all, I think we need an identity. I think we've gone through 2 years. We've gone through 2 years of whatever we've seen, and still we don't know what we are. People say, "Oh, we're champion." That's fine. That's brilliant. But you know what? Next season, what you can't do is stick 10 men behind the ball every game and do what we did against Man United. Like that's just not how it's going to work, and the fans would go crazy, right? And it just wouldn't work every game. So I think we need an identity. I think Stel's right. We kind of need a hybrid of his awful gung-ho chaotic football, and let's be fair, the really mind-numbingly boring 10 men behind the ball. I think we need a blend. Doesn't mean we have to be counter-attack, doesn't mean we have to just be passing it. We need a blend. We need a team that are well organised at the back but know how to transition going forward as well. And for me, I just don't think we can float from competition to competition trying different things. Right, so
do you know what, Sav? To add to what you just said, right? Oh, go on.
I was just going to say. So for me, listen, it's it's something that we need to do. We need to make sure that the players we bring in this summer are not children, right? No more kids, no more 19-year-olds, no more lightweight players. Get some proper men in there. Get some 24, 25, 26-year-olds that have been there. Bit of power behind them. If you're going to go and get some wingers, go and get some wingers that beat a man. Like Stel said, if you're going to get them on the transition, get some wingers like an Mbuemo, somebody that gets the ball and drives past his man. But what this fan base is going to have to really, really suck up next season is this. You can play in the Europa League with Solanke and Johnson and Richarlison. Guys, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, and I think you all know this. That can't be your front three in the Champions League. Your front three in the Champions League can't be Brennan Johnson, Solanke, and Richarlison.
Do you know what, Sav?
The people are going to have to
Ange knows that too.
Oh, but I love Brennan, but Solanke. If we want to be a better club, we need a new striker. Because I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. Solanke is.
Oh yeah, we do.
He's not ready.
Yeah, but we know no one's debating.
You know, so
no, but I think Ange knows that, Sav. I think Ange knows that. I think he knows a lot of what he needs to do. I don't think he doesn't know. I don't think he's a stupid man either, right? I think what the fans are worried about is that he's going to go back to his old ways. We're not going to get the quality of players we're going to get in and this kind of stuff. But look, this season has been unpredictable, right? It's been unpredictable.
Very
and
true.
Just by that, you can say that next season could be unpredictable again. And I'm not saying that could mean 17th. I'm not saying 15th. I'm not saying whatever it is. I'm just saying it can be unpredictable, right? So we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. Who knows? Ange all of a sudden could show us the things that we've all wanted him to do, that we've been saying for the last 2 years. Can you do this? Who knows? We don't know, right? We just don't. That's the fact.
I don't think he's able to do it, Danny. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, but that's your opinion, Alex, and that's fine.
No, because the evidence is there, right? Because when we went defensive, we were crap attack-wise.
Evidence is there in the Premier League.
Yeah, but I'm making a point.
Alex,
Let me listen to the main event first, and then
my
point is though, yeah, right? Okay, in the defense, when he's defending, right? When he's defensive, our attack has been crap. Right, it's been crap.
You've got shit attackers.
We were crap. Yeah, we're cool, but he chose those attackers. So, but he chose Solanke. He chose Johnson. Right. So I'm sorry, I'm not hearing this. Right.
Good point.
So people saying,
but Alex,
we're going to get rid of Solanke. We're going to get rid of Johnson. Well,
but Alex,
he picked him. He picked him.
Alex, you're forgetting something. You're forgetting something. He picked him because we can get him on a lower wage. That we're not going to go for a striker.
Listen, that's his fault.
I don't buy that. We're not going to go and get a. We're not going to go and get a Bucharest, are we? We're not going to. Hold on, Alex. Let me finish now. Let me speak now.
Let Dan finish.
Let me speak now. Don't talk while I'm speaking now. Let me fucking speak. Right
calm down, Dan.
Are we going to go? Are we going to go and get Victor Osimhen? Are we going to go and get Victor Osimhen? Yes or no?
Probably not.
No.
Why is that? Why not?
Why not?
Hold on. I'm speaking to Alex. Why not, Alex?
All right, Winston. Chill out.
No, it's all right.
Damn right, fucking Winston.
I know.
I like this, Daddy. I like this, Daddy.
Because someone's going to talk shit, I'm going to rebuttal it. So why are we not going to sign Victor Osimhen?
No, because he's got
because exactly. Why are we not going to sign Gokares?
But why
he's got bigger options to go to than us.
Yeah, but also, you think Tottenham offered him 300 grand a week? He wouldn't come to Tottenham.
Yeah, I don't think
you're telling me he'll turn down.
He's got bigger club, Danny.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. That's your
argument. Offer him the wages.
Danny, he's got.
I'm sorry, Savva, you're living in the delusional world if you think footballers go to players because of clubs. They go because of money.
Danny, listen. No, but Danny, again, stop getting angry and let's bring again.
I'm not getting angry.
Hang on. Let's use your own theory against you. What you can't do is sit here when Danny's talking about top clubs and how their mentality is, and you shouted at Danny and said, but we're not this club, we're not that club. then expect that we're going to pip those clubs to these players. There are certain players like Gyökeres. He's going to be wanted by Europe's elite this season. And if he's got a choice of going to Arsenal or Tottenham, he ain't coming to Spurs. As much as we hate Arsenal, he's going to Arsenal, right? A team that have been challenging for 3 years, a team that go and buy top players every year. He's going to go there.
And also pay big wages, Sav.
Hang on, Danny.
Does come into it.
Yeah. Yes, but even if we offered the same wages as Arsenal, not just Arsenal, by the way, there's going to be other clubs. Bigger clubs will attract those players ahead of us.
Right.
So I'm going to
count. Why, Sav? Why?
Hang on.
No, because you're going against the point I'm making. You're not listening.
I'm not.
But hold on. No, wait, 1 second.
He's just going a long way round it. I know where Savva's going.
I know.
Dan, I'm half with you on this one. So hang on.
Savva is saying those clubs. Hold on, Dan. Savva is saying those clubs.
I know what he's going to say because me and him debate this all the time.
Yeah, but listen, he just said that. Listen, he just said that. Those clubs have been challenging, right? They've been challenging because they've got top players they can pay the wages for. If we did the same, we would be challenging on a regular basis.
Yeah, but okay, again, calm down. You're gonna have calm down. You're gonna have a heart attack, right?
Savva, second, I'm very calm. I'm not gonna have no heart attack here.
It doesn't seem that way, right? So
I'm very calm. I think you're the one that's not calm.
Battling.
Savva, carry on, please.
Absolutely confused by what this man is waffling about. Right. The fact is, these clubs are there already, Danny. Right. Again, This is what I was trying to say in the group earlier. If you want to build up to that, you have to build up to it. It doesn't, in one window, you go, right, but you've got to build up to it. So obviously, you all know the whole thing with Poch, the time when we should have striked, right? Strike when the iron's hot was when we were finishing second and third every year, right? Those are the years where you go, right, look at us. Look what we're competing for. We're at the top all the time. Look what we're doing. The problem is right now, there is a food chain in football. There is, whether we like it or not. You can go and slap 300k in front of a player. But if we're in for them and the other big clubs are in for them, guess what? They're also slapping down 300k a week on that player, right? And footballers aren't silly enough to go, oh, they won one trophy. Footballers will always go to the bigger club. And there's very few circumstances where the top players don't pick the bigger club. But my whole point of going around this was you immediately came at Alex with big examples. I'm going to come in with lower examples that blow your argument wide out the water, right? You've straight away gone, Gyökeres, right? Why do we have to do that? When Alex is saying he picked Brennan Johnson, why didn't he pick Brian Mbeumo, who's on 50 grand a week, right? Why? Why didn't we pick Mbeumo, right? Why is Ange turning down players like Eze? So you can get players who are not on extortionate wages that will come that are better than Brennan Johnson, Solanke and that. So this notion that it's all Levy again and just wages simply
you say that you say that, Sav, like Mbeumo's not going to demand 200 grand a week. Look at what he's done in the Premier League, right?
But Danny,
we don't know that. Eze as well. Sure. Eze as well, Sav.
Sure, but Dan, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with it. They might ask for 200 grand. I'll be honest. I think if Brian Mbeumo went from 50 grand to 200 grand in one meeting, I think the boy's got a lot of cheek. But we can.
Bergvall went from about 20 to 85.
Who?
Yeah, players do, man.
Bergvall went from 20 to 85.
Yeah, at the same club. He's a contract extension, right? At the same club. That's to ensure that he stays and we get a big fee when he leaves, right?
Yeah.
Spurs, for me, should be looking at the Mbeumo's. We should be looking at those players. We should be looking at the Vissers. We should be looking at the Mark Guehis. We should be looking at those types of footballers for me. We should have been looking at the Manu Kones that went to Roma. We should have been looking at the Kefram Turams that went to Juventus. We should have been looking at these players that are all on less wages, by the way, than Bergvall, right? But seasoned professionals, about 23, 24 years of age. Again, we can't just blame everything on the wages. Sometimes your scouting has got to be much better. And Stel, you said this to Sean last night. You've got to go and get those scouts that go, have you seen that bloke? He's on 50 grand a week, that bloke. And look how much better than Brennan Johnson he is. So, Danny, here's my point. Right? Let me land last bit on this point. No one is going to tell me that when Spurs spent 47 million on Johnson, when Spurs spent 55, 60 million on Solanke, that there's no footballers around the world at lesser clubs that are better than those two that would have been cheaper and on less wages. That's a very lazy argument just so that we can have a pop at Daniel Levy. That's what that is.
But are you sitting here stating a fact that you know that those players are going to be on less wages, Sav? You can't say that.
They are on less wages.
You don't know.
I think where he's going.
I'm talking about
hang on.
I'm talking about
they're all on less wages. The ones I mentioned.
No, but
I'm half with you
coming into these clubs.
Hang on, I'm half with you on this one, Dan. Yeah, because me and Savva have had this debate out enough times. Yeah. Now, I totally get where Savva's coming from because we've had the debate enough times. But I think I'm getting the point that you're making. I am a firm believer that there are more mercenaries out there than people actually believe. That for a lot of players, significantly more players than it ever has been, that are out there for the job, not for the pride. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's all players. I'm not saying it's a majority, but there's a hell of a lot of players out there that if you put the more money on the table, they will go where the money is. My opinion. 100%. Yeah. Now,
most players go for where the money is.
If we do go for bigger players, we can now offer Champions League. Okay, Ange, if he's here or if he's gone, we'll just put that one aside and say he's here, yeah? And we can say, right, we are basically rebuilding now because we're going to offer money and everything now. And if we put more money on the table, we can attract significantly bigger, better players. And there is always that chance.
I didn't argue with that.
No, I'm just saying in general.
I was just saying you don't have to go for the Garcareses. It's not Solanke or Garcares. There's like a million players in between, right?
But we can still go for bigger players and content with the money. And I know it's good saying like Edison would be your prime example of someone who I think now we should go for, hands down. I know we can sit here and say, but probably there'll be other teams that want him this and that as well. Yeah, they probably will.
Definitely.
But we should at least still try and go for him if we've got the money to put on the table and pay the wages, is the point I make with that one.
Yeah, sure. But we've had to talk about how that works. You've got to get to that stage of the conversation. This is the problem. This is the problem. We keep talking about this. This is not how football transfers work. The first thing you talk about in a football transfer isn't come to us, we're giving you 350 grand a week. The first thing you do is phone up the player's agent and then you're having the conversations about who else is interested, right? What does he want? What's he looking for in his next club? And they'll tell you, is it money? He's going to go to the highest bidder, right? But my point is, it doesn't have to be, oh my God, Victor Gyökeres. Because, guys, let's be brutally honest. Do we truly believe if Gyökeres is available this summer, which I think he will be, do we truly believe that if Spurs are in for him, we're going to be the destination of choice?
No.
Off the back of one trophy.
No.
Bigger. Listen, whatever we want to say, Arsenal are a bigger club, right? Whatever we want to say, if Bayern Munich go in for, I'm just using examples, PSG, these are big clubs that will also offer big wages. So when these guys say very basic things like just chuck down the money, I hate to break it to everyone, everybody is just chucking down the money. That's the problem. You don't think that we can outpay Arsenal on wages, do you? Does anyone truly believe that if we were in a one-on... Let me use this example, Stel. I'll ask you, right? And please be brutally honest. I know we hate Arsenal, but are we saying if one of our intermediaries rings up Gyökeres' agent and one of Arsenal's intermediaries rings up Gyökeres' agent, do we truly believe that he's turning his head to Tottenham because of one Europa League rather than Arsenal, who have got a world-class director of football, bring in players like Declan Rice, have players like Bukayo Saka, have a really good back four and challenge for the title most years? Let's be brutally honest. Victor Gyökeres is not picking Tottenham over Arsenal in that scenario. I know we all want to think we will because somebody might have bought him on Football Manager once, but that's not how football transfers work. He's going to go, where am I going? Well, look, this club's on the up and up and up and up with Arsenal. This club has finished 17th. Yeah, they won the Europa League, but this team over here, they're also buying Zubamendi. This team here are also buying Rodrigo from Real Madrid, for example. Players look at that before they're going to look at the salary because they know they're getting a massive salary either way. Arsenal aren't going to go, there's 150 grand a week, but Tottenham offer 300. Both clubs will go boom, and he'll go, yeah, I'm going there. That's why I'm saying, got to be smarter.
I agree with this one.
Smarter. It doesn't always come down to money.
I think it's just
I do think there is significantly bigger players we could go for if we put the money on the table as such and are willing to pay up that could turn heads.
You talk about Locatelli.
Locatelli is another one who I think that Spurs could have gone for and got because he was on the market.
For sure, but Locatelli I wouldn't put in that bracket of a guy.
No, Locatelli's a very good player, no. But Locatelli is significantly bigger than what we would usually go for at Spurs. Do we agree on that one?
I do, but I don't feel like he'll be on ridiculous wages. Yeah,
he'll still be on 150, 160 if he comes over at Spurs.
I think you can still get players.
What I am saying is if we don't even attempt for some of the bigger players, I'm not saying world class or nothing, then you just won't get nowhere anyway. I know it all starts on a big triangle all the way down and that, but surely if we're going to have ambition now to go further, we have also got to look at getting that star player in there who would be a star for us. I'm not necessarily saying world class around the world. And the main thing we need is that scouting system, because fucking hell, I could have done a better scouting system than done that and got a better deal than Archie Gray for 40 million on 75 grand.
But Dan,
and this is where it's basically the perfect time to do it.
But Dan, the problem
he's on 98K.
Just a quick thing.
98K Locatelli's on.
Yeah. So, Phil P, thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. Only one thing woolage in Europe is a coin toss. Yeah. And so if he come over to Spurs, you can pretty much guarantee he'd want an extra 50K.
I think people are missing the point.
We can play it, Dan.
Yeah. But the point, the
other clubs would want him as well. He's a good player. Go on, Alex. Sorry.
Yeah, but the thing that people are missing out on this, though, right? Why would we? Why? This is what a point I make. Why, if we're going to keep Ange, why get rid of Scott Munn and Johan Lang then? Because for me, well, the people that employed him to come to Tottenham should be here still then. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't see the point of bringing Paratici, right? Bringing in all these people that he's associated with for him to say, and then it don't work in the next couple of months, and then he's stuffed.
Alex, you know what I mean? who spent the transfer budget better, Paratici or Lange?
Paratici.
That's why you get rid of Lange.
Well, yeah, but Paratici wants his own man. He's not gonna come.
Paratici will do what Daniel Levy tells him to do.
No, he doesn't. No, he won't.
He's the boss. Levy's the boss. He makes the final decision. Paratici won Conte. Alex, I'll prove you wrong. Paratici wanted Conte. Levy said no. They brought in Nuno. Then when it went tits up, Levy went back to Paratici. Hold on. Levy went back to Paratici. Alex,
let him finish.
Paratici went back to Levy. Levy. Paratici wanted Conte. Levy said no. Paratici then goes to Nuno. Nuno comes in. It's a disaster. Levy then goes to Paratici. Save my ass. Get Conte then. And they break the bank and give him 20 million. So Levy will be the one that makes the decision. Right now, Levy's not backed into any corner. Yeah. Levy's bought himself time. So he will do what he wants. If it doesn't work, then Paratici will make the decision as to who comes in after Ange. That's what I think will happen.
Come in? Why would Paratici come in, right, if he's not the main man?
Because Levy's always the main man. Levy's the boss, not Paratici.
Yeah, but but you're not answering my question. Why would he come back?
Paratici's not the main man. You're calling him the main man. He's not.
Yeah, but why would he come? Right, knowing full well he's not going to be able to choose the manager. Right, when he can just go off to somewhere else.
His job is to pick the players and source talent. Like he restructured the academy. He's the one that brought in players like Vicario, Kulusevski, Bentancur. That's his job. He doesn't get to pick the manager as well.
He does. He does get to pick the manager if he wants to. He does. Because
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Only if Levy allows him to.
No,
he doesn't.
No,
No,
the
he
director
doesn't.
of football.
He never allowed him to bring in Conte in the first place.
The director of football is in charge of football operations.
In a normal football club, yes.
Sure, but let's be fair. If Paratici's coming back, by the way, I think it's really funny. Like I'm seeing people like Matt Coppin in the chat saying, "Oh, it's like a funeral on there." Just because we won a Europa League doesn't mean every conversation needs to be like this. We've won the league. Let's now talk like this. Come on, we're just talking football.
We're talking about the future on how we think the future of the club for go. And I'm going to repeat quickly what you said last night, Savva, and it is so true. Come on, people, like on the side of that. Keep it a bit more civil. I can't keep up with all the chat on my own because I don't have many mods on there. But for fuck's sake, what do you really want? Do you want 5 men on here, 6 men on here, all sitting here, all happy for the whole thing and everything, every bloody show? Or do you actually want a bit of controversy on there? Do you want actual different opinions? Because I've heard many a time that people fucking complain about an echo chamber. I've heard, what the fuck do you want? It is just different opinions at the end of the day. Some of it going moral, some of it going business, some of this, some of that. And we've got different opinions for a reason. But I can guarantee one thing. Everybody on here at this moment is over the moon like a pig in shit that we just won this fucking cup. It's just some of us are looking further ahead quicker, and some of us are also happy in the moment.
Dan, it's also what gives everyone the show.
I'm both. Hang on, Dan, I said to you last night, right? As I said to you, again, if we want to be a big club, right? You don't just go, we've won a trophy, everything goes on hold. What? Liverpool won the title, tied up their best players to new contracts and have already signed Florian Wirtz. That's what you do, right?
I agree.
You go into the market and you go, right, what now? You watch. Liverpool will sign Florian Wirtz. Oh, by the way, and Frimpong. Liverpool are signing Wirtz and Frimpong in 1 week, right? That's what you do. What's next? That's what it's got to be. We've won. Great. Let's stop acting like a small club. We've won. Brilliant. What do we do to kick on? But Dan, my biggest thing with all of this, right, is I agree with you. I think Spurs need a couple of big heavy hitters in the team. I do think, though, that the way you get those heavy hitters is when they see signs of improvement. And I'm not talking about just winning the trophy. I'm talking about when they see a good team.
Consistency.
When they see that we're building a good team, right? So, for example, again, if you look at Newcastle will be attractive to players now because, one, they're in the Champions League. Two, look what Eddie Howe has implemented and built over the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah, everyone knows how they play. They're going to be playing with other improvement. Yes, they're going to be playing with the likes of Alexander Isak. They're going to be playing with Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, right? Botman. When you look at Spurs, we haven't got that yet. So for me, I think what's more important than trying to get Gyökeres is, right? Smart scouting. Go and be smart. Go and do what Newcastle did. Get Isak before he is this Isak. Yeah? Go and get a Bruno Guimaraes, right? For me, I don't think it needs to always be Daniel Levy and wages. We pay decent wages, right? We need to build up to that. We need good scouts. We've got to get some good scouts. We never seem to pluck someone from nowhere. We never seem to find a Matoma. We get Matisse Tells. Hang on a second. We get Matisse Tells on loan. We get Odebergs from Burnley. Right? We get Solanke, who we'd seen have one good year in his career, and everyone's losing their mind that he's going to fire you into the top 4. For me, we've got to scout better. There is a big gap between what we've got and the top players out there. There's a big pool of people.
That's why you get rid of Lange. That's exactly why Lange has to go.
I don't disagree with you.
When Alex is saying you've got to keep him, no, he's crap.
Yeah. So by your logic,
Alex is saying is different.
But by your logic, then, if we're getting rid of Lange and getting rid of Scott Munn, we should get rid of Ange Postecoglou then.
No.
I'm sorry. No,
they're not a package, Alex. It's not. Here's the toy. It doesn't work without the batteries.
No. They are a package. They are a package because Scott Munn was responsible for bringing in Ange. So if we're going to start talking about Ange being the saviour of Tottenham Hotspur, Scott Munn should be getting the knighthood.
What did Scott Munn do? Alex, what does Scott Munn do?
Scott Munn brought in Ange Postecoglou, bro.
What does Scott Munn do? What's his job?
Scott Munn brought in Ange Postecoglou.
Answer the question. It's okay. It's not politics time. What does Scott Munn do?
Scott Munn brought in Ange Postecoglou. I don't
Third
care what
time,
he's
Alex.
done before.
Third
No,
time.
I don't care. No, I don't care what he's done.
Does Scott Munn do?
Doesn't matter
You
what he's done.
can't tell me. You can't tell me they're a package if you don't know what he does.
Ange Postecoglou.
What
So,
did he do,
I'm
Alex?
sorry,
I know you're in the
don't care.
corner. I know you're up against the ropes. It's a difficult one. What does Scott Munn do?
I
Alex,
don't know
just
what
say
he
you
does.
don't know. Just say you
Thank
don't
you.
know.
I don't know.
Just say you don't know. That would be so much easier.
Alex,
I don't know.
exactly. Exactly.
But it
Alex,
doesn't
hold
matter.
on.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on. One step at a time. Exactly. We don't know what he fucking does. So why can't he know?
But no.
We don't know what he does.
You're not listening.
I'm listening. You're not making sense. You
it
want to
does
keep
make
a
sense.
guy who you don't know what he does on the basis that he made one decision to bring in Ange. So because he made that one decision, he must stay here the whole time Ange is here. Why?
So because of that, right? Because we didn't know what he done, right? We get rid of him. But he's the one that brought in Ange Postecoglou.
So what, Alex?
If Scott Munn doesn't come in, no. But the point I'm making is though,
Paratici brought in Vicario. We got rid of him. So what? The show goes on, Alex.
I'm sorry.
You can keep the manager, but change the staff around the manager. If Mason walks, we can bring in another coach. Doesn't mean that the manager has to go. Just because Munn chose Ange, that's not a reason to keep Munn. We don't know what he does. Okay, if you said to me, but Munn's influential for bringing in Solanke, and Solanke was a top scorer, or if you said to me that Munn is the reason that we won the Europa Cup because he told Ange what tactics to play in, then I get why you would say it. But to keep Munn just because he hired Ange, who gives a fuck?
Why getting Paratici then?
Because Lange is shit. Because Lange is crap, Alex.
So get rid of Ange then. Get rid of Ange.
Why?
This is the point. Because you might as well keep this consistency then.
What you're doing here is you're saying that if one goes, they all go. And what I'm saying is you can improve pieces of the pie, right?
So how is this going to work?
Just talking on Lange, all right? I'm just talking on Lange. For me, Lange has been awful. With the money he's been given and the budget, his scouting and the team of scouts he's using have been woeful. Paratici, I don't think he's amazing, but he's much fucking better than what we got from Lange.
I agree.
So that's why you changed Alex.
But these players got us to the Europa League final, though.
Yes.
And won us the Europa League.
But they also got 17th.
So that's his argument. That's his argument.
You're not happy with 17th. You're not happy with 17th. They got 17th as well.
Yeah. So again, so this is the point I'm making then. You just made my point for me again. Why are we keeping Ange then?
Because he won the Europa Cup. Because he won the Europa Cup, Alex.
Hang on. I see what Alex is saying. I think what Alex is trying to say, but Alex, I'm not being rude.
Say they're all part of the same puzzle.
What Alex is trying to say, but not saying it very well, is if we're saying we want to keep Ange because he finished 17th and won the Europa, surely we would say, well, hang on, Lang brought in the players that Ange used to finish 17th and won the Europa. Is that what you're saying, Alex?
Yeah, exactly.
And brought in Ange.
Okay,
I get the point.
No, hold on. Did he start Kingsley in the final?
No.
Odebert.
No. He was part of the team, though.
Odebert.
No, but he's part of the team, though.
Tell.
No, but he was part of the team.
Bergvall. Shall I go through all the players that Lange signed and didn't play in the Europa Cup final?
He's part of the team, though.
He didn't even
on the ropes, mate.
I'm on the ropes. I'm on the ropes.
Use the players. He didn't fucking use them.
I don't care. No, I'm sorry.
Vicario, Paratici signing. Van de Ven, Paratici signing. Romero, Paratici signing. Udogi, Paratici signing. Porro, Paratici signing. That whole fucking team other than Solanke. So
that's great.
That's great. About Lange and the players he brought in the one.
That's great then. That's great. Thank you for making my point then, Still. Right? Get rid of the manager then.
Point?
Get rid of the manager. Get rid of the manager then. Because no, get rid of the manager so players can play in their own positions again then. And get a manager that's going to use them right then. You know what I mean? That Paratici is going to get somebody under.
Yeah, but Alex, Stel, can I just, Alex? What you're not getting is Stel's point there, right? Is all of the players that Lang has brought in, nearly all of them, aren't the ones that actually Ange used in all of these big games to win the Europa League. Right? Exactly. So Odegaard was nowhere to be seen. Tel was nowhere to be seen. Danso was coming on as sub. You think about it. Van der Ven, Romero weren't his. Dogi and Porro were Paratici. Paratici also brought in Vicario. Basuma was years. Basuma was his. Bentancur was his. Kulu was his. Madison was his. I think the point is that all the players Lang brought in. Listen, Lang might be a genius, guys, for future signings. For all we know, Bergvall, right? For Gray, he could be. But you're right. For me, this guy shouldn't be at Tottenham Hotspur.
No, I don't.
If he's going to be at Tottenham, he has to work under Paratici, and we have to say, right, Lang, you deal with all the future. Paratici, you go and get us our Bentancurs, our Romeros,
exactly what I think, Sav.
That's what I think they will do. I think they're going to keep Lang. Paratici will be his boss, but Munn, what does Munn need to be here for? You've got Vinay Venkatesham who's coming in. You've got Levy, and you'll have Paratici.
But look, the problem I have with this, how is this working with Paratici, who's not that sort of guy that works with a guy like Ange Postecoglou? This is the point.
But if he doesn't, he'll get rid of him quick time, won't he? If he doesn't, he will be in Levy's
so that's a wasted summer. This is the wasted summer then. This is a wasted summer.
I agree with you on that.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. If we're going to be consistent, right, and not waste our time, because we're in Champions League next season, right? Mm-hmm. So we ain't got time to. We've got a Super Cup to play, by the way, in a world stage, by the way. We don't want to get embarrassed in that, right? We've got to make this decision now and say we either sticking with this whole process or we're not, right?
Why? Why do we have to stick with all of them? Surely, if you bring in a team, if I hire a team, right? Let's say I start a YouTube channel, and I hire 10 YouTubers, right? And here's my vision as to what we're going to do. We're going to create an elite streaming platform for football content. If I hire you all, but I really like what you're doing, but actually Stel, who started at the same time with you, I hate his content. I hate what he's doing. He's driving the channel down. Sorry, listen, you've got to go. That's life, right? Just because they all came in at the same time doesn't mean they all have to stay together, does it? Surely you can get rid of parts.
But the reason why I make this point is, right, is that I've seen this in the past, right? We had this with Martin Yeo and Damien McCamoli at that time, and then you had Frank Arneson who brought him in, and then Frank Arneson left, and then Damien McCamoli. It was an absolute disaster, right? Between the two, they didn't get on with each other.
Alex,
right?
Was Man and Lange actually at the celebrations?
I don't think they were. I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm asking anyone.
I couldn't see that. I saw Daniel Levy, definitely. I saw Daniel Levy.
Daniel Levy was there. I mean, Stel.
I saw Munn.
I'm pretty sure celebrations.
Who?
Man and Lange. Were either of them two even at the celebrations?
Dan, I'll be honest with you. They were all the corporates behind. The only one we could recognise was Levy because of his head, and his son was next to him.
Munn. I'm pretty sure I saw Scott Munn at the celebrations.
Look,
I've got a video. I've got a video of it, so I can have it.
Alex, look. I do get your point. I just disagree with it. For me, this is the way I look at it. I don't know what Munn does. So if he stays or go, it doesn't change what I think of Tottenham. I've got no idea what Munn does. If Ange, I've told you I want him to stay for the start of next season, not long term, just to see what happens. As for Lange, I just think he's done a really poor job. The only player
I agree with you, by the way. I just don't want more here. I think what Savva said, and again, don't get used to this, Savva. When you said that the start about your theory about the whole clear out thing, I absolutely totally agree. Even though I don't like the fact that we have to clear out again.
I thought that's what was going to happen, basically.
That's what I think.
I still think it's going to happen, but without Ange. I still think, look, you've got Vinay coming in, Paratici's coming in, Gabbanini will come in if Paratici comes in. The only one I was wrong on will be Ange Postecoglou. But what you do know is if he doesn't start well, as Stel said earlier, he will be gone, because what he can't do, I think we all agree with this, put to the side the Europa League. What he can't do is have poor form rolling across 3 different Premier League seasons. He can't end season 1 terribly. All of season 2 is terrible and then start season 3 poorly. So I do think that is what will end up happening. I do think if we had lost the final, would have been gone. But if he's here to stay, fine. But again, I'll go back to my earlier point. Now, when we're scouting players, I don't want to see videos from all these fans who go, this is Ange ball. Sorry, mate, you don't know what Ange ball is. We don't know what the tactics are. So I don't want to see all these stupid videos that Solanke completes football. Remember, what was it, Stel? Which was it? Tell fixes Spurs or
Tell fixes Spurs. Solanke's perfect for the system.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Solanke's perfect for the system. Then he scores hardly any goals, and we get but he's not being played right. But hang on, he was perfect for the system when we signed him.
I mean, if we're going to actually play Champions League next season, which we obviously are, I mean, does this automatically get us straight into the drop, or do we have to play a game or 2 to get into it? I can't remember.
Oh, we straight in the Champions League.
Straight in
the league.
Right.
Category 1.
Right. So with this, let's say first 11 that, or even first 10, let's say that we know Ange would pick, bar or take one player. Which ones actually out of these players are actually good enough, would you say, to start in a Champions League team?
Oh, Danny. Danny with a question.
Very, very good question, to be fair.
I think you get 5. I think you need 5 new starters. I think you need 5 new starters. The front 3 is not good enough. None of them. None of them are good enough to be Champions League players. You might be coming off the bench. You might have Johnson, Solanke coming off the bench. But if you're going to go up against teams like Juve, Inter Milan, Bayern Munich, whoever, you can't be going in with... Brennan Johnson scoring tap-ins is great. But in Champions League games, right, you're up against top defences where you're not getting that. They're not going to defend the way Man United did the other night.
Yeah.
So I think
goalkeeper isn't going to be as much of a fuck up as Onana, basically.
Well, I think you're going to need the back 5, depending on what happens with Romero, if he stays or goes.
Yeah.
Right. Even if that back 4 stays, you've got to have a top centre half ready to cover Van de Ven and Romero, who between them have played 1 full season in the last 2. Right. So I think you need new forwards. I think you need more midfield options. Because obviously you can't just have Bentancur and Basuma and Bergvall. You're going to need more midfield options. I think you're going to need.
On loan. He needs to go on loan, definitely.
I think you need a lot. I think you need 5 starters for me, Dan. 5 starters minimum.
Wow.
Starters, not squad players. Not Bergvalls, not Archie Grays. I don't want more Brennan Johnsons and Solankes. I want players that we go, he drops straight in. He's better than Johnson. He's better than Solanke. He's better than Sarr. He's better. So, yeah, 5 for me.
I mean, 5. Do you know what? I can go with that. I mean, I think we need about at least 4 players just to even stand a chance of doing respectable in the Premier League, let alone the Champions League. I mean, still, where do you see with that to stand any sort of chance of looking respectable in the Champions League? Because I don't think none of us are going to sit here and say we're going to win it. I mean, who knows? Shit happens. We know that. We've seen that. But on a realistic manner. But to look respectable in the Champions League, which is what I asked for in the Premier League, basically, to look respectable in there. Even though in the Champions League we are literally just going to be another number, but to at least walk out of there with some sort of pride instead of having to walk out like John fucking Wayne all the time. How much do we need for that first 11? What's your side on that one?
Need a completely brand new front 3. Solanke, Richarlison, Tell, Johnson. I mean, you keep Johnson because he is a back post tapping merchant. He's proven it. But the rest, no. Odebert, possibly, but that is me being desperate. In the midfield, other than Maddison and Bentancur, who's got experience now, international, Juventus, Tottenham, the rest, they're not at the levels. Maybe if Basuma plays like he did in the final, he can play like that week in, week out, then yeah, keep Basuma. But he's got to be consistent, and he's proven to be very inconsistent. The back 4, I think all of them will be all right. And the goalie, Adogi, I'm 50-50. Adogi, I'm 50-50.
Agreed, actually, yeah.
I'm not sure about Dogie. 50-50.
I mean, out of question with this one. I mean, Dan, what do you think on that?
I'm kind of agreeing with what Stel was saying. I think we like that front three. There is no way.
I mean, you have done a lot.
No way. Look, the Champions League is.
I'm being
I know, but like, I know. But Champions League is a different animal completely. And then when you're trying to play Champions League football, and then you're trying to, if you want to be more competitive in the Premier League, you need quality players who you can also rotate with. So it's not even just the first team. Basically, what we need is, apart from the back four, barring Udogie, right? You probably need those players who played in the final to be your rotation players. And the players, and we need a whole new kind of enforcement, right? We need a holding midfielder. We need or some kind of enforcement midfielder who's going to completely dictate the pace of the game. Who's
quality, not quantity, is what we need, isn't it?
Quality, and we need a whole new front three, because that front three is not good enough at all by any means. By any means, it's not good enough. It's not.
Simple as that.
But yes,
do you know how much it costs, Danny? Danny, that front three that started the final. Do you know how much it cost?
150 million, wasn't it? 150 million.
It was about 165 million for the three of them.
That's disgusting. It's disgusting.
That's absolutely crazy.
It's disgusting.
I swear we could have sit here and scouted out a better free than that with that money. And I'm not exaggerating.
How have Brentford got a better front three than Spurs?
And
with Sharda, Vissa, and Mbuemo. I'll tell you what, could anyone in the chat find out for us, how much did Brentford pay for Sharda, Vissa, and Mbuemo as a front three? I reckon it's about 30 million between them. No, 40 million between them, I reckon. Mad.
I mean, it's just down to good coaching, and also I think people are not looking at the fact that Romero is maybe not going to be here next season as well.
Yeah,
you think that Romero is going to be here next season?
No,
you know what I mean?
No. I think he's gone.
I don't think so.
I can't say I actually care, to tell the truth, because
no, I don't care either. I don't care either. But
I think he's an extremely overrated player. I would rather have a consistent player. One I do want to bring up though. Nobody mentioned it, but one that I am seriously looking at, and I defended this fella through and through. But as the past 2 seasons have gone on, I have seen significant, not enough improvement in certain places. I also think it's not the main one we need to be looking at, but if we're looking at going up in places, I think we need to have a look at a new goalkeeper as well for first place. But it's not a priority. I'm saying. I mean, what do you think?
Are people looking at? I'm not in the mud, Ian, JD. Thank you very much. I'm very, very well. Thank you very much. I did some exercise. Thank you very much. But anyway, moving on. Yeah, I mean, because Stel didn't mud me anyway. Moving on. But the point is, though, I do agree a little bit, because he could have cost us in the final, the European final. It's just the problem is that you need a goalkeeper that can do all of it. You know what I mean? That can really is good with his feet, as well as a good shot stopper as well. You know what I mean? Because I don't think we actually played to Vicario's strengths in sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't think we do. You know, because he's a very good shot stopper. Obviously,
one of the best in the Premier League, in my opinion. His reflexes and shot stopping are up there with the best.
Because he has said us in certain times.
He is flappy, isn't he? He is flappy.
But he's flappy, though.
Yeah. I thought he had I know that he's going to get the plaudits for the 2 saves.
But it was not a good game.
I thought he had a terrible game. Like you know, when we're all praising Van der Ven, and it was a brilliant clearance.
Yeah, it was.
He saved Vicario's bacon on that.
Yeah, he did.
Because Vicario again came out flapped. First half, anything that came out, I'll tell you what I've noticed about Vicario, right? And again, if anyone's coached, you'll see this, right? Goalkeepers are taught to push the ball away from danger.
Yes.
Watch how many times Vicario pushes the ball straight in front of him into the 6-yard box rather than to the side. And I've watched that all the time. And that's what Hugo Lloris was brilliant at. Hugo had his flaws, but Hugo pushed to the side. You watch top goalkeepers, everything goes to the side. Vicario, for me, he's a good goalkeeper. He's good. I don't think he's class. I think he's good. I think he's good. But I think for a guy his height and his size, guys, for me, I want him dominating that box. I want him coming out and going through everyone. He should be, do you know what I mean? He should be powerful in that box. By the way, Sunderland have just been promoted to the Premier League. They scored a 96th minute winner against Sheffield United. 96. So Dennis Churkin.
Fair play. Fair play.
Two ex-Spurs players played. Dennis Churkin and who's the other? Is it Romain Mundle?
I can't remember.
Is it Mundle?
Mundle played at Spurs, yeah. Monday played at Spurs.
Yeah,
we've got a Newcastle derby now. We've got a Tyne derby now in the Premier League now.
So with the Vicario one, again, I backed him up big time because I was the only ones who'd actually seen him play. And for the price we got him at, it was a steal. He has been a very good goalkeeper for us and saved our ass many a time, especially last season. If it weren't for him last season, we could have easily finished significantly lower. And he saved our asses in a lot of matches with reflex saves. But I haven't seen significant improvement in him over the past 2 seasons on what he's not good at. I've seen a little improvement, but he's got the biggest mouth on the pitch where even at points people were saying he should be captain. But as soon as he comes into the box, he shuts up. He don't say a fucking word. He gets pushed about and pinched. Not as bad as last season, but that took a while to people to help him out and for him to stand his ground and that a bit and everything. I personally think that looking for a new goalkeeper, if we can get one, for the first position. I know we went out and got Kinski in that, but no one can sit here and tell me Kinski is, good enough for what we need. I think we should also be realistically be looking at a goalkeeper as well.
But Dan, I don't think anyone's improved, though. That's the thing. I understand, but I think we're now looking back at the goalkeeper because I can take that you need to look at your new goalkeeper. But what are we looking at for a goalkeeper then? Are we looking at somebody who's good with their feet, or are we looking at a goalkeeper that can do everything?
At that level, everything.
At that level,
we shouldn't be prioritizing. Right? At that level, it should be everything.
That's the point.
Listen, by the way, I don't think this is ever going to be addressed. I don't think this is going to be addressed in the summer. I think that's why they got Kinski and Vicario. I think they'll be happy with that. But I do agree, Dan. For me, I think he gets a lot of credit. But I feel like when I had the voice exchanges with Queen Ellie the other day, and she was going, "Oh, he had a 60-40 game," and I was like, he dropped a lot. He made a lot of clangers, but then goalkeepers they're like strikers. Right? Mm-hmm. Striker can miss 3 or 4 chances. If he scores you the winner in the 90th minute, no one cares, right?
No one cares.
Same with goalkeepers. But listen, I've always said, I think we got what we paid for with Vicario. I think there's a reason why he was, what was he, 20, 15 million?
I mean, we basically,
he's all right.
Inter Milan.
But if you get a top goalkeeper,
literally had him in the palm of their hand. They were going to have him to replace Unana, who was actually a very, very good goalkeeper at Inter Milan. And then as soon as he came to Man U, he's just been dog shit. And they had to sell Unana to get the money to pay for Vicario. We basically stepped in and just took him. And for what we paid for him, he's been a deal. You can't complain with that. But for me, I think we need a better goalkeeper with significant improvement all round. This is why I say to people, and have argued for a while, that I think Raya is a better overall goalkeeper.
But look how much money you have to spend for a top goalkeeper, though. That's what I'm saying. Right? If you want a goalkeeper that can do everything, right, you got to pay top dollar for that. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that you might have to get a goalkeeper that is certainly good at certain things, and you've got to improve the other things that he's good at. You get what I'm saying? Because I think if you want a goalkeeper that is proper very good, that can do everything, you're paying a lot of money for that goalkeeper. You are paying an awful lot of money for that goalkeeper. Because every other good...
Not necessarily.
Well, no,
I think it comes back to what Savva was saying earlier about scouting, and which I think scouting is a problem for a lot of clubs.
Well, that's the point. That's the point I'm making. But I'm saying that if you're going to do that, then right, they're going to be flaws in that goalkeeper. So that's where you need the coach to make them better at certain, to make sure that they're better at what they're doing. They're bad spots as well. So again, it goes back to the coaching. Because Dan's absolutely right. We've got the goalkeeper that we want for the money that we got for him. And
we got a good deal for him, really.
Exactly. And it's the same with Kinski, because there's flaws in Kinski as well. He's not perfect.
I haven't seen enough in Kinski to really judge him as a goalkeeper.
That's what I'm saying. So, but the money that we pay for him, there will be flaws in him. But then it's down to the coach to improve them. But if you want a top goalkeeper, you got to pay top dollar for him, because top goalkeepers, right? Goalkeepers can do everything. I bet you any other team that's got good scouting will find that and they'll snap him up straight away.
I mean, I don't think a goalkeeper is our most important part we need to look at, but if there is a deal out there for one, I think we should definitely be looking at it, because I must admit, Vicario of late, I'm the first one to say that there's two players on the pitch that can just basically be irrelevant for the whole game, and that is a striker and a goalkeeper. But as long as they're there for that moment to make that save or score that goal, no one really gives a fuck what they do during the rest of the game. Whereas other players we have, like, say Johnson is your prime example, he gets the tap in and then we're playing with 10 men for the game. And then he might get another tap in. That is why people just don't rate him overall as a player. And I agree with what you have said. I mean, up front is our main place we need to improve. But sure as hell, we need someone who can control that midfield. But then is Ange going to go? Then we go back to Ange. I mean, this is where I didn't agree with you at one point, Savva, where we had massive debates on it and that, where I didn't rate Gallagher. And as an overall player, he's nothing special, but he's definitely one of those players on the pitch that I think you notice more when he's not on the pitch than when he is on the pitch. And if we're talking about
Gallagher's perfect for the chaotic system, right?
And I agree with what you said before, which I did step down on a while back and say, do you know what? Actually, I think you got a fair point there. If we're talking about Ange ball system and that, I think Gallagher is the sort of player you definitely need on that fucking pitch. You're not going to get no skill out of him as such, but he is that one who will do that dirty work and run for 120 minutes if he has to, let alone 90. Who are we going to be able to get in midfield that can play this Ange way and control that midfield? Again, we're going half back to Ange on the bloody tactics. Is he going to change it? What players do we need to improve it? What players can even play fucking Ange way? What is Ange way anymore?
I don't know what it is. He's either going to have to play the double pivot. I think he needs somebody to compete with, and we don't even know if Basuma's going to be here, because I don't
think he will.
And that's a bit of a head scratcher for me, because he's been an influence on us winning the Europa League, hasn't he? You know, because he was, he was very
even in the last couple of games or last month or so, since he's been playing in that position with Bentancur, he's looked a different player.
That's what I'm saying.
He's looked like he looked completely like he looked like the Brighton Basuma.
Because he's been played to his position, Dan.
Exactly.
He's been played to what he's actually
used to be.
It's what I've been saying for ages.
He hasn't been brilliant. He's just gone back to what he used to be. That's what I'm saying.
But he's showing those signs. Alex, it was a dominant performance in that final. It was dominant.
Yeah, because he worked hard.
He was I personally, he was my man of the match.
Yeah, but
I agree.
Let's be honest here, right? He did his job. He did a little bit more because it was the final. Give him that, but he ain't improved.
But Alex,
right?
you have
hang on, Alex. Hang on.
Go on, Sav.
When we're saying he did his job, but he ain't improved. For players to improve, you need two things. One, coaching. Right?
Yeah.
You need a coach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you need a coach that puts you in your position, leaves you there, has confidence in you, right?
Yep.
And lets you play. Second of all, you need a partnership, right? So, for example, if all season he had played a double pivot, and I hate that saying, apologies. If he had played a double pivot of Bentancur and Basuma without inverted fullbacks going into their position, without asking James Maddison to drop into midfield, and without the wingers always cutting in, that double pivot with Maddison in the number 10, Spurs would have finished in the top 6 or 7, right?
I agree
because
completely.
you would have had a partnership that was made that worked brilliantly. And do you know what? Basuma is one of the best I've seen at ever. He puts out fires that go unnoticed. He puts out fires all game, every game, never gets the credit for it because it's the horrible, dirty work tracking backwards. What our fans have judged him on, and this is what Danny has said for years, what our fans have judged him on is when he's in the deep-lying playmaker number 6 type role, and we're going, right, start off the attacks, and his passing's crap. And, well, we know his passing's crap. That's not his game. His game is getting the ball, driving forward with it, beating the press, right? And tracking back, putting out the fires. And I think he's been brilliant this season when he's done that in the double pivot. I didn't say the best I've ever seen. I said one of the best I've seen, right?
But Savva,
just because I know people in the chat are already saying the best. What I'm saying is so much of it goes unnoticed. And there's been games this season where he's done that. And at half time, people have gone, Bissouma was crap. And I'm like, hang on, did you see how many counterattacks he stopped? Did you see how many times he outmuscled his player? We know he's got a bozo gene, guys. We know he's got the bozo gene. Most footballers that aren't world-class do have a bozo gene in them. But if you put him alongside, I think, Danny, right? Imagine now I said to you, next season, the two that are going to play in front of that back four are going to be Locatelli as your number 6, starting off, spraying the ball about, controlling the midfield. Basuma's going to be your box-to-box, putting out the fires, beating the press. James Maddison's your playmaker. Suddenly, that midfield three, you go, that's going to be really good. You've got a bit of everything.
Yeah, but
there you go. It's not rocket science, is it? It's not rocket science.
I agree.
I mean, others are saying
just one thing. That's why. Like for Sav, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sav, that you don't want Ange because you don't believe he's going to do that, something like that anyway next season.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm so worried about what this man's going to do. Like, you know,
I agree with you, though. I agree with that.
You know what he did in the final with the 3 midfielders? I know he was kind of forced into that, but you can't play like that week in, week out. One, the fans would be at his throat, right? And two, if you try and put 10 men behind the ball every game, more often than not, you're going to come unstuck. You will.
Well,
if you have 17 to 20 shots on your goal every game, most games
you're going to concede.
You're going to concede.
Yep.
That's why I don't trust him. I don't trust him to do that.
Yeah.
If he proves me wrong, I will say it. But as of yet, I don't trust him.
Yeah.
I don't trust him.
But the point I make is that I haven't seen his game grow from what he used to be. He's only gone back to what he's done at Brighton. That's the point I make. And this is why I go back to the point I don't want Ange here because he's not improving him. Right? Yeah, we've seen him in bits and bobs because when he's does what his normal game is allowed to do his normal game, he's gone back to what he used to be, why we bought him in the first place. But at the moment, right, seeing it in certain games, not being consistent, again, I go back to the consistency thing. I need consistency. And then you see a player grow. And this is where, and now people are still doubting him being here. So what was these performances that we saw in the cup final? You know what I mean? This is the thing. This is where my head is just scrambled with this. It's like I'm told to go this way, to be positive about this, because I see this. But then another way, he's going. So, mate, I don't know where we're going with this. You see what I'm saying? And I certainly have not seen him involved. He's not involved his game. Right? He's only gone back to what you're saying again.
Definitely have a look at. I mean,
good afternoon, everyone.
In a second. You all right, mate? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I think we should seriously have a look at Paulinho at Bayern Munich.
Oh, for sure.
I think, again, now people would say, I don't think he's had, from what I've seen, the best of seasons at Munich. And from what I've heard, he hasn't had a great season there, yeah? Is he someone that we can significantly agree that we should be looking at? And as Tottenham, even though we finished 17th, going in the Champions League and everything else, that we could attract him with what we can offer and money and everything else. Is he a player of our capability? Detrex.
To be honest, because I've been watching Bayern, like he hasn't played a lot. This is one of the biggest issues I have with him. But he's a good player. He's a really good player. I would take him at Spurs. But there's better names on the market that I think we should go for. Better number 6. Like look at Telly, perfect example. I would take him in a heartbeat.
Detrex, I was screaming for him 2 years ago, same as I was with Milenkovic when I first started doing this. People told me Milenkovic ain't good enough for fucking Spurs. And then people grilled me on fucking Savva non-stop that Locatelli ain't good enough for fucking
Spurs. Dan, how frustrating was that?
Because some people say they want to. Some people say they want to destroy the number 6. I want to destroy / deep line deep line player number 6, and I think Locatelli is the perfect player for that.
Yeah.
But problem is, Detrex, right? I'm sure you'll agree with this. And again, this comes back to part of why I don't trust Ange is the man doesn't play with a 6.
No, he doesn't.
This is why I don't. This is why I want him sacked.
Yeah, me too, mate. Me too.
Even though he won the Europa, like fair play to him. But long term, I don't see anything with him. I don't see a future.
How does everybody know that Ange's going to be here for the next season? Is this
he's not getting
we're
sacked
just presuming
after that, Alex?
No, he's not getting. Alex is not getting sacked.
We've had our debate after it. I personally said before it, I think he'd get the sack even after. But the way things have changed and everything, I think we've had our massive.
Is this on the fan base?
He's going to be.
I just want to
look at these flip-flops, right? Stel and Danny. Look at these flip-flops. If our fan base is like them, he's staying, Alex. All right?
Yeah, it's their fault. And if he gets sacked after 10,
of course it has to be Dan. Of course it has to be Danny.
No, I just want to keep it on subject, but I wanted to ask because for me, I don't see any reason why we're keeping him. I don't understand it. If you're just doing it on the fan base, just turning on one game, Sean was absolutely spot on. I'm flabbergasted, mate. I've got to be honest. I love you, Danny, but you're just being flip-flop. Danny, you know I love you, mate. You know I absolutely love you, yeah?
We got the picture, Alex. We got the picture. What happens behind the scenes is nothing to do with us, mate.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. No, because he's
Alex, we got the picture, bruv. You don't have to justify nothing. This
is Dan, can I name
I
another?
don't care about
this is
unicorns,
what we talked about last summer. We were saying, like, if it's not Locatelli, look at the players that moved. Manu Kone, Kefren Turan.
But there's another.
For Fafana, he moved. Look, where did Fulham get Lukic from? You know, Fulham, Sanderberg. I take Sanderberg.
But Sheffield United, by the way. Sheffield United.
There's loads of these clubs went and got players like that, and we didn't. We've had the same sort of midfield for years. Douglas Luiz is another one, not getting games at Juventus. You know, there's players everywhere.
There's one player. There's one player that really caught my eye in this area, and his name is Samuel Ricci from Torino. He's been fantastic in the midfield, and for 25 million, Samuel Ricci.
Yeah, good player. Good player.
25 million, I would take him for 25. Like that's like in Serie A, there's like so many number 6 we can buy. So
another player as a playmaker, another player I would love as a playmaker, and I think he's got everything that Maddison's got. And the only thing is he might be a little bit injury prone. One I've always had a soft spot for as a player. Pellegrini is one I'd love to go for from Roma, and I think
he's a quality.
Yeah. Now that is a player who
because he's their captain, right?
Yes, but I think again in Italy is a place where you can definitely look because practically everybody out there, bar maybe Inter and Juve, are absolutely fucking broke. Yeah. This is why I think we can look at players like Edison and things like that.
Coming back in is the best way to bridge that between.
I totally agree with you, and that is where you can get cheaper, good players out there for a cheaper price because they have to sell basically. If we go to someone like Edison, you know, we can all be pretty much 90% sure someone else is going to go in for him as well. Yeah, but if we don't do it, who knows? So you might as well try. But on that aspect as well, if no one comes in for him, then we're fucking lucky. I think we can get him.
Dan, you know what they should have been doing? Dan, you know what they should have been doing? And I'm not saying they haven't before everyone in the chat has a go at me. Spurs would have drawn up a list before the Champions League, before the Europa League final, and for before it and after it, right? This list would have been put together over the last 6 months of players that we go for if we're not in Europe and players that we go for if we are in Champions League. That list right now should be being worked on by the scouts, by the Paratici, by the intermediaries, by everybody involved at Tottenham. That list should be worked on right now. Right now. Right? If we're seeing Liverpool signing players, Arsenal signing players, City are signing players, right? You know, as soon as Chelsea season finished, they're going to be signing players. We've got to act. We've got to act like a big club. This can't be, oh, we're going to wait until everyone's come back from the tour in Asia. And no.
Exactly.
Get these players in and get them on the tour.
The transfer window's opening earlier this season, 1st of June to 12th, I think it is, because of the World Cup club.
Mate, forget the window. People are doing business with the window shut.
No, like, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying now. I'm saying that this is going to your point, Savva. Again, don't get used to it. My point is though, right, is that that people
it's a love thing.
Earlier. We need to go earlier. We need to do it earlier. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I'm going to your point. I'm saying to your point right now.
You look how quickly, by the way, Liverpool are going to wrap up Florian Wirtz.
I know.
Right? We're talking about this guy is probably going to be on about 250 grand a week. Right? You watch, there'll be no fucking about. Right? It will be bish, bash, bosh, and already Romano's saying that it's nearly done. Right? You watch Tottenham. You watch Spurs when we go in for any type of player. It will be 3 weeks of negotiations. Can we get £1 million off here, there? It is frustrating. It is.
I mean, but that is where I think we need to look at players for that first team. Like what Alex was the one who sort of got me out of saying it, like when you get backup players as such. I still agree that there is backup players in the team, but it's not the mentality to have to be a big team. That's down to you, Alex. Like, but don't get used to it, mate. With that one, it's we need players that walk into that first team to then push the other players back to be the backup players.
Can I name another?
Go for it, mate.
Yeah, another player that really caught my eye was he plays for Lazio. I think it's Rovella, something like that.
Rovella.
Mm-hmm. Like, we need players like that. But I don't understand like why we haven't bought anyone or even open talks with anyone.
Well,
Gomez is on the free.
They would have had to wait, right? They would have had to wait until they knew what we were in, because if you can open talks with players. Let's pluck a player. If Tottenham, I'll use the easy example. If Tottenham are talking with Eze, right?
Yeah.
Just for example, Eze, we could go to his agent before the season ends and go, listen, we want Eze. And they're going to go, well, we're going to wait and see where you are next year. Like, if you're not in the Champions League, we reckon we can get him a bigger move. That sort of thing. So you do know we will be speaking with agents, though. We will be speaking with agents all year round. So they will be, but players will have a lot of offers, and it's a lot that goes into it, man. It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, but I just hope like we can at least speak with club, just understand the fee, understand the payments, like just get started and then speak to the agents.
Sorry, say that again, Detrex.
No, I hoped we can like just at least open talks with club, like just understand the fees, like how much we should pay up front.
But you wouldn't, again, Detrex, that's not how football transfers work. You wouldn't know that. What will happen is we would phone somebody from Spurs would phone, again, I'm using Eze as the example. It's just easy. Someone at Spurs would phone Eze's agent and say, hey, we're interested. What's the situation? Yeah. Is he interested? Would he come to us if we put in a bid? Right. Okay. Go and talk to your guy. Yeah. Okay. He would be interested if this was met, this was met, this was met. However, we know Chelsea want him and we know Newcastle want him, so blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. Then the agent would be talking about, right, what's the wages, right? And we go, yeah, we can do that. What do you think the chairman would want? I think the chairman would want somewhere in the region of 70, 80 million. But then when you get to the stage of actually putting in a bid to the club, the chairman can turn around and change that completely. So there's
totally agree. It might even be less.
You don't just ring up a football club and go, "Hey, we want your player. How much do you want?" It's not like that.
No, but I think the point Savva a lot of people make is we hardly ever see Spurs actually even going in for.
You wouldn't know, Dan. We've had this chat. You wouldn't know,
and I was just about.
You wouldn't know if they have.
I was just about to make you right. I know most of the time we don't. A majority of the time you don't even know. But the fact that we don't even see it and you hear a lot more from it from other clubs is the reason I think why a lot of us sit here and say, can't we just go for a bigger player as such? Like some would say,
that's not
Paulina is too big for us.
But that's not true.
Pellegrini, Locatelli.
If Tottenham phone up. Let's use a big player as an example. Let's use who's a big player? Let's use Pellegrini at Roma, right? For example, the Roma captain. He's a Roma boy, isn't he? Right? Spurs will ring Pellegrini's agent. And if Pellegrini's agent shuts the move down and says he's got no interest, he doesn't want to come, most of the mainstream media won't hear about it. You will only hear about it if it gets beyond he is quite interested, others are interested as well, let's open talk. So there will be a number of players that Tottenham and every club approach all year, but the agent will shut it down. That's where we wouldn't hear from it. You've got to listen. As much as we hate Levy and Spurs and how bad we are in the market, you don't think, right? You don't think that we're not speaking to agents every single day, prodding, probing, asking the questions. Is your guy available? We've seen your guy's got 1 year left. What are you saying? Some of the time they're just going to go, nah. Like, obviously the phone call won't be that blunt, but do you know what I mean? Some of the time it's going to be, listen, we appreciate the call, but we know that Real Madrid want him, or Bayern Munich want him, or he doesn't want to leave Italy. So, you know, you wouldn't hear. Trust me. As I said, I've worked for 2 Premier League clubs. You wouldn't know half the calls the agents are getting. And if they leaked every bit of information, imagine you're an agent, Dan, for Eze. Imagine you leaked every time someone phoned you about Eze's availability.
There'd probably be a lot of phone calls.
The football world would be mental. The football world would be mental. So, you know, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of, and by the way, my mate Matt in the chat saying, why does Savva always belittle our pull power? Well, Savva belittles our pull power because we haven't seen it, right? You've got to start pulling the big players before I can say that.
This is what I'm saying. I never see us even fucking attempt to do it, let alone.
But you wouldn't know, Dan. That's the point. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, but sometimes you would hear about something, and I never hear about Spurs.
Let's use the ones that we did hear about that we all ignore. Let's use the ones that we did hear about that got past the agent, right? 4 in the last year. Kolo Muani, who was open to coming to Spurs, but also had other offers. So what would have happened, not teaching anyone suck eggs, Kolo Muani's going, okay, I quite like the sound of that. However, I've also got Man U who want me and Juve who want me. So everyone then talks to the club, puts in their offers, blah, 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 blah. Now it's down to the player. I want this, right? You heard about that. Doué. We were in talks with Doué. So Doué's going, yeah, okay, let's see what's going on. But then PSG come in for Doué. So you don't get him. So that one's got past it. Look at Tomori at AC Milan. We all heard about Tomori turning down Spurs, right? Before that, he would have had to have said, I'm not against the idea. Let's talk. And ultimately, no, I don't want to for whatever reason. Maybe his club has countered it. Maybe something's happened in the background. The other one was it Muani, Doué, Neto. We knew that we were in talks with Neto, but Chelsea came in and blew us out the water. They're going to their Chelsea.
Completely.
So when we're saying that we don't hear anything about players that we're speaking to, you do hear it. Sadio Mane, Willian back in the day, Skriniar, you do hear it, but it has to get to that stage before we hear about it. But if they turn us down, Dan, there's nothing you could at that stage.
I totally get that.
Where are you going, Spurs or Juve? Let's be brutally honest. Where are you going? You're going to Juventus. Right?
It depends what league you want to be in, basically. If you want to be in the bigger league, some might look at Spurs, but if you're going to go money and you're going to go size of club, etc., you're going to go Juve. It depends how a player thinks. I just feel there's a lot more mercenaries out there than people might actually realise. I mean, Matt, you're making your comments again. You wanted to come on the show last night. I've still got another 20 minutes left on me.
Yeah, come on.
Do you want to pop on now and say something, mate? What I do is, there's the link for you, Matt. You wanted to come on last night with about 7-8 of us going toe for toe. There's only 4 people left in here now. I still got 20 minutes left in me. There's the link for you, Matt. Jump on now, then. Jump on now and give us your points, because you seem to always have an issue with.
I sent him a link. I sent him a link.
Well, I've put the link on here. There you go. It's there for you, Matt. If you want to come on and say something like you did last night, come and fucking do it. Then people might take you more seriously.
Oh no! Are you talking about the other Matt? The other Matt. The other Matt. Oh, I thought you meant
Matt. They know what Matt I'm on about.
The
Matt who's got a fetish for Savva.
Matt, he's so full of it. Isn't it funny that the one time we had a panel of 9 last night, it was the only time apparently he could come on, and then every other time he shits a brick. But listen, Matt, just to your point in the chat where you're saying we could go for bigger players. I've just named you bigger players than what we've got that we went for but couldn't get. Again, Kolo Muani's a bigger forward than any of our centre forwards. Didn't want us. Doué is better than any of our forwards. Went to PSG. So I'm not belittling our pulling power. I'm not belittling it. But we've got to see it. You've got to see that these players want to come to Spurs first. We had pulling power back in the day. Klinsmann, Ginola, Sheringham. There was the pulling power. Right now, you've got to remember there are so many clubs that are further down the road than us, Matt. Right? They're further down the road than us with projects that are actually looking better than ours. Problem is, you think just because we've won a Europa League that everyone's suddenly going to go, I want to join and play Ange ball. Players might not want to. Some players, have a look, Dan, some defenders might look at Ange's system and go, I'm not playing in that. You're going to expose me. You know what I mean? I'm not playing in that.
I mean, totally.
So Maddison said yes. Maddison said yes. Tell said yes, and that we've exposed them. That's the problem at the moment. I mean, because he somehow has a pulling power in the when he talks to players, he seems to persuade.
I mean, with question what Danny Kay's asked here. I mean, I read this was one that I was going to bring up, but you all know how it goes when you start talking about football. You can have 5 things to talk about and you don't even reach the second part of it, which does happen most of the time. But Delap was one that I had seen that I was going to mention, that there's meant to be interest in, that we're willing to pay up to the 30 million for him. Along with, it looks like, if it's going to be true on what I've been reading on Spurs News Tottenham, which is one of the main ones I go to because it basically covers a lot of players. Tell is looking like it's gonna happen for about 32 million. It looks like that one's pretty much.
I think
on its way. Silly. I mean, Detrex, since you haven't said much here, I mean, Delap, what would you say with him?
Is he gonna take us to the next level? No. So personally, I don't want him. If we make Champions League, why would we sign Delap? I'm not saying he's a bad player; he's a good player. But if we reach the Champions League, we win Europa, I think we should sign Gyökeres, for example. I know we're not the biggest club. Like, there's going to be other clubs that are going to go for him. But that's the kind of player I want to see us linked. See us at least bid for. Speak to his agents. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Detrex, have you seen who he is in talks with, Delap?
Everton, right?
He's currently in talks with Everton. Now, for me, I think that's a bloody good move for Liam Delap. I think that's his next move.
I agree.
For me, I'd be really disappointed if the best striker we could get would be Delap. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but again, for me, that's not showing Champions League ambition. Neither
is he even a striker? If we're talking about the same one I'm thinking of, is it? I mean, I thought he was more of an attacking midfielder sort of thing, like not an out-and-out striker. Okay.
But I think he's more of an Everton player, like the way he plays, the way he bodies everyone. I think he just fits Everton.
Yeah. So I said, Everton have presented their project to Liam Delap in direct meeting with David Moyes. Face-to-face talks took place this week, but Chelsea and Man United remain keen on the striker. Lots can be keen, but if you don't put in your, you know what I mean? But I think that'd be a perfect move for Delap. I think that'd be a great move for the lad. Go there, smash it for 2 years, grab 20 goals a season in both seasons, then start looking at a bigger club.
And he's still young. And he's still really good.
Basically, use it as the stepping stone, basically.
Yeah. Sorry to change the subject. So this is not the subject, but it looks like Johnny Cardoso might be our central midfielder, maybe. Well,
no.
Well, there's some. Just rumours going on around. You know what I mean? And there's Johnny Cardoso, You know what I mean? But I've got to be honest here. This Leon Delap that you're talking about, he looks like someone that needs coaching again. You know what I mean? So again, it's just like,
and then we come back to who our manager is. Can he coach a player to what he can get him better?
And
this is going to get better under Ange. This is the
question. Solanke got worse under Ange.
And this is the point. If we're going to be going for a tell, right?
It looks like
changed?
From a lot of things I've read, it looks like it's basically a done deal under the lines that ain't going to get mentioned.
So what has changed, Dan? Then?
Yeah, Alex is right. If we sign Tell, if we sign Tell, we can all sit and lose our mind and wet our knickers at winning the Europa League and getting into the Champions League. But literally, we got a player there that wasn't used in the big games because, again, he's young, needs coaching. We've already got them.
We've literally gone and done another Timo Werner, except this one might have a bit of hope on him.
Who else are we going to get then? Because then you've got Tell, you've got Alderbert.
Right? Dan So, you got to pay his fee.
Dan So's coming.
I'm talking about the forwards now. I'm talking about the forwards and the wingers, right? You've got Solanke. At the moment, you've got Richarlison that hopefully will go, right? You've got Tell, right? You've got Alderbert. You've got Johnson, who's not going nowhere, right? You still got the players on loan. What is his name? The Korean player. You still got Son.
Mate, we've got a lot of players.
So where are we getting this forward from? Where are we getting this forward from?
I mean, this is just, I mean, for me, what just gets said here by I'll just say dope, it's easier. I'll bite my tongue otherwise. Vlahovic, not my first choice for a type of striker I would go for. And I think since he's gone Juventus, I don't think he's gone up to, how would people call it, like his ceiling or what? I don't think he's lived up to his potential of what he come across like he had at Fiorentina, but definitely not a bad striker at all. It's just at Fiorentina, it looked like the sky was the limit. And at Juventus, I know he had injury and that.
And he wasn't coached properly.
It just doesn't look like he hasn't lived to his potential as yet. There's still chance there. I mean, is that another player we should be looking at, basically?
100% we should.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Not in Ange's... Again, this is the thing. If we're looking at a player like Vlahovic, I don't want Vlahovic dropping deep, running around like headless chicken. I want him in the box. Like, this is where everything for me leads back to Ange Postecoglou's lack of coaching. Everyone told me Dominic Solanke was someone we should definitely be getting and he'd get 20-odd goals and he'd fire us to top 4. I genuinely worry. I like Vlahovic. I do like him, but are we going to bring him in and he's never going to be up front? He's just going to be running around everywhere? By the way, sorry, my mate Matt, right? My mate Matt in the chat, I'm sorry. When he's saying we should be getting players, right, like Bastoni, I just have no idea why any Spurs fan thinks that Bastoni is going to leave Inter Milan to come to Tottenham. I have no idea.
It's not happening.
People's heads.
It's not happening. The only way that's happening is if Inter had to sell him at all costs to make money off of him and basically push him out. And
even then he's going to a Real Madrid, mate. He's going to a Barca or Real Madrid. He's going somewhere big.
I mean, me and you debated this before, and like I said to you afterwards, it was a debate more for the fun of it because I could see just it was winding you up at the time. So he ain't coming here. I know that ain't happening yet. Even though he was a player I would love to get here, sort of thing. Yeah, ones like that is a step above of what I'm saying we should be looking at. Basically, we should be looking at a step lower than that. This is why I personally think Paulina, however you want to say his fucking name, is a perfect player. I think we should honestly look at that could even play Ange's system if we even know what his fucking system is.
But again, I just think that people need to stop this. Like I said, they just lost the league. If we sell Romero and put 80 million, you never know. You do know. He turned us down 2 years ago because he's an Inter Milan boy. It's his club. They love him there. He's one of the best defenders in world football. By the way, can I say the obvious thing, guys?
He's in Champions League. He's in Champions League final.
How fucking good are Inter Milan at the back? Right?
Very good.
Why is he leaving his hometown club with a brilliant coach like Inzaghi, who has them well drilled? Why is he leaving that to join Tottenham to play in Ange's crazy system? I feel like we've got fans that think this is Football Manager. It is absolutely crazy. Like he said, Adam Wharton. How much are Palace going to charge for Adam Wharton? 80
100
million?
100 million.
Like these are not realistic suggestions. We've got to stop this.
But
Wharton, I think we can, for the amount of money that we would pay for him, I think we could do better anyway.
There's better anywhere. There's better anyway.
Because you've got to remember, every time it's English, you can add an extra 30% on for the price. Now, if Solanke would have been coming over from Italy, we'd have been paying bloody 30 million for him at the most. It is purely because of that English money. Wharton is something I do not think we should look at. I'm not saying he's not good enough, but for the money we would pay for him, we can get better.
You're scouting somebody just as good. But
Savva, no disrespect, mate. You've repeated yourself so many times to this guy anyway. And for me, I've got to the point now where if you're going to say stupid things, you can die on that. You can die on that hill, as far as I'm concerned. Leave him to it. Let him dream. Let him dream.
No, I know. I see the same people, though, Alex. The same people. Just like as I've said a million times before, there is a food chain, and if you want to work your way up the food chain, you've got to show something first. You've got to show what you're building. You've got to show that you've built for 2, 3, 4 years. Yeah, you can't just rock up after finishing 17th in the table and go, "Oh, hello, is that Bastoni's agent? Yeah, we want him. Oh, he'd love to join Spurs." What are we doing here?
Yeah, but
if Spurs phoned him up, Alex, sorry, just quickly, if Spurs phoned up Bastoni's agent, right? If Spurs phoned up Bastoni's agent and he said, "Yeah, he is available on the market," how many football clubs around the world do you think want Alessandro Bastoni?
Loads of people.
Real talk. Everybody.
Exactly.
Chelsea. Yeah. Man City. Yeah. Real Madrid. But all of them are going to go, hang on, Bastoni's available. Yeah, we'll have some of that. But we've got fans that go bid for him.
There's certain players where it just ain't going to happen. But for someone like Ederson, I feel we could make that happen. I'm not saying there's others that wouldn't be interested, but it is one I feel.
I don't think
when you go for Bastoni, that way it ain't.
I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest, Dan. I don't think that's going to happen because I think we've been in Champions League before. It's never happened before. You see what I'm saying? I think right now, for me, right, I let the fans just let their imagination just go wild now, and then they'll learn. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the only way they're going to learn. Because the thing is, though, right, and they're entitled to have that opinion and have their imagination gone. Because at the end of the day, we won the Europa League, so their imagination is going to go wild. It will go wild. But the only way they're going to learn is when it goes wrong. You get what I'm saying? When they don't see what they expect, and then they're disappointed, and that's it. So that's the way I look at it. The thing is, though, Savva, you've explained this a million times, yeah, and they will never get it.
No, Alex, they think it's Football Manager. This is the point. As I said, Alex, I've had the privilege of working for 2 Premier League football clubs and seeing how all this works. So when I see people going like Matt's in there going, just show intent. Spurs will know if they're looking at centre backs. Bastoni will not even be on the fucking radar because they will know he's one of the best defenders in the world and he's got no chance of joining.
It wouldn't be worth the phone call.
It wouldn't be worth the phone call, right? This is the difference. Fans, Alex, think it's Football Manager. Just ask. But clubs know. Like if I'm Spurs, do you know what? God, bloody hell! I would love Bradley Barcola from PSG. Do you think he'd come to us? Somebody would slap me around the face and go, no, he's playing at PSG, probably on hundreds of £1,000s a week, winning the league, getting to Champions League finals. No, he's not going to. Like, we just have this notion as football fans that everything's a game. Everything's a game. This is business. This is real world business.
Go on then.
Real world.
I mean, Alex just asked to jump on quick, so I've got another 10 minutes left in me because I'm fucking shattered.
Dan, unfortunately, I've got to go. Big up to everybody.
Go, mate.
Big up to everybody.
So if you've got something to say quick, Alex, you're more than welcome to jump on for 10 minutes, mate. I've got 10 minutes left in me, and then I was meant to be going out later. That's not going to happen, and I'm probably going to get a beating for it later. I'm fucking shattered. But I seem to do this every time I come on and say, right, going to do an hour and a half show, and we all know where that goes from there. But so, Detrex, just to ask you, I mean, it's going back on what we was debating like ages ago, but it's just to get your opinion in here quickly so you can say your bit as well.
Sure.
I mean, you said with me for sure you'd be quite happy with 17th and a cup every other season, sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's the question? Oh,
Justify.
Yeah. So for me, I always say like the aim of the game is trophies. Whether we like it or not, like you're judged on trophies. And I've seen Spurs since 2014. You guys have seen Spurs way longer than me. I've never seen us take the league seriously, and that's why I don't care about the league position. Finishing top 4, finishing 5th, I personally don't care. Unless you don't win it, I don't see the point of even challenging for it. Just don't get relegated. But at least take the cup seriously. That's all I ask Spurs.
So, what do you feel we do with Ange then? I mean, it's not going to go into a debate. It's just your opinion. We've already had our debates in it. Everyone knows it. I'm just getting your opinion out of this.
My opinion, either way, sack him. But I don't think the club are going to do it. But for me, he needs to go. He has to go. Because what he did 17th, the amount of losses, and the way he was like playing like this suicide football, the way we were injured 24/7, I think he needs to go.
Fair enough.
And he doesn't play the youth too. And like he doesn't like you can see like for example Spence playing well, the next game he's getting benched. I don't think it's fair. I don't think he's a coach, he's just there for like being like the motivator. That's all he does.
Okay, fair enough. Alex, how you doing, mate?
Big up Dan, big up everybody. Yeah, I just thought I wanted to come on and say, because when you mentioned players like Barcola and Bastoni, like when it comes to players like that, what I feel we have to be as a club is we have to be the club that goes in for them the second they're starting to show that glimpse of like this could be a real good player. So like Barcola, when he was at Lyon and when he started breaking into that first team and progressively getting more trust from the manager, our scouting system, in my opinion, has to be based on like right then when players break through that we go in for them, because that's when you can get them the cheapest and that's when they're on their trajectory upwards. That's when they're starting to break through as first team footballers. And Bastoni the same, when he broke through in this first team and like bam, go smash 30 million on him when his market value probably was 2, 3, 4 million. That's like, it's hard, of course. You have to take punts. Sometimes it's not going to work out. The player is not going to develop as you would have hoped for the price tag you paid, etc. But when we talk about players, Barcola, Bastoni, Wharton, we should be the club that signs them before they go on to the clubs where they get slapped 100 million price tags on them. I just feel like if we were a club like that, and it's not even being like Brighton or being like Brentford,
the same way we did Dele Alli, the same way.
It's more proper scouting and proactive. Like instead of like letting other clubs do the scouting for us and then having to go in with like these massive price tags, it's not the way to do it.
Do you know the difficulty, Alex, with the approach you're saying? And you're not wrong. You're 100% right. Do you know the problem? All of these football clubs now around the world, right, have scouts everywhere. So if we're looking at, I make you right, by the way. If we're looking at a Bradley Barcola, if we're going to use him as the example, so are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other teams around the world. The problem is, again, it's that food chain. If 5, 6 clubs approach Bradley Barcola at the age of 17, 18, 19, the big clubs blow clubs like us out the water. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Now, when we're saying we want Levy to do more, the problem is those players will always be attracted to the big clubs. They naturally will be attracted to the big clubs. For me, it's about being clever. It's about being smart. But people in the chat are saying, we never see Spurs going for a big player. Well, we tried to get Desiree Doué. Tried to get Doué, but Doué wants the bigger club. Doué wants to go to PSG. No one can blame him for that, can they? Can't blame him for PSG over Tottenham.
That's when you can try to sell the project and be charismatic in your approach and like let the manager do the talking a lot. Try to try to sell a project, but like honestly, PSG regularly win league titles and have the great Luis Enrique as their manager. Like he can just Ange can have a whole like pitch 20-minute pitch of just mate, it's all great and it's all
but you're not Enrique.
Luis Enrique can just bring up the phone for 5 seconds and like, you want to join my team? Like that. There is levels. There is levels.
But we do have this other habit of Spurs. Of the last bit I'll go to, because it is just how many times have certain players been mentioned that we've gone for or interested in, should I say, and straight away they're not good enough. How many fucking times I have seen this over 2 years? 2 years now I've been doing this nearly. Fucking hell. How many times do players pop up like Locatelli? I will use as a prime example or whatever. Okay, Chiesa is one I would have snapped up. Didn't work at Italy, didn't work at Liverpool, but it's still one I would have took that chance at. How many times do players get mentioned like McGinn and others and everything else, and straight away it comes up? No, not good enough for Spurs.
How many?
So what the fuck are we actually looking for? What are we actually looking for?
Yeah.
What do people want? What do people actually want here?
They want
what is
sexy
actually
names.
good enough for Spurs?
They want sexy names, not what fits. Right? As I said, when you say I'd love an Mbeumo, right? When you say, oh, I'd love a Paulinho, you're looking at solid names that aren't sexy. They might not sell 1 million shirts, but our fans don't want that. Look how they poo-pooed last year, Dan. We talked about Milenkovic. We talked about Paulinho, Locatelli. We talked about Livramento. People are going, oh, Livramento, he's crap. Apparently not under a really good coach. He's really good.
I remember when you mentioned Anthony Gordon, everyone started fucking laughing.
But this is what we do. We poo-poo everyone because everyone's got these delusions of grandeur.
To be fair, Anthony Gordon at Everton wasn't like the levels he's unlocked under Howe is because Howe has taken him under his mantle. He's coached him excellently. Like that, the player the Anthony Gordon from Newcastle we see today is nowhere near the levels of the Everton one. Was raw. Like he stunk it out when it mattered for them, but Howe has done amazing work, and that proves that with amazing coaches, you don't have to buy the world's brightest spark, and you can turn something decent out of an Anthony Gordon. You can make him into a solid Premier League left winger. And that's the thing. I love Chiesa. I love Chiesa, but look at our honestly. If Chiesa joined us, I think he would have died under Ange with the injuries.
I totally agree.
His hamstrings would have fallen down on the
another one as well. Another one, Cole Palmer. Then I went off my head when Chelsea went and got him, and so did a couple of others. And then literally the whole lot down the side. Well, I say the whole lot, a hell of a lot of people. What do we want that prick for? We got better than him. He's not good enough for Spurs. He can't get into this. And how much did Chelsea pay for him?
45, is it? Something
basically what we paid for Johnson.
Yeah, guys, do you know who
I wonder who you'd rather have in your team?
No, there's no debate. But this summer,
But with Spurs fans, there is a mate.
Honestly, on the internet, you never know. But I would advocate this summer to. It sounds like I would advocate for bringing in Modric on a 1-year contract, just to. Because when we get into the Champions League, experience is really important, especially.
I wouldn't say no to that.
On a 1-year contract, just for like injecting like elite experience into our squad,
and giving someone like Bergvall to look up to as such.
Exactly, but
and he's gonna help Vuskovic too.
But if Modric, he's gonna be like his father. But if Modric joined us, imagine it's not the Modric, that we all idolize the legend. Okay, he's 39, but imagine the vibes around the family.
There's so much more to offer than just the football.
Yeah, and imagine how isn't there? Seeing that here we go for Modric back to Spurs. It'd be like any other signing we've made for the past years. Even though now if you talk about his capability to now, he's regressed massively because of his age, but just the name, just bringing a player with with that legendary status to Spurs, which we haven't done for I don't know how many years, it would bring, it would bring the vibe. It would make people think, oh, maybe they're serious again. Maybe they wanna maybe they wanna be back in the top. Honestly, we haven't looked wanting to be back in years.
Oh.
We bring Modric alongside like a Eze, or I'm just bringing Eze as the typical like English proven Premier League player. If we bring those kind of players in together and Modric on top of it, I think
that'd be a brilliant idea. I mean, last one on that. Then, what do you think on that, Detrex, Savva? If we say brought in Modric for a season as such, do you think that would be a good idea?
I'll just go quickly. Do you remember when people said, I don't want to change the subject, just like it's related. Do you remember when people said, sell Perisic, he's old, he's this, he's that? Oh, look at him, he's so class. I would take Modric at 39 years old. He is quality, and he's going to help this team and the midfield, especially the Luxembourg.
I said for a 1-year contract.
Yeah. 1 year contract. I would take him any day of the week. And you know what? He's gonna bring a bit of a pulling power. Like, let's say if we go get a midfielder, some players are good. Like, oh, there's Modric in the team. Let me go there. He's gonna teach me the fundamentals, how to be an excellent midfielder.
Yeah, Modric is he's on 170k a week right now for Real Madrid. If he comes back to the Prem for a year, I think he'd settle for 100, 120. And for a year's contract, that isn't anything. It's not. For a 1-year contract is barely anything for us. So, and imagine Werner, 165k a week, fucking team.
Let's just not even go there. I mean, Savva, last question then. Yeah. What would you say on Modric for a season, basically? Because I think he could offer a lot more out of the club, as well as a little bit on the pitch as such.
I'm going to bring this back to everything I've brought it back to, Dan. Luka Modric is absolutely class, one of the best midfielders I've ever seen.
Ever.
What he would give ever. Class, just a class act. Just gets up there, he's just got it, right? He would be absolutely wasted, even in the few games he played, the 20 games he played. How are you playing him in this absolutely chaotic system of Ange's? How's he playing at that age? If Spurs played with a deep line bloke, you could sit Modric in front and go, just pull all the strings. Get Basuma and someone else in front of him who do all the running and just let him pull strings. Spurs don't play like that. We're chaotic. We would leave and expose this older guy. And listen, again, it's brilliant. If he went to Man City now for a year, he could just sit in there when Rodri's not there and just pull some strings. If he comes to Spurs, what system do we play? It'd be chaotic for him at that age. He's amazing. This isn't on him. This isn't, for me, he'd be brilliant around the club. But again, he'd only be brilliant around the club and teaching our midfielders if we're going to play that style of football where you've got a guy who sits, dictates, and starts off the moves. That makes sense. For me, is what he'd be wasted at Spurs because of Ange's style. And this is where I keep saying, people can keep telling me he's won the Europa League. I don't know what we are. When you ask me what players should we buy, I don't know what we are. I don't know. I just don't know what we are.
Ange's midfielders, he demands midfielders with legs, and you should be able to construct a system where you just have a midfielder that is more static, that can just be around a certain box and doesn't have to run around the whole pitch, just being solid. But I said it not people. I think people in chat are misinterpreting. I didn't say it as in you bring Modric in and you throw him into the starting 11, start him every game. No, as a squad player for experience mainly.
I agree.
And then for what he can
play. We're saying squad player. When he does come into that starting 11,
where does he fit?
Is Modric going to be one of these lunatics like Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr running around like headless chickens? Like that's not what you're going to get. At this age, you've got to have him at the base of a midfield dictating the game, and that's not how Ange plays. That's my worry, Alex. This isn't about him.
Yeah, I think it goes for the same, though. I think that same argument goes for Locatelli, for example. I rate him. I think his honestly, when Locatelli broke through, the ceiling he looked to have was like endless. Like he looked to be one of the very best of his generation, but he hasn't really lived up to that. He's still a great player, but you could argue that would be the same for if he joined us and had to play in our midfield. You could argue that the same because how he plays for
Alex, I completely agree with you. Alex, I completely agree with you. I would love Locatelli. I would love Locatelli, but again, you've got to have a manager that plays these players to their weight, and this is why I keep coming back to this. What
Basumi, a prime example.
Spurs? What are Spurs? When people, Alex, when these YouTubers do these videos, right? This man is perfect for Ange ball. What is it? All I know is
knows anymore.
Conor Gallagher is the sort of player who's perfect for Ange ball. High energy, puts out fires, runs around like a lunatic. He's got an amazing engine, but cultured players that want to put their foot on the ball and not run around like a lunatic, our fans will go, he don't run. Our fans will go, oh, he hasn't tracked back. I just don't know what we are.
I'll leave it on that because I'm shattered and I am now in serious trouble as well. So I just want to say big thanks to Terry for the super chat and Solidus, Ed X, thanks a lot, mate. All of you generous. Phil P, thanks a lot, much appreciated. Savva, any shows coming up soon? I'm sure there is.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything today. I said to myself I wouldn't stream today, and here I am streaming with you. Tomorrow I've got 3. I've got the Charlton Leyton Orient playoff final. Charlton are my second team. Leyton Orient, obviously, with the Spurs kids in the final, followed by the Brighton watch along, followed by the Spurs review. So a lot tomorrow.
Okay, so everybody make sure, I'm sure I don't even have to fucking say this, but I'm sure if you haven't, like and subscribe there. I mean, Ben coming on at the start. Thanks a lot, mate. We'll do another show together. Stel, Danny K, Savva, Alex, Detrex, and Alex again at the end. Thanks for everyone for coming on. It's been emotional. Let's just say that one. And we will see where it takes us from here. Thanks for watching, everyone. Quick like and subscribe. Take care. And let's see where we go from here. See you later, people. Have a good afternoon. Good evening, should I say.
I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.